lead, then we led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy.
Hello and welcome into the NECC, kicking off week number 3. Fish and Grapes here, calling all of the action. We've got an emergent white battle on our hands, Grapes. We've got Towson taking on Redbird Varsity. I know Redbird Varsity, a very strong team in League of Legends, and looking like the early favorites in this game. When you look at the OPGGs, I know stats can only tell you so much, Grapes, but on paper, Redbirds look like they have this one in the bag, at least from what we can tell.
Well, you don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, Fish. We still got a best of 3 to play, but of course, both of these teams coming in very strong into week 3 of the NECC, both sitting at that 2-0 record. Of course, Redbird Esports from Illinois State University, one of the most touted esports programs in the entire, basically, continent of North America. Of course, this is not that team of Drew Dozer and Tempos, the full challenger roster coming in, but it's still their varsity lineup, still a bunch of very strong players, and so I'm really excited to see how they'll be able to perform here in week 3 of the NECC.
And the really interesting thing in all games, especially League of Legends, is how the pro scene affects the lower scenes.
True.
And I think the mid laner for the Redbirds is a very good example. If you've been following the LCS, drama aside, we know that LS was a very unique coach and put a lot of enchantresses in the mid lane. Justin Dozier, the mid laner for the Redbirds, is doing that. It's a lot of Soraka mid. It's a lot of Lulu mid in his solo queue. And I'm really curious if that's something they'll bring out when we see the draft, or if it's something they'll get away from. Because, again, I think he's the most talented player Justin is on paper in this matchup. And if he goes for something like a Soraka or a Lulu to support his team, that's a potential huge advantage that Illinois State's throwing away. So I'm curious if they subscribe to the LS theory, or if that was just for fun to get some points on the ladder, and he's going to go with something more query-oriented in this series. We'll have to find out when we get that Game 1 draft.
Yeah, that's really interesting that you bring that up. Of course, Justin Dozier might sound a little bit familiar if you're familiar with the Redbird Esports main roster, who has their mid laner Drew Dozier. I'm not sure if those two are necessarily related, or if it's just Justin trying to have some funny nickname to match up with another player in his organization. But either way, both two very talented mid laners that they have here in the collegiate space. But as you said, Fish, Justin has been playing a lot of these enchanters in solo queue, and as being that strongest member, it'll be interesting to see if they pull that out, because of course, if you want to try to facilitate the rest of your team as that strongest player, it can open up some possibilities, but then you really have to rely on some of your other teammates, really build that trust, which is something that you see a lot of the time in the collegiate space with some of the rank disparities being there. So it'll be interesting to see what Justin ends up bringing out. Obviously still has other picks that he can opt to in the mid lane, things like that Corki and Cassiopeia as well, which have been very meta throughout the season. But getting ready for the draft has to be a little bit of a topic of conversation, whether that Ivern or whether those Sorakas end up coming through.
I think the other thing that is interesting, you look at the other side of the coin, we talked about maybe the rank disparity. Towson is a very big roster. I think that very close to being able to field their own two-man league squad on this roster. And so it's going to be interesting to see what players we end up seeing, because there's a lot of, cat and mouse games you can play. Maybe you have a laner who has a really good matchup against those support mids, or think they have a good matchup. So I'm curious to see what Towson's roster will bring, because I really do like when you're the underdog, you got to bring out something cheesy. So maybe you have a good matchup on a player who's not as experienced, but he really knows a counter pick matchup really well. So I'm curious to see who we get from Towson again. Game 1, emergent wipe between Towson and Redbird varsities of Illinois State. Draft, I think the pro draft just maybe wrapped up, so we should be getting into games, seeing what those picks are going to be here momentarily. It is a best of 3 kicking off the NECC Friday here with Fish and Grapes. So I'm excited. You said both teams are 2-0. This is a big game, Grapes, because you go to 3-0, you feel really, really good about yourself, since you're almost halfway through the season. You're looking ahead to the playoffs. A little bit scary as we do get to finally hop into the draft, and we get to see it will actually be Justin in the bot lane. Lion Lifesteal will be in the mid lane. So that changes everything already for the Redbirds. So throw everything you're just hyping up right out the window.
Yeah, that's not what we were expecting to see. And honestly, for both these teams have rosters of many different players. So I know that, Fish, when we were going over the preparation, we weren't entirely sure who was even going to be on the Rift. So as we go through some of these lineups here, as the draft ends up coming in, will be interesting. We'll make sure to update you guys on some of the champions that these guys that some of these players enjoy playing, and if it matches up to the champs that they will be locking in here. So as we start off with the draft, an important thing to note here is a Darius ban. Not something you typically see here on the blue side in any competitive space, but when you take a look at this Towson roster, their top laner here in Timeless plays a lot of Darius in solo queue. So definitely not super surprised to see that, especially here if you're locking in an Aura, a tank that really wants to scale into that late game and wants to make sure that you're not really in a whole lot of danger against an oppressive laner. So on the other side, the Yoni and the Nunu coming in, we're seeing a lot of different, very unorthodox picks start off this draft, Fish.
Yeah, the Yoda's an interesting one. Rextrus, another guy we have to keep an eye on. Talking about bans, he is a Katarina one-trick as far as we can tell.
Yeah.
All Katarina gets banned away, as you would expect in Collegiate, when you can scout out your opponent, put him on the Akali. Similar playstyles in a sense, they're both assassins. I'm curious to see how that Akali will be played. And I think that Diana is a very interesting pick. Cole has a very large gap over Love You Gently. Again, just like on the OPGGs, what we can see. I want to see him push the advantage. Love You Gently plays a lot of tanks, So I would love to see that Diana just go everywhere. But Nunu's a great pick. It's a safe pick. It's an easy counter jungle pick. I really do like the Nunu, but this Diana could get out of control as we get our second wave of bans. Again, pro draft already done. That's why they're speeding through it. That's why there's not as much hesitation as you might see in a normal draft. If you're like, dang, these guys are picking quick. Of course, they've pro drafted everything. They're just letting us know how these comps are going to look once we get into games. We get to see the bot lanes here. Caitlyn, always a very strong pick. That's a solid one there for Towson.
Yeah, and I want to touch on that Diana once again, Fish, because while the Diana is really strong, I think the main reason that this Redbird team decided to lock it in is just because of that Yasuo synergy that they have as well. Yasuo Diana, one of those powerful 1-2 combos that you have here in the League of Legends mid-jungle duo in the 2v2. Very, very strong once both of these champions hit that level 6. You can combine that Moonfall with the Last Breath, get an instantaneous knock-up on essentially anybody, and at a very early stage in the game, and especially considering a lot of the squishier champions that they have here on the Towson side, can almost effectively one-shot anybody that they so choose. So that's an interesting thing that we have to keep an eye out for, always in that 2v2 in the mid-jungle for Redbird. Of course, Love You Gently on the Nunu will have a decent ability to kind of do some invades here onto Coleus in the early game. Diana, before she hits that level 6, isn't necessarily as strong in the dueling potential, but will be able to clear relatively quickly. So it'll be up to Love You Gently to try and find the correct opportunities to go for some of these invades. And in this very, very volatile mid matchup between this Yasuo and Akali, the jungle abilities to get around the map is certainly going to be crucial as we head into the game.
And the interesting thing is, as we said, we already pro draft this just to pull the curtain back a little bit. Redbird's actually B5, that Yasuo, and Diana was a B3. So Towson let Yasuo through knowing Diana was already locked in. So as you said, the Yasuo-Diana combo is insanely strong, and I agree with you. I think that's probably why they ended up picking the Yasuo. So the fact that got through, and you look, they banned the Fizz Gragas instead. Very interesting that they let that through for Towson. I'm curious to see what they have the answer to, what they think, if it's just going to simply be, we'll just sustain through it. But I think the big story, of course, to start out here, Grapes, in our first game, Justin Dozier, the normal who we expected to be the mid laner for the Redbirds, got flexed down to that 80 carry role. Him versus Ronin is going to be a very interesting one. I know a lot of the skills translate over, but when you play a lot of mid and you're a really strong mid player, I'm curious how he appears to play in that bot lane. Because if he struggles a bit, that could be a huge window for Towson to take advantage, because 80 carry is a huge role. With the teleport changes this season, it's not as easy to punish that bot lane anymore.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see how Justin Dozier is able to kind of operate throughout this first game, because if you look at the composition that Redbird have set up, a lot of it really is built around him. Of course, you have this Yasuo Diana mid 2v2, mid jungle 2v2 that will be strong, will be getting a lot of these ganks off, but honestly, I can sort of sense that Redbird want to send a lot of their attention down towards the bottom lane and play around this Jinx, especially towards some of the later game team fights. Jinx will be able to get peeled off with the Ornn, with the Janna, and then if you have this Diana Yasuo to here to try to disrupt some of the backline and really open up space for Justin Dozier to operate, can definitely be an area to look at in terms of how Redbird want to function in terms of their composition. On the other side, a lot of dive on the side of Towson for sure, and a lot of early game potential as well. When you look at the Caitlyn Nami duo in the 2v2 in the bottom side, one of the big things there is knowing how, when you pick a bot lane like that, you really want to win lane early. And so for the side of Towson, against something like this Jinx, which isn't necessarily as strong as the Caitlyn in the early game, have to see a lot of attention down there. And of course, in those solo lanes, you have a Yone and an Akali, both champions that can really dive onto the backline. But I think once we get to some of these later game team fights, it's much easier for Redbird to operate. So if Towson want to get ahead in this game and take that first game of this best of 3, going to have to be about that snowballing and have to be about the early laning phase.
No, you nailed that perfectly, because I think the one thing that the Redbirds have is they can just let Towson come to them. The Diana Yasuo could just wait and then pick off the Yone Akali, because they're going to have to dive onto that backline. This is a very win early, snowball, as you said, fits the Nunus on the team comp for Towson. They get behind early, I have a lot of concerns, especially with the Yone in the top lane. You're going against an Ornn. How many kill opportunities are you really going to get against an Ornn? How far can you get ahead? Are you able to maybe roam down? Of course, with the teleport changes, something that everyone's really used to now, but it still feels weird to me because I've been playing League of Legends for so long. You can't go anywhere until 14 minutes. Yeah. You're just teleporting back to lane. So I'm curious if Towson will maybe get creative, try and force fights around an early Rift Herald, maybe try and force fights around an early Dragon where they just give up early plates top lane to that Ornn to get Yone ahead, because you're not going to kill Ornn very often. He's going to get those masterwork items, and then you're just going to say, maybe we should just pick the tank in that bot lane. So Towson is a very tough comp, but if it works, It's the comp that I was describing early on that's kind of cheesy enough to pull off what would be an upset over the Redbirds, who have the advantage on paper. Looks like we're about to hop into game number 1 here shortly. We will see who comes out on top. I'm excited to see it, Grapes. Do you have an early lean? I know we've kind of described both ways teams can win. Do you have an early lean on who you think might win the first few fights and look pretty strong in game 1, maybe 20 minutes in?
Well, that's depending on how you phrase the question here, Fish, because I think if you're talking about who's going to win the early fights, maybe you look towards Towson with that Caitlyn and the Nami down in the bottom lane. You have this Yone and Akali, some assassins that can really get ahead of their respective solo laners, but might not be able to, carry the game out in a late, in some of these later game fights. And so, even though Towson might have the edge in the, they say, pre 14-minute mark, once some of these big items start to come up and once these teams start to group, if you can get Justin Dozer to a decent spot where he's not super far behind in a 5v5, and as long as you have a correct amount of peel coming out from the Janna and the Ornn out of the Redbird squad, I do favor them in some of these later game 5v5 team fights. So unless the snowball from Towson is really, really big towards the beginning of the game, I think Redbird can take this game. And just again, judging from the OPGGs of some of these players, definitely not something that we would be too surprised with coming into this game. But of course, for the side of Towson, they have the opportunities to go forward and be really aggressive. And if they are able to take it, it's going to be a very explosive game here, Fish.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm curious if Towson maybe tries to invade early. That would be the one thing, as we pointed out, the win condition for Towson gets ahead early, especially on that Yone and Akali. Maybe you try a 5-man dive somewhere, or even a 4-man dive to put those champions ahead if you can catch out the Redbirds. This is an experienced team. I'm assuming everything's going to be awarded, but it sounds like we're just moments away from hopping into game number 1 here between Illinois State and Towson. Week 3 of the NECC. One of these teams is going to come out 3-0. The other one will suffer their first loss of the season. They'll drop down to 2-1, and they'll have to regroup. But we got a lot of League of Legends ahead before we can pick either way which ways that one's going to go. We're just waiting to hop into game here. And I'm everything. This is what I love about Collegiate League of Legends, Greg, because you and I were talking before the show. Hey, who do you think's going to go here? Who do you think's going to go here? We get in the game, we're like, oh yeah, the mid laner that we were hyping up, he's playing AD carry now, by the way. So I really am curious to see how that. I think that maybe be the biggest question mark for me is how will that role swap go? Did they just not feel comfortable in their AD carry? Was he unavailable? Of course, they're students. Maybe he had a test. Moving your best player down to a role he doesn't play is either going to work out spectacularly, or it's going to blow up in your face, and we might see an entirely different roster in game 2 if that Jinx isn't able to get online. I'm really curious to see how Justin does. He's the wild card right now.
Well, I think Justin will be playing regardless of what position he's in for the entire series. I mean, he is the highest rated player in both of the teams combined. And I think it would be a bit interesting to see Redbird deviate from that and have him have him on the bench for one of these games. But yeah, obviously going to a different role is definitely an interesting point. If you take a look at the match history from Justin Dozer, it's almost exclusively mid lane. Do you see a couple of support games in there as well? But really not much towards the bottom side of the map. So it is interesting to see him kind of transition over there. Maybe Redbird, just in terms of looking at all their players, think that they have a better mid laner than a bot laner to come in there instead to try to fill in for some of the shoes that Justin would have. So we'll see if it ends up happening. Of course, I think Justin Dozer is definitely a player that we have to keep our eyes on this game, regardless if he's in the mid lane or in this new role in the bottom lane.
Off game number 1. Actually, bit of a sneaky invade there from the Redbird. Just end up getting a ward down, and everyone else just simply plays this one calm. I'm curious to see, as you point out, the Diana's a bit weak early, but Nunu, I mean, yeah, you can counter jungle, but you're not getting in a 1v1 skirmish early on here. So I'm curious what Love You Gently is going to want to do. It looks like both jungles going to start on the bottom side of the map. So maybe we will see more fighting in the top lane than I expected in the Yone versus Ornn matchup.
And I actually think this is a very decent spot for Towson to actually be here in Fish, because as the jungle paths end up going down, both of them will be headed from bot to top. Love You Gently on the Nunu, you wouldn't necessarily expect a full clear, but obviously we'll see what happens here on the Nunu. I think he has a lot of different options in terms of how they want to path, but with the priority that Timeless will generally gain in this top side, just playing this Yone versus the Ornn, it will allow Love You Gently to get into the enemy jungle rather efficiently at around the level 3 mark when Coleus is starting to finish up their clear. So if we see an invade, might be around that time, and with both of these junglers pathing towards the same side of the map, I think actually does benefit Towson a little bit, but of course we're gonna have to see how it ends up going. We do see actually Love You Gently skipping all of his other camps in the bottom side, maybe heading for a level 2 gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, here comes the snowball. They want to see if they can blow a flash early on a Lion lifesteal. Will the great biggest snowball ever make it there? It will not. He'll dash away. We'll get a little bit of damage on it, but the Yasuo escapability means it's a great attempt, but they didn't get anything for it.
Hey, you know, I respect that here, Fish. Love You Gently and the rest of the Townsend squad. You see them and you think their composition, you think explosiveness, and right off the bat, it's a level 2 Nunu gank. That's about as explosive as you can get. Actually, then crucially, their Lion lifesteal did hit level 2 right as the snowball was about to come in, which allowed him to get that extra dash in onto Rex Torres to dodge away from that snowball. So really crucial in terms of the leveling there to keep himself alive, or at least keep himself with both of his summoner spells in tow, which will allow him to survive this gank, and actually does send Love You Gently pretty far behind in terms of the clear, just finishing up that red buff. Only has 2 camps compared to the 5 that Coleus now possesses.
Coleus looks like he is going to maybe make a move up onto the top side of the map. Lots of trees already going to engage onto Timeless. We'll see if Timeless falls for the bait. He's got a big wave. He's going to dash in. Here comes Coleus, knocked up in the air. That is a first blood for the Redbirds. But meanwhile, back in the mid lane, here comes Nunu once again. But Lion Lifesteal still has the flash with Sleeping Blade once, twice. And Yasuo once again will just make a mockery of everyone and be way too sticky to get.
Wow, great start from Redbird to start off this game here, Fish. You have the early jungle pressure as well, and you get a kill on to the Diana for first blood. Of course, Diana, not the greatest ganker until you get to level 6, but you have an Ornn knocking up your laner. It's going to be pretty easy to dive in onto her, so Coleus was able to pick up that kill. Really nice to snowball that lead. Already has that Hextech alternator off of that first back. Will be really, really fed here on this Diana to start things off. And again, in the mid lane, it's really hard to gank this Yasuo as the Nunu, with the snowball coming in relatively slowly at the early levels. Just allows Lion Lifesteal to dash around and does 2 unsuccessful ganks, onto Love You Gently to start this game off.
That's a great punish by the Redbirds as well, because they ended up stealing the Rift Scuttle down on the bot side of the map because of the fact that Love You Gently was trying to double gank mid. You see he's going to look to a bot side, but he immediately gets pinged out. Looks like the snowball still might connect, but he loses a ton of gold on that Rift Scuttle. I know it was reduced a little bit in the season, but that's a great punish by the Redbirds bot lane to say, okay, we know where the jungler is. We're just going to take his Rift Scuttle, and now Love You Gently is just getting further and further behind.
Yeah, and that's generally how this jungle matchup ends up working here, Fish. Of course, the Diana really loves to power farm, get to that level 6 as fast as possible. But for this Nunu, for Love You Gently, not really as much about getting as much income. It's more about impacting the early lanes with things like that snowball, which can be a very, very strong ganking tool for the Nunu. So, gonna sacrifice some of the camps in terms of favoring the farm. But the problem is, if you're not getting these ganks off, you're just falling behind time and time again. And we already see this. Coleus ahead 3 camps and also has that first blood. So, as you said, jungle matchup working very much in favor of the Redbirds, as they're also gonna pick up this first Drake, presumably.
I mean, that just shows you how much confidence Coleus has. You're trying to do a 5-minute Drake against the Nunu? That is absolutely unheard of, but because of the no Rift Scuttle, they should get this. There's no smite on Love You Gently. He's going to have the consume, obviously, but he's got to flash in. There's no smite on Coleus, but he doesn't get the consume. Coleus picks it up, but they are going to be able to punish CCD, as Rextras will pick up a kill. Now, Coleus ended up going back in and gives away his life. He was out free, it looked like, but he ends up getting caught as well, and it's a 2-for-1 trade for Dragon.
Yeah, honestly, not bad, all things considered, there for the side of Towson. Of course, if Love You Gently had the smite, I think it would have been much more of a closer 50-50 on that regard. Of course, being that Nunu without that smite, you still have the consume, but Coleus was able to secure the Drake. But I want to shout out 6PM there. She did a really great job of buffing up Ronin there in the backline, and even though the Caitlyn didn't end up picking up any kills, definitely did a whole lot of damage and was very impactful in terms of taking down 2 members there of the Redbirds. So now the gold lead now back into Talison's favor. Of course, the Dragon still has gone over, but a very, very important set of kills going over to keep this game even.
Now, I'm curious in Rift Herald spawns if Taliesin will look to make an early play, because we've already now seen that Coleus wants to make early objective plays, especially because of how far ahead he was. He still has a pretty sizable lead, especially in CS, and I'm curious in a minute from now if that Rift Herald will be an immediate objective, as it looks like You might have a gank onto Rextrus here. Diana's going to take the long way around. I don't think the Akali knows. There's no wards in the mid lane. They want to jump onto this Akali. Coleus is not level 6 yet, though. The Akali will perfect execution once away. R2 is going to dash to safety, so they'll burn an ult in exchange, but unfortunately, no kill for the Redbird.
Honestly, not that bad, all things considered here for Redbird. You did not burn any crucial summoner spells. Of course, the ultimate was not available onto Coleus. All you do is get rid of that perfect execution onto Rex Taurus, and now, as soon as Coleus hits level 6, as he just does, can make a return right back to that mid lane very shortly. Of course, Rex Taurus still has the flash, but actually, we see a bit of a trade here in the top lane. Timeless might be in trouble.
Ooh, nice flash away from the call of the Forge God. That is huge. The ult's going to knock him up. Lots of trees. Has to flash away as well. Meanwhile, in the mid, Rexer is stuck by. Doesn't have the teleport. He's got to be very careful underneath that tower. Timeless going to have assist from Love You Gently here. Probably trying to bait this board in, but doesn't matter. They pick up 2 kills across the map. Great.
Wow, that's just Ornn damage, I guess. Has a Warden's Melt to his name and is just able to slap Timeless upside the head with that Brittle proc. Always overestimate that how much damage that can do early on into the game, but Ornn is definitely a formidable opponent in the 1v1, so second death of the game here for Timeless. We'll be able to use that teleport back, so won't lose out on too much, but this top lane matchup, we were talking about, you know, being able to kill the Ornn, and if it's possible, really early on into this game, Fish, the answer might already be no.
And meanwhile, I mean, you called it perfect too, Graves. As soon as Coleus got his ult, as he's going to smite the Rift Herald right in front of Love You Gently's face, he went back and killed Rextrus off screen while we were watching that top lane fight.
Yeah.
And it was just as you said, they got the ultimate, they Yada Yasuo comboed the Akali right under the tower, and this is exactly what the Redbirds wanted. The carries for Towson are getting behind, and you look in the bot lane, yes, there's 2 assists on Caitlyn, but Justin Dozier in his ADC debut, at least to our knowledge, 75 CS, hasn't thrown away a death yet. He's playing pretty strong as 6 p.m. almost goes in. Here's Rextrus on the back line. I don't think the bot lane knows. Exhaust going to go on to Ronan. 90 caliber not going to land there as well. There's an ignite on the CDSG, but a great ult forces the Akali away. They should be able to kill Justin, and they will, but they only pick up 1. There's a great Janna ult. Kind of killed his AD carry, but it prevented the Akali from picking up what would have been easily both kills.
Yeah, not that bad, all things considered. I think that for Towson, maybe wish he got a little bit more, but getting gold into the heart of Rex Taurus, definitely always a good thing. And of course, the crucial thing in that trade is you have Justin Dozier go down, which means that he is unable to pick up this wave that will be crashing into his turret. DCD trying his best to keep the wave there, but I don't think it'll be there in time before Justin gets back to base. Rift Herald procced in the top side, so even more gold now into the hands of lots of trees. Love You Gently's trying his best to try to defend this and allow the wave to get into the Yone's hands, but nice on the Redbirds. They're pressuring on the opposite side of the map right after that play from Rex Taurus down in the bottom lane.
They do not want to let this Yone be able to play the game. More gold on the Ornn means he's just going to be even harder to kill. It looks like they might even be baiting Timeless. You see the pings, you see the Diana roaming up. They want to bait Timeless into a kill. Lovely Gently is there as well. They quickly realize it's a 2-on-2. Call of Forge God. Gonna get stopped by the snowball when he gets the redirect, but it's not gonna matter. Timeless picks up 1. Absolute Zero going to be used, and Lovely Gently will pick up the kill. And the Redbirds get a little overzealous, but they should. Oh, nice Twilight Shout. Gets Rex Taurus away. Thought he was dead for sure.
Little cheeky play there. The tornado will not have enough range to go land over the rocket.
The snipe from Justin.
That's the mid lane is where he lives there, Fish. Whether it's through, you know, getting kills through the rockets or, you know, just playing in the mid lane traditionally, that's where Justin Dozier thrives, getting kills in the mid lane, regardless of what position he's playing. Really nice snipe coming out from him. He's having a great game already, even though he did die on that bottom lane roam. Still up 20 CS and definitely ahead in gold at the moment. So the Jinx Snowball working pretty well early on. Gold lead about 800 into Redbird's favor.
I'm absolutely insane. But as you said, probably even put him ahead because Caitlyn did have the kill and the 2 assists, but he lives at the mid lane. And now this dragon is interesting. The last one was an early force thanks to vision control from the Redbirds. Now the vision is even around that Infernal Dragon, so we will not get an Infernal Soul. We'll have either Cloud, Mountain, or Ocean as our souls for this game, and I'm curious if the Nunu will try and force it, if there's a jungler who can burn it down, Nunu is your man, or if we'll get more of a delayed fight. Of course, the teleport's still not active for 3 more minutes, so neither top laner can really join in this fight. Everyone's coming down. this could be the first fight where the Redbirds either start to snowball ahead, or Towson gets back in this game as tidal wave. Just has to deny the gate. Colo's going to go in anyway. 6 p.m. has to flash away. Going to get hit by the zap. Super Mega Death Rocket will not pick up the kill. Love You Gently now. Caught out. Here comes Rex Taurus on the backline. It's Colas who's caught all alone and gets soloed down. 4v1. Rex Taurus with the perfect execution. Nearly picks up one more, but a great monsoon by CCD is just going to mean it's a dragon in one for Towson.
And I think we saw a little bit of desperation there coming out from the Redbirds. We saw Coleus actually go for that gank down in the bottom lane instead of focusing Love You Gently here in the jungle. And I think that was just because of the priority that Towson set up there down into the bottom lane. So instead of trying to focus around the objective, they knew they had the numbers disadvantage, and Redbirds wanted to try to make a play here onto 6 p.m., one of the squishier players of Towson, but instead did not end up paying off. The peel from the tidal wave was enough, and it just results in another kill going into Towson's hands. They even up the dragon count at 1-1.
That was so weird to me that the tidal wave was perfect from 6 p.m. and for some reason the Redbirds still pulled the trigger. They could have easily walked away, probably even picked off Rex Taurus and Love You Gently in that disadvantageous fight. So it's crazy, as you said, they just want to force their advantage. We've seen this story before. Will it work out any differently?
Ooh.
No.
And Lion Lifesteal has not gotten hit by any of these snowballs, but here we go.
Absolute Zero is going to break it, force the flash away. Great Moonfall is going to come in. They're not going to be able to land the combo, though. But Love You Gently is going to get run down. Super Mega Death Rocket will miss. Can he get to a minion? The answer is no. Huge shutdown. And now Rex Taurus has to be careful. Deanna wins these fights 10 times out of 10. Ivalish is just... No.
Oh.
No!
Wow.
This board is bullying him in the top lane.
Look at all the armor that Lots of Trees has up there. You said the plated steel caps, the Warden's Mail, and also just an additional cloth armor because why not? And that just allows him to go straight under the tower. Screw the Yone damage, screw the turret damage. He's just able to take all of it, picking up another solo kill for himself up there. We're able to probably get this plate, maybe before it ends up falling, but either way, topside going very, very well here for Redbirds. And going back to that mid lane play, of course, we did see the shutdown was on Love You Gently at that point at 2-0 and 3, but in the 1v1, that's where we said that the Nunu ends up struggling. So we'll see if he's able to help something here in the 2v1. Power does go down, but Lion Lifesteal might be in trouble again.
Jump on him one more time. Lion's Lifesteal now going to try and kite. There's really no one close, so this will be the Yasuo mobility test. Perfect execution going to be burned here. Rex Taurus should be able to pick up the kill.
No way.
Last breath going to be used on the Love You Gently. He ends up picking it up. Finally, took him 14 minutes, and I think that was the 4th try of the game to kill him. But it finally works out. Hey, Yasuo just proving how sticky he is, how tricky he can be, and that's the first snowball that's hit him so far, Grit.
Well, you know, if at first you don't succeed, you try again. And if not, then you try again, then you try again, and again. And eventually, you'll be able to take down the Yasuo. Love You Gently has really been prioritizing this mid lane. It's what we talked about in the pregame of this draft here, Fish. And so far, things are going pretty well here for the Towson side, all things considered. Remember, we did speak about Redbirds being the favorites. Of course, the gold actually largely in their favor, especially now because of that bunch of kills going here. Towson's going to try to respond with this Rift Herald. Lots of Trees is doing his best to try and deny. Timeless on the way as well, but this could be a bad fight for Towson if they are not careful.
They are able to pick up the Rift Herald. They'll claim that objective bounty. Absolute Zero going to be used. A great combo there from the Yone, but the health bar's critically low. It's Rex Taurus who's the first one to fall. Love You Gently goes down as well as Timeless just gets out of dodge. And they just spent too much time. As soon as Lots of Trees came down, they probably could have finished that off about 5 seconds quicker, but Rex Taurus and Love You Gently kind of debated right in front of us, Grapes, if they were going to disengage or not, and it took them a really long time to figure out what they wanted to do.
Yeah, their attention really was split there, and again, I do think that they could have taken that a lot faster. Trade to the bottom side, though. Here's the tidal wave.
Oh, Yasuo with the great last press. The stopwatch barely keeps CCD alive, and CCD's going to live. That's a 2 for nothing. That is huge.
What a close call there. I wouldn't be surprised if it was single-digit health onto CCD's side. And I'm not sure if Ronan at 6 p.m. knew that they were getting collapsed on here by Lion Lifesteal, but either way, really decent job by them to try and just burst down a player before ending up falling in the trade. Just fortunately, it just was not enough. CCD with the shields was able to survive, and now Coleus is just able to bully Love You Gently here in the jungle.
Nunu might be able to make it away. Trying to click the blast code, ended up getting turned around. And that is another kill for the Redbirds. And it really feels like, Extras, you're not going to fall for the same thing, are you? 6 PM's going to come for the assist. They're going to jump on the Yasuo. They had no idea that Diana was there. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to miss. This looks like a disengage. Coleus picks up one. There's the perfect execution. With the zap missing, it'll be a 1-0, and Towson just needs to run away and reset. But going back to that bot lane kill, Grapes, it felt like the bot lane for Towson was like, okay, we just lost 2 members top side in that Rift Herald exchange. We can make a play bot lane. They almost did, and I think that's probably why they over-regressed, because they feel like this game's slipping out of their control, and bot lane's the only lane, 2-1 and 2 for Ronan on that Caitlyn, that feels like it's still going even with the Redbirds right now in game 1.
Yeah, and over the past 5 minutes, these map rotations from Redbirds have just been absolutely incredible. It seems like they're always in the right spot of the map. They're going to be able to pick up this second Drake as well, so getting even closer to the potential soul stacking. Honestly, if the way that this game has been going for the last couple of minutes, might not even need that soul to end the game here, Fish. So you blink and you miss it. It's all of a sudden a 6,000 gold lead in favor of Redbirds, and big shout out to Coleus here. Did fall behind a little bit in the beginning, but was able to really snowball his lead against the jungler in Love You Gently, who just continuously went for these ganks. And Coleus didn't necessarily go for as many early ganks, but when he was able to, the opportunities really were just better. And the setup was there for him as well. Now have 7 kills, up about 3 levels here onto the Nunu. And that's where I think we're going to have to focus a lot of our attention when we get towards some of these later game fights.
I mean, we talked about it. The way for Towson to win this game was going to be through the Yone, through the Akali. And a combined 2, 7, and 5, that's just not what you're looking for. They are going to be able to get some tower gold here onto the Akali and the rest of the team with that Rift Herald that they picked up in that fight. And they'll get some extra gold thanks to the objective bounties as well. Help shrink what was a 6k gold lead just a little bit. But if your backline assassins aren't in the game right now and are struggling to be relevant, Graves, I'm concerned. So this might be a great chance. Snowball's going to land on the Lion Lifesteal. It's another 1v2. Great last dress with the double knock. The absolute 0 misses, and the Yasuo picks up 1. We've seen this story before, and that really feels like that will be what dooms Towson there, losing a 1v2 dive onto the Yasuo.
And finally, Lion Lifesteal gets his revenge. All the ganks that happened in the mid lane from Love You Gently, he's finally able to take down both of them in the 2v1. Really good last press, 6 PM. Not long for this world either. While we were watching that 2v2 down bot, everybody else on Towson ended up dying as well. So a clean ace effectively on all 3 lanes for Redbirds. They're pushing on all 3 sides of the map as well.
Should be able to get this top inhibitor turret with ease with the first respawn coming for Rextrus. Looks like they will walk away, maybe go over towards the mid, but with the short respawn timers, of course, we just now hitting that 20-minute mark. Will they stay long enough? Coleus stays in. Perfect execution is going to be popped here by Rextrus. Has the second charge. Going to dash in with the shuriken flip. Picks up 1,000 gold shutdown. That's one way for that Akali to get right back in the fight. But unfortunately, I don't think you're escaping Justin and company. Flash over the wall, maybe.
Justin has no mana.
Online. Yeah. As you say, he's no mana.
Maybe you can get one with him. Let's. Okay, never mind.
That was a gold shutdown for 1 death. I mean, positive game. That's a net game for Towson.
At this point, yeah, very, very worth it to just go for these plays and get some kills, get some gold wherever possible. It's now a 10,000 gold lead here for Redbirds at the 20-minute mark. And for the side of Towson, if you want to get ahead, you got to just keep your eyes on those shutdowns. You got to go for as many of these picks as possible. Use Love You Gently effectively as a one-way ticket straight in with the snowball. Maybe trade 1 for 1, 1 for 2. But if you're able to get gold into the carries like Timeless, like Ronan, could be a small avenue of opportunity back into the game. Of course, at this stage, Redbirds is very far ahead and they have the scaling composition. So wouldn't be surprised if they just close this out. But if you are Towson, you need to try to find some way to get back in, and that just might be one of them.
I will say the one advantage, speaking to your point that Towson has with that, is the Redbirds have been very aggressive as they're going to catch Ronan out here, going to be forced to flash call. The Forge God going to be used. Timeless looking for a back end dive. Meanwhile, Born looking to nearly CC Ronan into the Super Mega Death Rocket, but he'll just 1v1 him and well. And now Timeless is caught out, has to flash away. Saying before that, though, the Redbirds have been aggressive. They're leaving themselves open, Graves, but now you look at that fight and it feels like, okay, maybe they're just too far ahead to be punished. they're going to hop onto the Baron, and that could seal this game here at 22 minutes, as they're going to basically get this uncontested.
And as this Baron goes down, just prayers up for Ronin. He feels so bad. He just got perma-knocked up by lots of trees. Literally was unable to play the video game at all throughout that fight. And that's just kind of how the rest of this game is probably going to go here, Fish, with the Baron picked up. Now an 11,500 gold lead. And Redbirds will try to make it more as they're gonna push down the lanes with this empowered minions and finish off what has been a very strong, very dominant game one of the best of three.
I'd like to see them get a bit more aggressive here with this Baron. I mean, they're just using it to clear out wards. They have a dragon up in 25 seconds. It looks like they'll reset for it, but it's not even soul, so I don't think Towson really has to fight over it. Is Rextrus has to be careful. This is probably your last fight if you're Towson, but Grapes, I think you have time. You can concede this dragon and just, I think you're okay with that. That's just time ticking off of Baron, because what's the difference between one Cloud Drake and two Cloud Drakes for the Redbirds at this point, besides just wasting Baron time?
Yeah, not a whole lot. We do see the rest of Towson still actually hovering around the area. I think the dragon just goes down too fast for them to even have a chance to react, but as you said, it is time taken off of the Baron buff, but with this extra mobility, maybe can look for something. Here comes Coleus, misses the Q, so might not go for it just yet, but again, keep an eye on this Yasuo-Diana duo. If they're able to get an ult onto the backline, this game is just automatically over.
Mid inhibitor, turret, and the inhibitor gonna go down. The top inhibitor will probably follow. Love You Gently just trying to clear out the way, but everything's stacking up against Towson. They have defend their base from an oncoming siege. They're even just going to go for the triple inhib, win more strategy. Ronin will get caught. That will probably start the snowball in the wrong direction for Towson. They're going to jump right onto the back line. After Zero is going to come in. The Nunu, one more point of damage will do it. Rextrus fall as well. 6 p.m. in Timeless. Look like they're just going to stay alive. Maybe 6 p.m. will go down with the ship, and she will. Timeless, will you preserve the KD, or will you go for the last pick on the Justin? The shield just way too large for the Janna. And the Redbirds, the varsity team for Illinois State, will pick up game number 1. Grapes. It wasn't a dominant win. It took them a while to get to the point we thought they were going to get them to, and I think a lot of it was mistakes that Towson can correct more than the Redbirds just taking over this game. Coleus was, I thought, way too aggressive at times, but it ends up paying off. He gets so far ahead, he ends up one-shotting everyone. But I think if Towson reins back the ganks and reins back Timeless trying to 1v1 an Ornn, this game could have gone on much longer.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting point there. Towson, they did have the composition where you really did have to get ahead in the early game. I think even if they didn't fall behind by around the 15-minute mark, Redbird would still be in a very solid position to close the game out. So I respect them going for a lot of these really early Nunu ganks. Of course, ganking a Nunu against the Yasuo is really hard. The dash we saw, really Lion Lifesteal was able to dash in throughout the minions, even throughout some of the champions. And the snowball, which is really what you rely on a lot of the time here for this Nunu, really wasn't able to work out. Maybe if we did see it focused more towards the top side against the Ornn, could have been an area where you could have gotten a little bit more of a lead. But either way, Towson, I think if they want to play more of the sit back and relax style, they're going to have to change it up in the draft. Otherwise, Redbird, I mean, this is what we were kind of expecting coming into this series, just looking at the players that both sides had, but really solid from them. Of course, there were some mistakes that can be easily corrected, just in terms of slight differences in their macro play. But once you get to a certain point in the game, the team fighting out of that team was very, very impressive, and I'm excited to see how it matches up for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I gotta say, shout out to Lots of Trees. I kind of thought I had him pinpointed as like, okay, just stay alive, Lots of Trees, because you're kind of like the weak point that maybe they can exploit. He played phenomenal on the Ornn. And so, as you said, I think it goes back to the draft. Towson, if they end up having a tank matchup, probably just need to go tank v tank or get a little bit more creative than the Yone. I didn't hate the Nunu, and I know it's it's what Love You Gently loves to play. I think that one was fine, but maybe you just ban away the Yasuo this time. I would have much rather seen the Gragas they banned away than the Yasuo. So we'll have to see. We'll take a break here. We've got game number 2. Can the Redbirds move to 3-0, or can Towson get us to a game 3? We'll find out right after this break.
Nice.
Welcome back into the NECC week number 3 here. We're kicking it off in the Emergent White Division, Fish and Grapes here. We just got done with game number 1 between Redbirds Esports and Towson. The Redbirds picking up a quick 22-minute win. But I think as we talked about, Grapes, there's a lot of things in the draft that's going on right now. As soon as I get it done, we'll give it to you guys that I think Towson can correct. I think a lot of it is going to be, one, you probably can't let a B5 Yasuo get through because that Yasuo ran circles around Love You Gently. But if you take care of that Yasuo, I would assume he's going to be banned. I think a lot of their lanes were perfectly fine picks. Maybe you don't go with Kali Yon and you go something a little bit more stable in the mid lane, but I don't think overall Towson had too many issues besides just letting a Yasuo through B5 with a Diana already on the team. I'm hoping they correct that in this game.
Yeah, I mean that's the first thing to look at. But first of all, I just noticed, Fish, we both have 2 food names. So we're if anyone's hungry watching the stream, I apologize, but that's just how the lineup ends up working for today. But yeah, anyway, going back to the draft here, Fish, that looking at the way that ended up unfolding was really strange. Of course, with the Diana coming through on that 3rd pick, you would expect the Yasuo ban to come through, especially considering that just Lion Lifesteal's one of his most played champions is that Yasuo. Instead, they end up taking away the Veigar instead the Fizz instead, which was a pick that he has played in the past, but doesn't really synergize as well with the Diana. So was a little bit interesting to see, and I'm sure that Redbird was happy to be able to pick up that Yasuo entirely. Of course, Diana really likes being that lone AP damage threat just to make it harder for their enemies to sort of itemize against. So definitely was happy to see that Yasuo would come through. I think it's just those little things in the draft that Towson have to keep an eye on. If they want to keep sticking with their early game composition, not the worst thing, but wouldn't you also be too disappointed with them going for more team fight oriented stuff? I think this is a team that um, won't win a lot of these early game skirmishes against a lot of these higher ranked players. If you try to just scale up a little bit, maybe focus a lot more towards the top side instead of the bot side this game, that could be an off avenue for Towson to try to even the series up.
I'm curious how many respect bans we're going to get from Towson. I mean, I would assume the Yasuo probably gets banned. Do they ban the Diana? Do they maybe ban the Ornn and maybe make lots of trees uncomfortable in that top lane? Because you and I were talking during the break. That top lane, as you mentioned, is probably the win condition for Towson. But you've got to make sure, and banning Ornn feels awful. I'm not going to lie. But you've got to make sure you make it in a lane because lots of trees just played his job phenomenally. Don't die. Ended up picking up a couple of great solo kills in that Ornn versus Yon matchup, which you wonder after 200 years how a tank kills a carry in a 1v1, but we don't need to get into that. So I'm curious, do they ban the Ornn? They need to win top lane, but it's so hard to win top in this meta because there's so many tank scrapes that lots of trees can just say, I'm going to play this tank. Good luck killing me. And there's really nothing Timeless can do about it.
Yeah, and that's just like maybe coming down to like the play style that both of these teams like to go for. When you look at Timeless's champion pool, it is a lot of these champions that do get countered by the tanks. The one champion that does do well on the tanks in his pool is his most played in the Darius, but unfortunately just got banned away in that game 1. So I probably not going to see that one again either. And when we look at it, the Yone, things like the Jax as well, like when you get to some of the later stages, maybe can take down a tank to pretty low in the side lane once you get towards the later stages of the game. But it is going to be hard. And for Timeless, this is probably the win condition that you do have. So I would like to see even more resources given over to him in terms of the draft. Maybe a couple more top lane bans thrown their way. And of course, sticking with that top lane R5 pick, maybe can just get a little bit more of an advantage and a better matchup for this top laner to go through.
And speaking of Timeless, I think the other thing is maybe have Love You Gently prioritize that lane. Now, I understand the new level 2 cheese with the snowball, 90% of the time, it's going to at least burn a flash. The 10% of the time is when a champion like Yasuo is involved, as you pointed out in the game, Graves. A perfect time level up allowed him to dash away from that snowball. But there were so many resources spent by Love You Gently. I mean, it took him 4 or 5 tries before they finally killed that Yasuo. So maybe you just have Rextrus in the mid say, hey, can you handle your own? Because it wasn't like the Yasuo was picking up solo kills against the Akali. It was a pretty even trade. CS slightly favored the Yasuo, but everything was pretty even. So maybe Love You Gently just needs to prioritize the top lane. I will say Colas got very aggressive early, and that's another point that I think maybe Towson can punish against the Redbirds is Colas, you can clearly tell, on his main champion, feeling himself a little bit, and I can't blame him. But maybe you punish the over-aggressive Diana, because at one point he was 2-3. So there are some ways in for Towson. I think this draft is going to tell a lot to us about what the comp is going to be, because I'm also worried maybe if Timeless doesn't get a good matchup, then you have to see, Grapes, where else can you carry? Is it Ronin? Who else can it be for this Towson team? Because we know Love You Gently. You look, he plays Dr. Mundo, he plays Nunu. He does not play carry junglers that you could maybe use as that extra carry if Timeless doesn't get a good matchup.
Yeah, Ronin and 6 p.m. They got their hands on a Caitlyn Nami lane that should be pretty oppressive in the early game, but against the likes of Justin Dozer, a very high skilled player against them, was really hard for them to get that advantage, even in that lane that you might have favored Townsend in the
Mhm.
first place. So maybe if we focus more jungle attention down to the bottom side, it could be an avenue to maybe shut down one of the better players on Redbird as well as getting Ronin ahead. But I think that the attention really does have to be towards this top side. I think that the player matchup does really favor the side of Towson there. And if a lot of the attention in the early game can be given towards the top lane, that could be a better topic of conversation. And I want to touch on this jungle matchup once more here, Fish. When we looked at Love You Gently in the early game, he sacrificed a lot of his early clear to try and go for these ganks. And
Mhm.
while on the other side, the Diana really didn't have the greatest KDA at the beginning of the game, was up farm maybe 5 or 6 camps throughout the entirety of the early game. And so even with a lot of the deaths and kills maybe not going in the correct ways, she was still very, very far ahead. And so Colas was able to carry the game eventually down the line. The items eventually started to come in, and that led to more kills going into the hands of Redbird. So I think if you are at the side of Towson, while the early ganking is great, you have to make sure that they're successful, and you have to make sure that Colas isn't getting as far ahead on a heavy farming jungler.
I'm also curious about our mid lane, and we talked a lot about the Yasuo, and I thought it was played well. But on the other side for Rextras, again, we talked about this Katarina one trick, which there's nothing wrong with that, because I mean, a lot of players will tell you one tricking on the ladder, easiest way to climb. Problem is when you get into a team environment, when you get into a scoutable environment, Grapes, that Katarina is going to be banned away. It was the first ban last time for the Redbirds. I would not be shocked if it's the first ban this time. And so I'm curious how deep his champion pool goes outside that Katarina. He only has one season on this account, so we really don't have a lot to base on besides he plays Katarina 95% of the time. I'm curious how deep that champion pool is going to go, because I don't think you're going to get Katarina here in game 2 if you're Towson. And now what do you play? The Akali wasn't awful, but it wasn't great. It was just kind of meh. It was what you expect from an Akali. He couldn't get ahead, and the Assassin's going to fall behind. I don't know what Rextras will have to be able to pull out, and that's going to be something you will learn here. If he pulls out a huge champion pick and he's able to pop off, great. But with a limited champion pool, this mid lane just looks like it's going to go in the Redbirds' favor, just because you're having someone play on something unfamiliar, because it's a slightly different environment in the NECC than it could be on the solo queue lab.
Yeah, I think the audience might not have as much context as we do in terms of why we're really favoring the mid lane here against Rex Taurus. But if you take a look at the OPGGs, the most played champion is that Katarina, which did get banned in game 1, right, Fish?
Mm-hmm.
The next most played champion is, I think, 6 other characters with 2 games played combined on each of them. So that's
Yep.
just not a lot of experience on a lot of these champions. Obviously, there are things like scrims where Rex Taurus can get experience on maybe other players, but this is definitely um, him out of his comfort zone a little bit when he's not on the Katarina. So headed into this game, of course, again, we saw a champion like the Akali that was relatively similar. I wonder if we see another champion with a similar playstyle, because that's just what he's familiar with. Something like the Aurelia could be an option just in terms of another one of those champions that he does have a couple of games on in solo queue.
Mm-hmm.
But probably going to just continue to see that explosive playstyle coming out of this Towson mid laner. And if it's anything like we saw in game 1, might not be the best matchup against the likes of Redbird.
And we were just waiting for game number 2 between Townsend and Redbird Varsity here in our Emergent White division. Redbird's picking up the game 1 win, looking to move to 3-0. Townsend, who's also sitting at 2-0, could maybe make it to 3-0. They win game 2. They force us to a game 3. Pro Draft, I think, just concluded. We'll wait to see what the picks and bans are going to be. I mean, I think We probably know what the bans will look like, Grapes. I'm assuming Katarina's probably going to be taken away. I don't see why Darius or Timeless's Darius doesn't get taken away from the Redbird side. For Towson, do they ban the Diana? Do they ban the Yasuo? Maybe do they ban something like the Ornn? Maybe you can justify a Jinx ban, but 80 carries are dime a dozen. There's about 4 of them that are top tier. I don't know if you can afford to ban something like that. I will say, the interesting note, Towson, they were red side for game 1. I don't know who picked for game 1. I apologize. But for game 2, we know that Towson gets to pick as the loser. They picked red side again. So they clearly think they have an R5 counter somewhere. I'd assume it's top lane, but I'm really curious what that R5 counter is going to be for Towson, because that could lose the whole draft if their counter pick is poor, because they picked second, I would assume, exactly for that counter.
Yeah, and in that game 1, it was the R5 for Towson was that Yone going into the Ornn. And while we did see a couple of glimpses of it looking okay, again, just having that tank matchup makes it really hard for a champion like the Yone to get through. So I probably would expect, all things considered, as we were talking about throughout this entire pregame, that top lane has to be the focus both in game and in draft. And with Towson back on the red side, it guarantees a counter pick in one of the lanes at least. So it will give an opportunity to counter pick in the likes of top side of the map. Not sure exactly what they will be opting for. Again, like, just considering that we're probably just going to see that Darius immediately taken off the board for Timeless, but I think that is where you have to go, and for Towson, that is a strategy that you were working with in game 1, and maybe that is basically all that you have in terms of the draft. Of course, red side, you lose the opportunity to go for a lot of these power picks, but you do get the counter matchups. And so I think with the way that all these drafts have been going in terms of a lot of these targeted bans going off the board, seeing Towson take red side means that they don't think that there will be just one big power pick to take. They think that they'll be able to match it decently well on the R1, R2, and also get that additional counter matchup.
I think the one thing also that's interesting for Towson is when you look at Love You Gently, we talked about not a standard player here, as it looks like we're going to hop into the draft in terms of just he doesn't play the Xin, he doesn't play the Lee Sin, he doesn't play the Jarvan. It's a lot more tank champions. So wanting to be something like a Xin Zhao or something like a Jarvan or something like a Lee Sin, maybe not a priority, as we see there's that Katarina ban we expected, and they end up going with the Jinx ban as well. So again, I think there's so many 80 carries, I'm not a huge fan of it, but they are trying to at least respect ban away things that took the cake in game 1, like the Diana and like the Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx, probably one of the strongest bot laners in the game, but as you said, Fish, a lot of really powerful bot that are still available. A champion that we didn't see throughout the entire draft of that game 1 was the Zeri, which did get nerfed on this patch, but I think still is regarded as a relatively high priority pick. Of course, things like the Aphelios, Jhin, Ezreal, also things that end up going through. As we round out the first phase of the bans, we do see, again, more targeting towards the Talisman side, that Darius taken away from Timeless, as well as a mid lane Lissandra ban against like Rex Taurus, trying to prevent some of that additional lockdown. But we do see the Ornn picked up once again by lots of trees. The counter matchup, which I did see was the R5 for the side of Towson, a Cho'Gath going over to Timeless.
Yeah, again, they already pro-drafted this, so when if you might see a ban, you're like, wait, why are they banning a jungler if they've already locked one in? Of course, this is the pro-draft. They're just recreating it. As you said, Chris, yeah, they got the R5. I don't think Cho'Gath is the counter. Is the counter pick you want, in the sense that Cho'Gath's not carrying a game. He's just not going to lose to Ornn. So now, Timeless is kind of removed as a potential carry. And now it's all up to Rextros, who's on the Ahri, which I love. With the rework, I think it's going to be a ton of fun to watch. And Rodin. So I get they got the counter, but the counter had to be a carry, in my opinion, not a Cho'Gath just to win the lane.
Yeah, and Cho'Gath will do fine into the Ornn. It's definitely a winning matchup in that regard. It has a similar level of durability, as well as just doing a lot of damage with those Vorpal spikes. If you combine it with the Grasp of the Undying, does a whole lot of work, and also just gives Cho'Gath basically a free lane to stack up those feat stacks. And I think once you get to a later stage of the game, you can get to a point where Cho'Gath both deals more damage than lots of trees and also is tankier with the amount of stacks if you're able to get those feasts in at the right times and get the stacks rolling. So that could be an option for Timeless, but it definitely isn't the smash lane strategy that we were expecting out of this Towson composition. As the draft has finished off, a couple of things that I want to point out before we hop into game. We do see a Ziggs actually locked in here for Justin Dozer. So maybe going back to some of his mid lane roots here with another mage in the bottom lane. But the one thing that this does scream to me is that this is a lot of magic damage on the side of Redbirds. And with the Cho'Gath lock-in on R5, this is a champion that does synergize very, very well with magic resist items. Things like the Spirit Visage, things like the Gargoyle Stoneplate, and of course Mercury Treads work really well on Timeless. And so if he's able to pick these up, will basically render him unstoppable through a lot of these fights. Another really interesting pick here in this draft fish is the Warwick for Love You Gently, picked up here against Colus's Jarvan. We were talking about how Love You Gently doesn't really play a lot of aggressive carry style junglers, but Warwick can be a champion that gets into that sort of style of gameplay if he's able to get a couple of items, and also is very successful in the 1v1 against Colus on the Jarvan. So I'm excited to see how that matchup goes up. I have not casted a game of Warwick in a very, very long time, I'll tell you that. So either way will be a very interesting thing to take a look at.
It shocks me because I don't think this was an awful Nunu game when you look at the comp, because the Nunu struggled with the mobility of the Yasuo, the ability of the peel for the Monsoon from the Janna. There's nothing like that for the Redbirds. That's a lot of stationary turrets with the Rise, with the Ziggs. I'm shocked that he didn't go back. I love you gently to that Nunu. I think the Warwick's a great pick for all the reasons you highlighted, but I think the Nunu might have been, if you want to gank mid level 2, Nunu with a snowball versus a Rise is going to go a heck of a lot better than it went against the Yasuo. So I'm curious why they didn't want the Nunu. And I'm also interested because anytime you see a Ziggs in the bot lane, Grapes, it screams, we're going to push. You have the insane tower damage. You have the insane structure execute. I'm curious because that lane for Justin and CCD, while it won, it never was pushing. It was very even. They trapped Ronin and 6 p.m. a couple times where they got caught trying to shove in for a kill. But this Ziggs, if he's not getting a ton of chip damage on the tower, he loses a lot of the reasons you pick Ziggs in the bot lane. And maybe, as you said, it's putting Justin back on a mage that he's more familiar with in the mid lane. But I'm curious if they want to try something cheesy with the Ziggs, if they're maybe going to try and go early Rift Herald, bring it down bot, put the Ziggs super far ahead, because now they know the Cho'Gath can't carry. Maybe they just put Ronin in a hole. But I'm curious what they want to do with the Ziggs, because I thought, Justin, you put him on Aphelios, you put him on the Zeri, as you said, he could win just as hard without the Jinx.
That's a great point that you bring up there, Fish. Of course, Ziggs is normally a champion that, as you said, really likes to get the early pushing advantage. But Caitlyn is also a champion that really succeeds in the push. And when you take a look at the support matchup as well, 6 p.m., she's on the Lulu, which is that range versus melee matchup against CCD on the Nautilus. So I do expect priority to lie in the bottom side for Towson as we get through this early game. But the one thing that I think that Redbird can utilize this Ziggs with is the global presence that it has here with Lion Lifesteal on the rise. And of course, you have Colas on the Jarvan. If that mid jungle duo makes their way down bottom, you will be able to destroy the tower essentially 100-0 if you are able to ever get a successful gank off once these solo laners hit that level 6 mark. So got to keep your eyes on that and how the rotations work for Redbird in this game, because they set it up with the Rise. And as we saw in game 1, their rotations worked really well. They were able to get around the map at the right times, and now having this Realm Warp available to them will open up even more opportunities for the squad.
Yeah, the Realm Warp, I assume they're going to try and appear behind Ronin and 6 p.m. 8 ton, because that is, again, without Timeless on a carry, that's kind of that lane where maybe, because Ronin was doing so well, ended up getting caught out at the end, and Orange just had so much armor last game. There's nothing Ronin can do. We're about to hop in to game number 2. It's the first game of the night here on the NECC. Emergent White, Redbird Varsity, and Towson. Both teams come in at 2-0. The Redbirds lead this best-of-3 series 1-0 and are looking to wrap it up, move to 3-0 here with maybe another quick game, especially with that Ziggs. As you mentioned, Grape, they can 100-0 at tower, so we will hop in. I really want to see what Towson has in a response, because you laid out that the Cho'Gath can win the lane, but man, I'm so concerned we're going to hit 20 minutes, and Towson's just going to look at each other and be like, okay, who's going to do damage to the other team? Will it be the Ahri or will it be the Caitlyn? Because they don't really have anyone else unless Love You Gently gets really far ahead with Warwick, and he doesn't have Flash on, which is already a very big concern to me.
Yeah, I think both of these team compositions lack a lot of damage to come the late game. I think Rise typically likes to go at this point in the meta for the sort of tanky playstyles, things like the Fimbulwinter and the Frozen Heart in his build as well. So there's really not a lot of consistent DPS on either side, especially when you get to the late game. The one thing, though, that does favor Taliesin in that matter is just the nature of the damage split in terms of the composition that Redbird set up. As we mentioned, the only AD that Redbird has is that Jarvan, basically, which is not a whole lot of physical damage to really be afraid of, especially comes sort of these later game team fights. So when you take a look at this top side here for the side of Towson, you have this Timeless on the Cho'Gath, as well as that Warwick coming in for their squad. Champions, again, really synergize with Magic Resist. I think if you just really seriously stack the MR for this Towson team, this low damage composition that Redbirds have set up will become even lower damage and will be really hard for them to break through. So I think that is the opportunity for Towson to get that advantage, and that's what I like to see out of this team. We were talking about how the draft in game one was a little bit weird because it didn't give them a lot of opportunities to come back into the game and scale up to the late game stages, and it really prioritized them getting ahead early, which obviously is hard to do against the likes of some really high skilled players on this Redbird team. So for the side of Towson in this game, if you're able to scale up, which is what you kind of have set up for yourselves a little bit more with this Cho'Gath in the top lane, it will allow for you to be a lot more unkillable in the late game and maybe allow for, of course, Ronan on the Caitlyn to maybe get a bit more ahead and be able to tear through some of these Redbird players.
Yeah, I'm curious if Colas will try and go more of like a carry Jarvan build, because you have the Ornn, you have the Nautilus, you don't need the Jarvan to be as tanky, and until a certain point, Jarvan can operate a lot like the Diana can, where you're just going to EQ on top of somebody, Cataclysm, they're trapped in there with you, and if you're far enough ahead, you'll 1v1 anyone in the game until about 30 minutes, and then Jarvan's damage slowly falls off. So maybe Colas tries to play the same, where I'm going to be the super carry, I want to get ahead, and as you said, yeah, we might get a lot of wet noodle fights here as we hop into game number 2. Redbird Esports on the left side in the blue. Towson looking to come back. They picked the red side. They got the counter pick in the Cho'Gath. We'll see if it pays off. And I will say the other thing I like here is maybe Colas, he was very aggressive game 1. He took a 5-minute dragon against Anunu. If Love You Gently doesn't have Flash, which he has Ghost, that's going to make it so much harder for that Warwick to get into Baron, into Dragon Pits, to contest objectives.
Yeah, the big thing there is on the red side, which means it'll be very hard to get into the Baron. Of course, you do have the Infinite Duress on Love You Gently to leap over walls and get to correct situations, but you really want to use that as a tool, not to get into places, but more as like an engage tool to try and lock down one of the main carries of Redbird. So either way, that is something that we have to take a look at here. Love You Gently will be very fast with the Ghost combined with the other movement speed synergies that he has in his kit. We were talking about global presence on Redbird here, Fish, as we start off this game. That's 3 teleports on the ISU side. So a whole lot of global presence. So once we hit that 14-minute mark, I'm expecting to see a lot of plays around the map. Of course, with this Ziggs and the Rise, they will have a lot of potential to burst down a lot of these towers. Could be an opportunity for Redbird to get that early lead.
Yeah, the teleport on the Ziggs tells me that Justin, again, not in his familiar role. I thought he played... This is something I could have seen them doing in game 1, right, Grapes? Okay, we'll get a little cheesy with Justin in the bot lane. He hasn't had much experience, at least in the ladder. As you said, maybe he's been playing it in scrims. It's hard for us to know that. But he plays phenomenally on the Jinx. It gets banned, and instead of opting for any of the other strong AD carries, immediately goes for the more cheesy mage tower killer. Because we already see some great damage onto Rextrus there. Luckily, guys get that heal plus Blade of Charm. I'm curious how often Ziggs is even going to be in this bot lane as they're already shoving down. Great Dredgeline going to land on the 6 PM, already forcing her flash early on.
I might be forced to eat my words here a little bit, Fish. That is Justin Dozer and CCD getting the early push against the Caitlyn Lulu, which is one of the strongest bot lane 2v2s that we have in the game of League of Legends. So it already is Justin getting the early push, and so maybe all things considered, could be a very decent matchup for this squad. We see Colas hitting level 3 on this bottom side as he just picks up the red buff. Of course, the wave will be bouncing back against the Redbird side, so we're pushing away from them. Could be a chance for Colas to go aggressive, but instead, might be going for an invade here. Love You Gently did actually take a lot of time to get over to this blue buff. Now with Colas coming in with the level advantage, could be really scary here for Love You Gently.
We have a ward, though it does get swept out. Colas probably just going to take Rift Scuttle. We'll see if he wants to now make a move up towards that blue buff. He's thinking about it, but no, he just wants to back. He's just going to reset. Or maybe he'll bait Rextrus in. He is getting chased down, though.
Yes, Colas crucially does have the flash, so without any escape potential on Rextars, can still be able to collapse and close a lot of distance here, but I think Rex Torres knows better, but Love You Gently is in a really awkward spot here. Again, doesn't have that flash, so we'll see if he's able to get out of this one.
We pop the Primal Howl for the damage reduction. The Primal Howl goes off. Dredgeline's going to secure first blood. Now it's Rextras who has to flash away. And unfortunately, Love You Gently just spent time in no man's land. Ended up being caught. It's a great rotation up by CCD, who's going to have a Dredgeline here probably in the next 5 seconds. So Rex Torres has to be careful. Does not have the flash anymore, but the Nautilus will reset. Too many minions blocking his way. And unfortunately, another early jungle loss here for Towson.
Yeah, I really don't know what Love You Gently was doing down there around the Dragon Pit. He kind of got behind enemy lines, and even though he knew that Colas has already probably cleared the rest of the jungle with the Risk Scuttler going down, still opted to sit around there. But again, that goes back to the bot lane priority that Redbird had set up. CCD was the first to roam with the pushing lane coming in, allowing for Justin Dozer to just keep the lane pushed, and didn't allow Ronin or 6PM to get inactive onto the map. And that left the numbers advantage here onto the Redbird side, which gave them that first blood. So again, Justin Dozer proving me wrong, showing me that the Ziggs can outpush a Caitlyn in these situations. So things are looking really good for Redbird right now. They're up about 1,000 gold, a little bit of a better spot than we saw them in game 1, and we both know how that one turned out.
And we look up top lane, and the problem I see, Grapes, is this looks a lot like game 1 in the top lane. Timeless is barely ahead, but he's not getting any kills. I mean, Lots of Trees has played this matchup phenomenally, and this was, you picked red side for this? Like, this is what I keep telling myself. Like, you wanted red side so your Cho'Gath could have 4 more CS than an Orb? Like, what was that for? Like, you maybe could have counterpicked somewhere else. But we'll have to see. There's still a ton of game left, potentially. I will say, CCD has been really impressive with these dredge lines as he looks to try and chase down. Ronin Exhaust going to go off, going to get the root. Nice polymorph flash away, and the 90 caliber net will get that Caitlyn to safety. So they'll trade flash for Exhaust and be able to disengage and maybe get a bit of wave shove in the bot lane for the first time for Towson.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that flash was necessary on Ronin's side. It looked like Towson was playing pretty well into the wave, but Love You Gently again in a bad spot.
Gonna pop that Primal Howl, gets the damage reduction. We'll get the fear, but he doesn't have much health to spare. Charm gonna miss. Now Rex Torres has the Spirit dash away. One more charge left. Can he find the reset? It doesn't appear to be that way. 6PM doing the support duty, going in to create space, and she will go down. Lion Lifesteal picks up one more, and Disaster strikes at the 6-minute mark for Towson. They lose 3, and they're going to lose Dragon.
Wow, this is just so impressive coming out from Redbird. They're utilizing the priority that they have in the mid and bot lane perfectly, picking up 4 straight kills from themselves around this bottom side river. And for Redbird, they know that the top side, is the matchup that is not really the one that they want to look at here. So instead, focus a lot of their attention towards mid and bot, make sure that they allow Colas to get ahead on this Jarvan, and they're going to look for even more. I think a dive is about to be set up here in the bottom lane.
Oh, poor Ronin. Oh, but CCD just takes it too long. I don't think that's a trade you want, Greg.
That was weird. I think that CCD was waiting for the wave to come in, but somehow ended up taking tower aggro even before he ended up doing any damage onto Ronin. So took about 2 extra tower shots there in that trade, which probably wasn't necessary in order for them to pick up the kill onto Ronin. Now Rex Torres making his way back over to the bottom side. Justin Dozer crucially doesn't have any mana, so will have not that much damage to do.
Oh, with this great shield onto Rex Torres, unfortunately Colas just has way too much damage. Even with Justin just auto-attacking,
oh my
they're going to flash forward. Colas going to level up here. Potentially has the Cataclysm if he wants to get the kill onto 6PM, but Ronin is back. Even without mana, it was just Justin poking him down, and once again, Lots of Trees gets away. And crucially, if you've been watching at home, Timeless has had the feast cooldown this whole time. When you mentioned it, Graves, maybe in the Orange versus Cho'Gath matchup, Cho'Gath can feast on cooldown because he knows he's not going to ever need to save it for a kill. He's been saving it for a kill. He hasn't gotten a feast stack in the last minute.
Yeah, and you saw up there that Towson tried to go for a gank up there on the top side, but again, Lots of Trees just too tanky too early on, was able to escape there with the Searing Charge. Didn't even have to pop the ulti. So just was able to get a decent reset up, get back to lane really quickly with that teleport. But back to the bottom side trade there, Fish. That was very, very scary. And I think we might be seeing a repeat of history. Colas looking for another dive.
There is no minion wave this time, and I think CCD realizes he went a little too hard the last time, and there was a nice little ward in the tri-bush that also forced Colas away, at least for the time being. He's just going to counter jungle instead. And I will say that there's these little flaws, Grapes, where, like, if CCD doesn't die, this game probably feels over for Towson already. There's these little mistakes. The CCD's going to land a dredge line. Justin is just going to combo down 6 p.m. Turret maybe going to get a kill with the ace in the hole, but it gets blocked by Colas. Ronan is dead with the Cataclysm, but Colas? Oh,
the
my
minions!
God.
Minions!
No!
They
And
got
here
him.
comes Warwick! Hopefully Gently can pick up this kill
Oh no,
because of the
Justin
trap.
Dozer. Oh, this
Has-
is so. This is such an
Has
awkward
the Emperor
spot.
duress. He's just dead.
Hey, that got the plate, I guess, but that's a win going over to Towson at the end of the day. Big shutdown going up over against Colas as well. Maybe just a little bit too far forward, a little bit overzealous there onto the Redbird side. You do still deny a lot of that CS that Ronan would have really liked to pick up here. And you're picking Caitlyn Lulu and you're falling behind 20 CS at around the 10-minute mark. This is really not a spot that Towson wants to be in, but you do get some kills in onto Ronan as well. Gonna stay relatively on a decent enough clip in terms of pace, of the items to stay in this game for at least a little bit longer. Timeless, though, might be in a bit of trouble again. We were talking about the roaming priority here for Redbird, and we're seeing it pay off first in the bottom lane and now maybe in this top side.
Has the feast, and these dives from the Redbirds have not been clean so far. So there is a huge minion wave pushing forward. Gentleman Cho'Gath realizes his time is nigh. He will not find anything, and Ornn, more than happy to take the tower a few times. Rexturus is here, but doesn't have even full mana and even full health, so that was at least a good tower dive, because these tower dives are scaring me. Meanwhile, bot lane, here comes Love You Gently one more time. Gonna be able to land the fear on Justin. A great flash away from the Infinite Duress.
He's dead.
It's just Warwick's might just be dead. Wild Growth is going to land the Inferno Bomb. We'll take it right back down. Justin picks up a kill. Ace in the hole will be blocked by the Ziggs, but will that cost Justin his life? No, it won't. And here comes Rexturus for a dredge line misses. There's Lion and Lifesteal right behind the Ari. I think they have to just turn this one around. Root's going to land. Charm will land as well. Justin looking for one more kill. Not quite able to find it. Lion Lifesteal. Will he find anything? No. But once again, the Redbirds end up winning a very long and awkward fight with one kill on that Warwick.
Rexturus went for the roam, but he had a little buddy coming alongside him as well. And really good job from Redbird and Justin Dozer specifically from escaping all of the assets that Towson threw at that Ziggs, and still was unable to take him down. And the macro play coming out from this Redbird composition here, Fish, has been very impressive. Yes, Coleus is going to get this kill pretty easily. When you're talking about a team here in the NECC, you don't normally expect them to have macro in rotations this clean. But again, this is a team like Illinois State University, and while these aren't their main players, this is an organization that has a whole lot of coaching staff behind them, and these players definitely learn a lot as well from some of the challenger players that are also in the organization. So really, really impressive stuff coming out from them. They're showing why ISU is one of the most storied collegiate organizations here in North America, regardless of what roster they end up putting out.
And as you said, it's just a macro play that's so fantastic. They pick up a Rift Herald, they end up getting that mid tower, they're going to pick up the second dragon of the game as well. It will be another Cloud Soul. They could potentially take this fight. CCD is going to clear out a ward. Rexturus immediately turns tail. Same level as the jungler, which you never really want to see. When your mid laner and the enemy jungler end up being the same level, they're just going to retreat away. The Redbirds can do anything they want right now, Graves, and if they try another tower dive, they probably can pull that one off too. As CCD, he's just taking everything to clear some wards. Here comes the Primal Howl. They're going to land the fear onto the Nautilus. Step charge going to go onto the Ari on the back line. And Infinite Duress plus the Wild Growth, but there's just not enough help on anyone for Towson. They all are incredibly low. Justin Dozier has joined the fight with Super Mega Inferno Bomb.
My gosh.
He's now there to pick up a kill. Colas barely staying alive. He will disengage. It's a double kill for Ziggs. Can Lion Lifesteal make it one more? He cannot, but it's still a 3-0 for the Redbirds.
Oh, it's tragic there for Towson. CCD and Colas were both so low HP, but it's just a wallet diff at this point here, Fish. 9,000 gold at the 13-minute mark. this is just pure and utter domination, and it allows them, as you said, to just go throughout the map. Doesn't really matter what the rest of Towson want to do about it, because at the end of the day, Redbird have full control over Summoner's Rift. They're finally going to be able to use the priority that they've generated in this bottom lane to use the Satchel Charge to pick up that tower. And Justin Dozer officially, getting the better hand of this bottom side 2v2. We've proven us all wrong that maybe the Caitlyn would have that priority.
Turret plates fall and the objective bounties come up on the map soon. I believe that was 13 plates to 1 in favor of Illinois State at the end of the day. They cleared 2 turrets, and top lane is about just under 50%. That is so much extra gold that contributes to now what is a nearly 10k gold lead. But you have the objective bounties on the map, Grapes. There's ways for Towson to get back in, but I have to start to wonder and say, where are that ways? Because you look, top lane is dead even, which is not what you want when you had the counter pick. Everything else is incredibly far, at least 1,000 gold, if not more. I mean, it's 3,000 gold difference in the mid lane for that Rise versus the Ahri.
And the towers are just going to continue to fall here. Of course, as soon as Justin Dozer takes one down in the bottom side, ISU is just going to rotate all the way back up top, take another objective there with the Satchel Charge, continue the snowball going forward. And I think, what is it now? 2/3 of the gold is now into Redbird's favor at this stage in the game. Might be a little bit more as Cole's going to go in.
Ooh, nice blast call, but the Cataclysm chunks him down.
Oh,
the other 2 members, Rex Taurus and 6 PM, are caught in the crossfire. Ronin's just going to run away. This is another dead turret here. Doesn't even matter if the Ziggs uses the Satchel Charge. It is just simply dead. That is now 4 turrets to 0. The gold lead now up above 12k. And the Redbirds really can do no wrong at this point, as they might even get another tower out of all this, Grape.
Yeah, don't even need to go for the resets. I mean, it's not like anybody on Towson took you to any of the players super far down in terms of HP, as they can just continue to go in, take as many of these objectives as they want, and continue to scale up and get this gold lead to, I would say, levels that I have never seen before. It's 13,000 gold at 16 minutes. Typically you think of a game being really, really far ahead for one team when it's around 500 gold per minute at this point. This is way over that mark. We're way past that point. And for Towson, even though they do have like Cho'Gath to maybe scale up, and it really seems difficult for the Redbirds to lose control of this game at any point.
I'm curious how the Redbirds will play this. I mean, we have another dragon, would put them on Soul Point in a minute, but it's a Cloud Soul. You can only get so excited for that. I know I'm a big fan personally, but I understand Cloud Soul still has its limitations. And besides the Realm Warp, there's not too many ults. I mean, I guess the depth charge as well. There's not too many ults where the Redbirds are killing for movement speed. We are going to get a Spirit Rush and a Charm combo onto Justin here. He's going to try to jump away.
What?
The Super Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't even pick up the kill. As here comes the rest of the squad. Colas is there, has the Cataclysm. Who will be his target? He's going to get feared away. The Cataclysm rips apart Ronin Rex Taurus. Here comes the Nautilus as well onto the backline. And the Scream Face says it all. They do pick up one with the shutdown. Timeless is on the back line. Does not have the feast, though. Call the Forge God. Going to get one knock-up into the air. This should be a kill onto Ronin for CCD slowly and painfully. That Lion Lifesteal is going to come in, and that will be all that Towson has. Ronin just gets soloed by tanks, and I feel bad.
Well, it's gonna take a while. There's the hook to finish it off, but that basically summarizes how this game has gone here, Fish. If you're Justin Dozer and you win out basically 1-for-1 in a 3-versus-1 trade as a Ziggs of all people, that's a pretty good sign of how the game is going to go. And even though a couple of the Redbird members did end up falling, getting some shutdowns into the hands of Towson, it really doesn't feel like it matters at any point in this game. Despite all the kills going over, Redbirds are still able to pick up this third dragon, putting themselves at that Cloud Soul point. Just at this point, it's just the icing on top of the cake. If you're Redbirds, you're maybe just having some fun here, trying to figure out how quickly you can end this game or how fun of a way you can end this game.
Potentially, Towson has to be careful because now it's a 4-on-2. Rex Taurus and Love You Gently are there. Rex Taurus is no longer there as he gets deleted. Love You Gently will fall as well. 6 PM there's not much you can do. She will turn around, run for the hills, timeless and join her, but this will be a Rift Herald, and Rift Herald plus Ziggs?
Hey,
This could be GG.
Let's get the dancing Shelly here, Fish. That's what I want to see at this point. I think this game is pretty clearly going to fall in favor of the Redbirds at this point, but let's have some fun with it. Let's get a big push coming down the mid lane. I mean, Colas is so strong here on this Jarvan, and already has a Death Dance completed as well, so he's going to do a whole lot of damage, and also it's going to be really hard for any of these players to take him down. And that was the question about this Redbird composition, right? Can you get enough physical damage to warrant building armor? There is a Ruby cloth armor, sorry, on Timeless already, so proving that the physical damage isn't too much. This might be the last fight here, as lots of trees does have to dash away.
Ooh, they're going to use the Infinite Duress as well as the Wild Growth. They're trying to find a kill. Charm's not going to land. It is a 4-on-4. Ronin not available. Neither is Lion Lifesteal. And here he comes. Here comes the Call of the Forge God with the re-engage from the Cataclysm. The Call of the Forge God second hit will miss, but it's not enough to save Love You Gently. Ronin now back. Shelly has joined the fight. And this simply could just be a 4-man shove. Interesting enough that Lion Lifesteal looking to add one more turret to top lane. Step charge and a dredge line combo onto Ronin. That Caitlyn is dead, and that should be GG. But the respawn timers are short enough. Maybe to get one more attempt here.
Let's dance, Shelly. Come on, you can do it here. Got one tower down. It looks like the game is pretty much over. Respawns are coming through, but the crucial player here, Ronin, is pretty low.
The Shelly will be defeated, unfortunately. No dancing Shelly for us, Grapes. The Nexus exposed, but without Shelly, it looks like the Redbirds will they'll look to pad their tower stats at this point. They're going to go 10-0 here in game 2.
Yeah, only that bottom lane inhibitor tower is the only structure that basically is still available for the Taliesin side, and it looks like Redbirds are going to just play this one safe. You know, they could have maybe gone for another fight, tried to end the game like that, but it is always a little bit risky. And at this point, why bother going for the risk when you know you can take the 100% odds of finishing this game off on that next push? Baron now on the table as we have just crested that 21-minute mark. With some of the items coming through, we do see actually a lot more of an offensive strategy coming now out of some of these more frontline-oriented champions of Redbirds. We see a Serrated Dirk onto Colas, as well as a Void Staff onto Lion Lifesteal, so they know that they're ahead enough. They can try to just have some one-shotting fun.
I was curious if they'd go for the Baron or just look to end the game, but it looks like they'll look to go for the Baron as well. I mean, I'm curious. They probably go for that bottom inhibitor turret because Lion Lifesteal is down there. You get the perfect game, the 11 turrets, the 3 dragons, the 1 Baron, the zeros across the board for Towson. That's going to feel pretty good if Illinois State. The one last fight here for Towson. We'll see. They've got everything at their disposal. But, man, I don't know if they can do enough damage to really take care of anyone on this Redbirds team because of just how far ahead the Redbirds are.
Yeah, and moving forward into the rest of the NECC season, seeing a dominant performance like this from Redbirds against a 2-0 opponent like Taliesin definitely is really impressive. We'll see if Lion Lifesteal can get out of this, but might be a little bit scary here.
Does have the Realm Warp, but there's a ton of CC. The Infinite Rest is going to miss. Lion Lifesteal will flash away. The Charm will miss as well. He'll have the Blast Cone, but that won't even matter. The rest of his team is looking to end the game to the top side of the map. Oh, it's Towson that's looking to have some fun here.
Wait, yeah, look at Colas. Is he just hitting the Nexus?
Yeah, they're just looking to end the game. They get the top inhibitor. Here's the final fight here. While the Forge God is going to come in, but the Nexus isn't going to last much longer. Love You Gently will go down. Timeless will fall as well. Lion Lifesteal has walked back up into the fight. He will get charmed, but he will not die. As the Redbirds pick up the win, they move to 3-0. And as you said, a very impressive performance from him. And they're looking like a very strong contender to be maybe one of our top teams in the Emergent White. As you said, taking down a 2-0 team in Towson, who, again, I think Towson has some strong points. Figuring out the draft is going to be one of those things that I think they just need to do because that Cho'Gath did not beat Ornn. And when you have a counter pick and it doesn't win, you have a lot of problems. But I think Towson can figure it out. They also just ran into a buzzsaw of an opponent, so I wouldn't be too down on yourselves. But the Redbirds, man, they're looking like strong contenders to maybe just run the table in this Emergent White group, at least from the game we just saw.
Yeah, really didn't seem like there were a lot of weaknesses that this Redbird team had. I think again with a lot of the coaching staff that this team possesses, it just really shows how much having some additional help can have in terms of just having like honing down on your macro play and really making sure that you're able to pick up these wins very, very cleanly. It seemed like Redbirds really had like a sort of step-by-step plan of how they were going to take the game after they got that lead. They went for a lot of these rotations around the map. They got some of their carries ahead, and then they just sieged across all the lanes, got some of the towers, and eventually the game just ended up closing out. Big shout out again to Justin Dozer going into this new role down in the bottom lane, proving that it doesn't matter what lane he's in, he's still going to dominate their opponents here. It looked like he just quadrupling, I think, the damage of his lane opponent here in the Caitlyn. So really good stuff by him.
Yeah, I will say, you look at this graph, and it's not pretty, but I will say for Towson, Rextorus is clearly, I don't want to say the Ari is the answer, but he clearly is finding champions he can play. And that'll be, I think, my biggest question for Towson. Of course, we said at the start of this broadcast, they do have a very deep roster, I believe 9 or 10 players deep. So who knows if Rextorus will always be the mid laner, but there was like big concern. You have a one-trick player, when you have scouting available, when you can just simply OPGG someone, it's a very easily bannable champion. And the Katarina was B1 banned both times in a row. Yes, was the Ari the saving grace? No, the Ari had some issues, but almost did as much damage as Lion Lifesteal. I think there's some positives for Taos, but as you said, yeah, Justin Dozier absolutely popping off. I'm curious if this was a compositional pick, if this was just an attendance pick for the Redbirds, because of course we have no idea. Maybe their normal AD carry was just simply, sick, had a test, who knows? These are all students. But Justin, as you said, clearly showing I can go mid, and heck, I can go bot lane and dominate you just as well.
Yeah, I mean, and we were talking about all the support players that he was playing as well. Maybe if he wants to go down into the bot lane in a different role, it could also be possible. But either way, pretty one-sided performance here coming out from the Redbirds, and I'm excited to see how they perform moving forward here in the NECC. Of course, for Towson, yeah, as you said, a lot of things that you can look at in terms of where they can improve, but of course this is still a pretty strong team. They were 2-0 coming into this matchup as well, so it is hard to tell if they were really underperforming or if Redbird is just really that super strong squad that we were talking about. But either way, lots of things to look forward to. We still have a lot of games to go forward here in the NECC, so I think both of these teams still have their promises. We saw some bright spots on either side. So just as we go forward, these are definitely two teams you got to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I think it's good for Towson to get this buzzsaw out of the way early. I would not be shocked if we saw both these teams later on in the playoffs. That'll do it for our first game of the night. We still got a ton more of action, Grapes. It was fantastic to have you joining me here on the virtual desk. We're going to take a break. We'll come back here at the top of the hour. Navigator Cyan. It'll be NAU taking on Concordia, Nebraska. Myself and Rome DMV will be there for all the action. We'll take a break. We'll come back in about 20 minutes with another game here on the NECC.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's facts, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back into the NECC here. We've got a Navigator Cyan matchup coming up to you just in a little bit. Fish and Rome here, getting ready to call all of the action in Rome. We've got a good matchup between a pair of teams sort of going in different directions. NAU just got to this Navigator Cyan division, a late season change, so they come in at 0-0, their first game in this division. Going up against Concordia, Nebraska, hasn't had the best start to the season. They are at 0-2, but they're looking to turn things around here tonight in this best of three, and why not beat up on the newcomer to turn your season around?
Hey, exactly. No better time to do it than right now. It's going to be a pleasure to cast this one. See if this Nebraska squad can, find a way to get their first win. I mean, nobody wants to start in an 0-3 hole. That's just not going to be conducive to any successful season. So, we'll see if they can find a nice bounce back right here. I'm hearing a couple of players just now getting promoted and things like that in their solo queues. So probably feeling a little bit good coming into this matchup. It should be a spicy one.
Now, speaking of that is there ever too much League of Legends, Rome, for you? Is there ever such a thing as too much League of Legends?
No, there's not. I have 2.25 million mastery points on Kog'Maw. I have 1.6 million on Teemo. When it comes to playing, I've given years of my life at this point to League of Legends on champions that I probably should not have. So, it is what it is. There's never enough League of Legends for me.
Then you're going to love the jungler for NAU. Prince, as you referenced, literally got through his plat promos today. I mean, getting up to the match, I'm refreshing the OPGG. I'm feeling for the man. You lose your promos to plat, you are devastated. But he did it. Looks like he came back, won his final 3 games to hit that promotion in stride. So he is feeling himself. He was spamming the echo, though. And I've got to be led to believe that if Concordia, Nebraska is doing the same thing I was, that Echo is not going to see the light of day on Summoner's Rift for Prince. But he's feeling himself. I love to see. Maybe he's fatigued, though. That's a lot of high-level League of Legends, Rome. And that wasn't even for the NECC. That was for your solo queue bragging.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times you can get sold a lot harder in those solo queue matches. So I know that, his mental, it probably got worn on a whole lot in those placements. I mean, I just got through my gold placements a few days ago. And I mean, hey, listen, those things were rough. I think that was like my third try, dealing with levers, all that stuff. So he's been through that stress. He got all the way up to plat. So I'm sure that he's going to be coming into this one. I mean, I would be happy, going from solo queue where I'm struggling to going to a 5-stack where I get to play with my entire squad. I think that's going to be a lot better. So I think he might be actually feeling a little more positive coming into this one now that he's able to, not go through that solo queue pain.
He actually gets to be on comms with all his teammates. Yeah. He's not using League Voice. Let me be honest. Nobody is using League Voice. But no. Pro Draft just finished, Rome. I'm really curious to see how these teams come out. Again, our first look at both these teams. Will there be a carry? I mean, Prince, again, kind of the guy we're highlighting just because, of course, he did get promoted. Again, I don't think that Echo will be seen here. But I'm curious to see because, again, NAU, as we said, just changed division. So this is a whole new division to them. Concordia, Nebraska's been here for a couple of games. This is now their 3rd game of the season. I'm really curious to see because 3 weeks into like an 8-9 week season here in the NECC, that's when your identity starts to develop, Rome. That's when you start to say, okay, top lanes are anchor, mid lanes are carry, however you want to set it up. I'm curious what Concordia, Nebraska's strategy will be and what they have figured out because clearly what they started doing at the beginning of the season wasn't working. They might have a different strategy and who knows, game 1, you're feeling each other out. We could get bananas picks. It's really impossible to say until we see that draft who picked what and who went where.
Yeah, exactly. And even though Nebraska started off 0-2, I mean, their season's definitely not over. I mean, they can
Mhm.
use this third match as a big turning point in their season. I mean, as you stated, this is really where you start to figure out who you are as a squad, whether or not you're built for the long run or not. And we just got to wait and find out if Nebraska is built for it. I mean, hey, you talked about the Echo pick, actually, which is kind of interesting in the jungle. Personally, if somebody is very, very good at Echo, that's just a champion you just do not let them play, like
Yeah.
straight up. So I would be very surprised if that Echo got through it all today. But hey, we'll see exactly how much homework these teams have done.
Yeah, game one's really that one where you just go to the OPGG for every play and you're like, top play champion, ban, top play champion, ban. So that's usually the game where maybe the Echo doesn't make it through. We'll have to see when we get the pro draft if that's exactly what happened. But yeah, I would assume Echo's one of those champions you hate to play it against because a guy who knows it well, he's never going to die. He's going to just be an absolute nuisance to the whole side of your team. Like, oh, we got the Echo. He's just going to chrono shift back. He's going to be at full health. And if he positions his clone right, he's going to be basically one-shotting your whole backline. So I'm really curious to see what he has in substitute because there's not really a champion like the Echo Roam, right? Like, assassins like Yasuo, Yone, you can have a similar champion. There's nothing like the Echo to really replace that playstyle, though.
Yeah, Echo definitely one of its own for sure. A lot of champions, they are similar to other ones, but I mean, as you stated, Echo kind of in a class of its own, and the way he's able to have so much mobility and things like that. I mean, Echo easily one of the most mobile champions in a fight. I mean, you never know where he's going to end up realistically. I mean, when he's going to go back, who knows at the end of the day. And I mean, hey, here we go. See it banned out already. Not going to be wasting any time.
Yeah, I love that ban for Concordia, Nebraska. The Darius ban as well, very strong top laner. Meanwhile, NAU go with the standard. Take away the Jin, who's very strong right now. Take away the Lulu, who once again is really getting a rebirth across Summoner's Rift. Unfortunately, LSY, have you done this to all of us? The Janna as well, banning that. Last ban here for Concordia, Nebraska. They go with the Kaisa, which is interesting. And again, they'll pick these in lane order. We'll give you the updates where stuff was picked, and it'll be the Cyan in the top lane for NAU.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. I mean, on one side, you got the bans where they're all three different lanes, one ADC, one mid/jungle. I mean, most likely going to be that jungle ban of the Echo, and then the Darius up top. And then on the other side, you got two support bans. I mean, the Janum could be a top ban at the end of the day. We've seen some pretty interesting things recently, but I would guess that that's just a straight up support ban. So a full bot lane ban going to be coming out of this squad, and I mean, I like it, and I like the combinations that they already have with the Gragas and Diana. That's going to be nice.
Yeah, the double tank and then the Diana. I mean, Diana may be similar to the Echo in terms of her mobility, her dashes. The Nasus, always a tough pick, Rome, because if you play it right, you're basically unstoppable. You're going to have infinite stacks because there's not a lot of kiting going on for NAU's roster right now. And we also get a Vel'Koz in the mid lane? What year are we in, Rome? Did we time travel?
Listen. 2015 was a fun time. I'm here for it. Listen, back when Cogmite is 5.0 attack speed, give it back. The good old days. Those were the really good old days, man. But yeah, so I mean, seeing Vel'Koz mid, very, very interesting, and I'm excited about it. But the thing that I'm looking at is the Poppy combination with the Nasus. I mean, that is a lot of tankiness coming out of this team, and they've got frontline for days already. So this Vel'Koz, this Draven, they're going to be having a dandy time, and then you get a support pick on top of that. I mean, if they go tank support at this rate, if they pick out a Leona, pick out something like that, this could get very, very interesting very quickly.
Ooh, we get the Zeri. I know ton of hype on release, had already been knocked down a few pegs. That was actually the B1 for NAU on that Zeri as well. It's a very aggressive pick, but I look at that NAU side, Rome, and I see a lot of beef. And then I see a Zeri and a Diana. I'm curious if Relux and Prince are going to be able to do enough damage to help out the Cyan, Gragas, and Tom Kenchu. Yeah, they'll absorb a ton of damage. They're not going to do a whole lot as that, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like the combination coming out, they have a whole lot of CC, a whole lot of lockup, but I don't know if they have all that much finishing power on this side. So overall, right now, if I had to pick a side, I mean, I'm liking the Poppy Nasus combo. I think overall, I think that one could be pretty lethal late game because you can have the Nasus split pushing, and that could cause major problems, like especially with the way Hull Breaker's being utilized right now and in around the elo that these guys are in. So I mean, hey, who knows what we're going to be getting in this one? It's going to be fun.
I'm curious because you mentioned the Hull Breaker, and there's not a champion that really pulls it off better than the Cyan, too, right? I mean, we could get both top lanes kind of, hey, what's up? Hello, we're going to walk past each other. I see that turret down there. You see my turret. We'll meet back up after our turrets go down. And I'm really curious if it'll be that sort of suicide tower push Cyan, or if it'll be more of the standard team fight Cyan to, keep the KD up and intact for the NAU top laner. I got to say, though, the Nasus pick, Rome, you're right, but man, everyone has had an experience with a Nasus who is a god stacker, and you're like, bro, how does that man have 700 stacks at 20 minutes top lane? What are you doing? And then they've on the other side, it's 30 minutes in Nasus, and you have 140 stacks. Like, maybe we don't play that champion again. I'm curious which way we'll go, or if we'll be somewhere in the middle, because that'll determine whether or not that Nasus has any relevance in this game.
Big time. And I mean, you got the Poppy in the jungle, so the Poppy's going to be looking to most likely help out their top laner off the rip. I would expect at least one gank going up toward that Cyan pre-6, at least one attempt, simply because, I mean, if you can get that Cyan down, if you can get to 6 before that Cyan, it's going to be massive for your top laner. So, I mean, either way, I'm going to be looking for a lot of ganks early and often with these champions that are selected. It's going to be a really fun one for sure.
Are you as concerned as I am, though, that NAU is just going to run out of damage? That's the one thing I look at, and it's like, if this Diana falls behind, if this Zeri falls behind, I mean, maybe you build AP Gragas. It's not something we've seen, but again, it's something that you can definitely pull off. But man, I'm really concerned that this Zeri just simply, and this Diana are just going to simply get to the point where they can't kill Poppy Nasus, and they're just going to fall over, and then it'll be 3 meat sticks swinging around pool noodles.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that happening too, and that's why it could be very, very bad. I mean, especially if you got a Zeri that goes that Triforce and then Runin's build. It's just not enough damage. Like, I've seen that so many times, even in my solo queue games. I'm like, can you please get some damage? Like, I need something. Help me, please. And as you stated, I mean, it just might not be there. I mean, obviously the Diana, she could pop off, but oof, it's tough sledding, as you stated. I mean, the Gragas, unless he goes full AP, catching us off guard, I don't really know, but I'm gonna be having a good time either way, because I think that Gragas versus Vel'Koz matchup, that's gonna be a fun one to watch in the mid lane. I think that down low, I mean, that can get volatile quick. If that Lux can hit some combinations with that Draven, they can be chunking severely in that bot lane, and that Zeri might not have a good time at all, because let's be honest, that pre-10 Draven damage versus the pre-10 Zeri damage, it is not comparable whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Nova's going to have to play these Devourers perfectly right on the Tom Kench. If Relux gets caught, he's going to have to save his AD carry a bunch. I'm curious if Prince, how he wants to handle it. Pre-6 Diana can only do so much, but Pre-6 Diana is still going to out-damage a Poppy. So does he try to counter what Poppy's doing? Does he try and force count the Poppy to get retroactive herself? That'll be the interesting one. I will say, you look at the summoner spells, I know we had the Keystones going through there as well. The exhaust on the Zeri is the interesting one, because as you point out, that's an aggressive Draven Lux lane. Going into it without heal is a very, very odd stance, because exhaust not going to save you near as many times as heal is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it, and it's like, who would you even exhaust? I mean, if you get in a crazy 1v1 in a side lane with a Nasus late game, okay, maybe you might exhaust him. But if the Draven's going into you early game, okay, cool, you might exhaust him. But the Poppy coming into you, that's about it. But that's not going to be worth it, in my opinion. I still think heal would have been the better option, but I mean, hey, time will tell. You know, maybe that exhaust might really be able to cool down that Draven once they start getting into these engagements. But I mean, looking at this draft, I mean, I gotta go. Man, I just don't know. As you stated, it's hard to go with the side where you just don't see enough damage for late game. And when you pick a Cyan, you're planning on going to late game. So it picked a Cyan and a Nasus and a Poppy. So it's like a lot of late game champions, and you don't have really a lot of damage in the late game. It's going to come down to teamwork. Going to come down to that macro.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to really Prince, as we said, feeling himself, just hit plat 4 on solo queue. Can he use that momentum, get ahead on the Diana? Because if you get in the back line, you can kill the Draven, you can kill the Vel'Koz. There's not a whole lot of peel outside the Poppy, but if the Poppy's trying to help the Nasus out, it's going to be tough to see where Bug's going to go. But we're about ready to hop in. It is the Navigators Cyan week 3 again. NAU just changed divisions in the NECC, so they're playing their first game in this new division. Will they be able to start off with a win? Can Concordia, Nebraska turn it around from an 0-2 start? We're about to hop in and find out here at any moment. And as you said, we're bracing for a long game, and the longer this game goes, you're right, the more and more I look at NAU and I'm like, okay, where is the damage coming from? But then again, you look at the side of Concordia, Nebraska, and you have the Nasus you have the Poppy. If Draven doesn't get ahead on his adoration stacks, he's not going to have a lot of gold. We could just be in for a Nasus and a Cyan base racing each other at this point with Hullbreaker.
I mean, hey, listen, I'm all for it. Personally, I like the Trundle. Out of the three, out of the main split pushers that really go crazy with Hullbreaker right now, I'm personally a favorite to Trundle. I just like it because it's another tank. Guess what? I get to, take all your stats, all that good stuff. So, always winning those 1v1s in the side lane always feels good. But I mean, either way, both of these champions are split pushers, as you stated. I mean, if one of them decides to go for that team fight and the other one decides to split push, it's either going to go really good for one way and really the other way. It's really no in between. It's either yo, man, you should have went and TP'd with them and fought with the team, or it was you should have met him in the side lane because he just took your inhib in about 20 seconds. So as you stated, it's going to be a fun one. That Hullbreaker, I'm expecting it to come out from probably both top laners eventually.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not from Nasus, but I mean, at the end of the day, we've seen Hullbreaker on Nasus a million times as well. So who knows exactly how these teams are going to be playing this one out.
Yeah, I mean, in the Nasus, if he gets the stacks, I mean, Q stacks is basically a Hullbreaker in itself with the amount of turret damage you could be doing. But we're going to hop into game number 1. Navigator Cyan, NAU, taking on Concordia, Nebraska. And it looks like we might have had a deep warding attempt here from NAU on the blue side. They are going to be able to at least get some vision there next to that red buff. But neither team really getting much more aggressive than that early on here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, both squads just feeling each other out, getting some pretty basic vision. Nothing cute is going to be coming out. And I mean, honestly, that's what you want to see. You want to see these squads comfortable. You want to see them come in composed, practiced. And I mean, the deep ward, very nice one for sure. You're going to be able to get that info for when they go get that red buff. So, I mean, it's going to be massive already coming out of the side of the Evangels.
You also get the Predator Poppy here, which is going to be interesting. I mean, maybe you force a panic exhaust. It definitely, really, I think, favors ganking bot lane for this Poppy. Bot lane can be the hardest place to get to, but if you at least get that movement speed, I'm curious how Bug's going to want to use it, because it's one of those runes that Predator, it's great, but you also, as a jungler, you can't start with boots, so it's going to be delayed until you get it online. Are you first backing for boots immediately so you have Predator more often? I'm curious how this Poppy's going to want to play that against Diana. That is a lot more standard with the Conqueror. She should be able to do basic standard Diana jungle thing.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, if we're looking at this bot lane, in my opinion, it's going to be about this Tahm Kench and how well he's going to be able to protect this Zeri. I mean, it's really going to be all about their coordination. Tahm Kench is definitely one of those champions as support that you need to be able to be well coordinated with your duo, or else guess what? It's going to be a long day for you in that bot lane. Because guess what? I mean, we've all had Toms eat us when we don't want to be eaten and things like that. So it's happened to the best of us. So hopefully they'll be good to go coming into today.
Like what Josh is doing up here in the top lane. You see the Nasus already getting shoved out. And if there's something that's going to be a difficulty for Nasus, it's getting those CS stacks under tower roam. Because the tower hits it when you don't expect it to. All of a sudden, you're just whiffing a Q. So let's see what Beaston can do here. He's 2 CS he already got shoved into, and now he's going to try and farm with that turret helping him out.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty difficult right now. And I mean, if we look at the CS lead right now, Draven, you got to pick it up, buddy. You got to pick it up a little bit. Double CS lead going to be coming out for the Zeri early, even though she is pushing. But it looks like an early gank attempt is going to be coming out of the Poppy, and Poppy's red and blue buffed up. Looks like Gragas is going to be able to get out of there free and clear. That is going to be no problemo. I mean, the Diana, I do like how the Diana was there just in case things did get crazy.
I would have maybe wanted to see Prince go in because, I mean, Gragas didn't have any mana, of course, though he does have the ability to regenerate some of it back with the W. But, man, I would have liked to see that play made from Prince. But instead, he'll look for the counter jungle, quickly realized that Poppy went for the 4-camp start, not find anything, and now we get the pings up onto Josh in the top lane. Here comes his Poppy. Bug making his presence known, doesn't even have the boots. Gonna get the heroic charge stun into the wall. Here comes Beaston, gonna be able to get that slow on as well. Gonna force that flash from Cyan. That should be all the disengage that Josh needs. At least they trade the flash out for it, so Poppy making her presence felt.
Yeah, great gank early on by Poppy, so I mean, right now this squad, looking good. Able to already get that early summoner down, so now they're going to be able to, use that to maybe get another timing up on the top lane. Maybe try to get ahead. I mean, right now Nebraska doing a solid job early on, though, for sure. Even though it is going to be a slight gold lead that is going to be going over to the Evangels. And I mean, right now, I mean, NAU doing a solid job as well. I mean, both squads not wanting to get up that first blood. But if you look at the top lane, 24, 25, 26 to 8. Yikes. It is racking up there, and it's pushing toward the Cyan. So, I mean, right now, the Cyan, complete control of this one. So, beautiful top lane execution currently.
NAS is probably the last champion roam you want to be struggling to CS on, because that's where all of your power comes from. Even using the Spirit Fire there to get some of that CS to at least have that gold, but that's not what you want. You want the siphoning strike damage, so this is a fantastic effort by Josh. As you said, Wither's going to be used, but now Beaston is out of mana. Josh should just be able to run him down, but he gets blocked by the minions, and so that will save the Nasus's life.
Yeah, unfortunate. We've all been there before, probably, and you know, I mean, unfortunate for sure that minion was his worst enemy in that situation. I mean, the Nasus going to decide to back, and the Nasus, he's not even backing under tower. He's backing behind the tower. That's some respect right there. He's saying, just in case a dive's going to be coming, I want to make sure that I'm going to be free and clear out of here. And I mean, now he's going to TP back to lane, and he's already down by 30 CS right now. My goodness, this Cyan putting in absolute work in beautiful ways.
Cyan also might even be able to get a plate here as well, as Nasus potentially just waiting for an item, has not teleported back yet, so that's just a free shove for Josh.
He's going to walk back?
Wow. That's probably 2 plates, right? Especially if they have demolished. That has to be 2 plates.
Oh, yeah. I would be very shocked if he didn't have demolish. If we could go look at the top lane, that would be great, just to see how many plates he was able to get in that little spurt. But I mean, oh my!
He almost got
goodness.
He gets 3.
He gets 3. Oh, getting 3 plates is huge before he even had to back. This Nasus is going, or this Cyan, excuse me, is going to be rich. His first back is going to look spicy. And he gets to decide whether he wants to go damage, whether he wants to go full tank, whether he wants to go health, whether he wants to go hull breaker. The world's at his fingertips.
We get a gang onto this Gragas in the mid lane. Bug is here. Look for a heroic charge into the wall. Gets the stun. Flash can be used by Gragas. Explosive crash to create some distance. Body slam over the wall. The Vel'Koz ult doesn't land though.
Oh, unfortunate that the Vel'Koz didn't connect that one for sure. I mean, that would have been massive. Would have been massive. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that was. I thought they had it. Bug played that perfectly too. He manipulates the Gragas so that he gets heroic charge into the wall. Like, this is a kill. This is. We might have had a spectator delay, so we'll get right back into it as soon as we can, Jerome. That was so well played. I will say, I did not have on my bingo card for this game Poppy outplaying Diana. We haven't seen Prince at all. He's just been jungling. He's been farming. Sure, he hasn't attempted a single gank. He's getting out-ganked by a pre-6 Predator Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, the Poppy making her name known early, and the thing is that it's only going to get worse because that Poppy's just going to keep on getting tankier. It's going to get faster on the map. It's going to be more of a problem. It's going to be walking around taking rifts, doing all those fun things. So, you know, right now, if you're this Diana, you really got to catch up immediately, not just in the farming department, but also in the ganking department and helping out your squad. I mean, right now, it's all Nebraska right now, at least for now. We'll see if they can keep this momentum up. But at least early on, I'm liking what they're doing, except in the top lane. The top lane, they are getting demolished right now. But aside from that, I mean, things are looking pretty good.
Yeah, oh, man. Yeah, because you said everything for Nebraska looks great. And then you look at the top lane, and you're like, oh, no. Nasus is having a hard time, which is not the champion you want to have a hard time. Other champions, like maybe an Ornn or something, could have come back from a slow start. Not a Nasus. And this Cyan, as you said, he gets so many choices. I don't think he had backed yet. He picks up 3 plates on Nasus deciding to save the teleport. Rift Herald, I think, is going to be spawning in the next few minutes once we get back to the game. Now, if you're Deanna, if you're able to pick that up, do you send it top lane and you just put your Cyan leaps and bounds ahead? You have so many choices. And this Cyan, I will say, if he can go Hull Breaker, that to me, I think, is probably the best bet. Because he can clearly just push, and it's not going to be Nasus that can stop him.
Yeah. I mean, you said it best, and especially with the lead that he has right now, this Nasus is extremely far behind now. With a 40 CS lead, going to be coming in for Joestar in the top lane. Joestar doing a great job, and it is going to be that Hull Breaker build. He's going at first.
Did have to skip ahead a little bit there, so we did end up missing a kill in the bot lane. At some point, it was Tom Kench and the Zeri picking one up onto the Poppy, which means Bug attempted yet another gank and finally did get punished, Rome. Maybe that will slow him down, but he's not stopping. You see the pings? They're going to try and dive Joe in the top lane, it looks like. Meanwhile, Gragas this time is dead. The ult will not save. And speaking of ults, the unstoppable onslaught looks like it will be stopped by anything except the Cyan, as he's going to get paused mid-charge. But you see that picture, and that's one of those freeze frame moments where you're the NAS. You say, you might be wondering how I got in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, oh man, you can see that Cyan. He is just waiting to ram directly into that Nasus. The big question, did Nasus get out alive? Did he not? I mean, with the Poppy coming in, the Poppy still having her ultimate, I would guess that they were able to get out alive simply because you could just ult away the Cyan once he runs into him. But we'll see. You know, we'll just have to wait and see as this one did get paused. But it looks like the top tower most likely is going to be falling as well. So, you know, right now we just got to wait and find out exactly how this one's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, you said it there. I mean, you look at the Nasus, you're like, he probably lives, as you said. Poppy had the ult, Nasus had the flash, should be able to get out. I don't know how long that turret survives, though, because if the Cyan goes down, depending where he dies, he can maybe use the passive, because there is only one plate left, and we couldn't even see the health bar on that top turret. And the CS lead, by the way, was 50. It was 74-24. And now you're okay. It's good news here for Nasus. He can farm a little bit safer, you would think, right? He's going to have the waves pushing in. I don't know if Cyan wants to try a tier 2 tower dive at like 12 minutes. But man, Cyan now has full map control. He's going to go wherever he wants. If he gets the hull breaker, it does make it get a bit harder because he's going to have to make his laners leave. But now this Cyan is now a massive problem.
I mean, big time. And, you know, the thing is that even though Hullbreaker, yes, you don't want those allies near you. I mean, it's still not the worst thing in the world to fight with your team every now and then. I think that people that get Hullbreaker don't really understand that sometimes it is still okay to group up and fight with your team to take an objective, things like that, you know. But sometimes people are just like, no, I have to be away from you guys or else I'm not doing my job. So I find that funny. So, I mean, we'll see. But as you stated, once he gets that Hullbreaker, once he gets that tower, that Cyan's going to be able to fly around, going to be help take dragons, help push out lanes, just be a menace all over the map. And that Nasus is just going to be farming, trying to get a little bit more relevant, which it might be a long day right now for Nebraska. I mean, you said it. It might be up to that Nasus, and I mean, he's not living up to it right now.
No, Nasus having a tough go about it. And you're looking outside the Poppy, there's not a lot of ways to stop the Nasus, right? I mean, you're asking the Lux to land a binding. Vel'Koz really doesn't see. He has good damage and good poke, which is usually why he's a support. We get back into the game, we will see at some point the Nasus did die. We'll just use our imaginations and say he died in that encounter, though he did trade his life for the Cyan. But there is no top tower. There's a dragon now for NAU, and this is everyone's worst nightmare as Nasus is almost at 100 CS, and Beaston is at 30.
Yeah, extremely unfortunate right now. And if you look at the Poppy's build coming out, it looks like that Poppy... We're just going to have to wait and see what exactly that Poppy's building right now. But we are going to get a little bit of a dive in the bot lane. That Lux ultimate not going to be able to find anything. The Draven extremely low. Diana going to be coming in. And with the help of the Tom Kench tanking that one up, they're going to be cleaning that up easy. Double kill going to be coming in for Prince.
The worst part is it was Draven that, I don't know if he saved the Zeri, but the Draven E knocked the Zeri out of the final spark. They had the combo. You bind the Zeri, you ult the Zeri with the Lux. As Beaston, he is dead. I don't know if anyone in the game can stop Cyan.
Yeah, Cyan is literally just eating the tower. Like, he doesn't even care at this point. He's saying, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and die. I'll just get the tower regardless. Will I be able to get the Poppy too? Oh, that would have been absolutely tragic if he was able to. But that's the thing, is Cyan only gets worse. He only gets worse. And you're already this far behind. Like, worse is in worse for you. Like, that's what I mean. He becomes more and more of a nuisance. He becomes much better in the game as those items rack up.
2-2-0. The Cyan has as many turrets killed nearly as the number of kills that Concordia, Nebraska has. And he has the Hullbreaker. Top lane is now his. I'm curious where he goes. Because as you said, yes, people get Hullbreaker and they're like, I cannot exist within a quarter mile of another teammate on the map, or everything I've done is useless. So I'm curious where he goes, because now with the bottom tier 1 gone as well, he doesn't get that immediate satisfaction of going bot lane getting a turret. He's going to now have to shove 1v2, and he's far ahead. But I think Lux and Draven have enough damage to negate him. But the macro play for NAU, they have every objective they want.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the early dragon, which is going to be a mountain dragon, just helping that Cyan even more in his split pushing efforts. And now it's going to be the Diana getting the Rift Herald as well. Vel'Koz in the mid lane, I mean, is getting chunked down pretty heavily. He's going to need to watch out, but it is going to be a little bit of a pinch coming in as 4 players from the side of Concordia are going to be converging. And are they going to be able to take out Diana? Yes, that's going to be a big shutdown. Poppy was able to clean that one up.
Now, Rome, I do have bad news for you. We actually have to rename Vel'Koz's ult mid-game, because now we have to call it the Spectator Disintegration Ray. I've been told every time Vel'Koz ults, there's a chance it will crash the Spectator. So we apologize in advance. We will hopefully tell Sands of Time, please stop ulting, but of course we can only say that so many times. So if you see a crash, blame Sands of Time, blame Vel'Koz, as they're going to try and jump onto Lychee. Holding on to that Disintegration Ray. Nice flash there from the Gragas as well. He should be able to kite this out with a flash heroic charge. Maybe gets the kill for the squad as Concordia, Nebraska gets the kill as Beast on as well, which has got to feel good after the early game.
Yeah, and they still have a Cyan to deal with in the bot lane, and he is putting on a ton of pressure onto Lux and Draven. And I mean, if you look at the mid lane, the fact they're able to just get that tier 2 and now just press on to the base. I mean, if you're the side of Nebraska, you started off pretty good, but the top lane diff, it's starting to make itself known here.
Are going to maybe get caught out here. Is Relux going to go over the wall? Bug with a great heroic charge for the stun. Unfortunately, just does not have the damage in the 1v2 on the Poppy with the Divide Sunder. Nova pick up another kill. That bot lane now 4-0-8 combined for NAU. And we haven't even really been paying attention to him, Ro, because we've been so mesmerized by what Josh is doing everywhere else across the map. Is now Beast on. Gragas looking for his revenge, but Gragas just wants to be able to walk away here. He's not going to look for a fight, though. I think he can win this whenever he wants to. As the Everfrost gets the root.
Look at Nasus. All Nasus has are boots. That's it. All he has are boots. Not even like halfway done with an item yet. Like that's just unfortunate. And this Cyan is chunking. And yeah, this Gragas is gonna have a ball. This Gragas should be able. Ooh, unfortunate. Maybe should do that earlier, but it shouldn't matter either way. Should be able to take him out. And yes, gonna go ahead and pop him like a balloon. And wow, look at the CS difference in the top lane. 90.
Did they even kill Josh here? He could probably kill the Gromp if he wants. Nice knock away from Bug. As Prince is going to get that smite steal. Yeah, and there's no one who stops Cyan right now. He's nearly at 9,000 gold. He's got 1,000 gold lead on anyone else in the game, Ro.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the side, he's got like, what, a 3,000 gold lead over anyone on the other team. So, you know, right now, definitely feeling very, very good is this Cyan. And you know, doing a great thing and helping the team. Look at that, a Cyan grouping with the team with Hullbreaker, helping them get an objective. That's what I'm talking about. You love to see it. You love to see it.
You get an Infernal Soul.
And they have a Rift.
Unfortunately, there's nothing for the Rift Herald to hit. We're at 19 minutes. There's not a tier 1 or a tier 2 in the game.
Yeah, they're going to get that base hit, though. Oh, they're going to let it hit it, too.
Oh.
And yeah, here it goes. They're going to get the charge off. Wow. Cyan is going to be having a ball. He is going to be having a great time. I mean, we talked about the damage coming in from the Zeri, but I mean, the Zeri hasn't really needed to do too much. 2-0-4, go in the try Runan's build, and you know, it's working out as they're going to be diving, and we talked about how tanky this team is. They're going to be eating all this tower time, letting all their carries have fun. I mean, Diana having a ball, getting a double kill up top. Gragas is punishing Nasus over there, and I mean, right now, this squad in NAU, they're running away with this one.
NAU, I mean, they're probably going to have a mid inhibitor if they want to. A tower dive's a bit risky now. How little tanky they are, only level 11. They pick up one more. If Gragas had mana, this is a free kill. Is anyone going to realize that Gragas can get the kill here? He gets the root. Prince, Nova, anyone. Bueller.
Yeah, it might be one of those situations where it's like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and take what we got and dip on out of there. I don't know why Gragas is staying. I think he's gonna get caught here.
Oh, with a
Poppy does have the Predator. Oh, yeah, Poppy is hitting. Okay. Okay, Poppy. Oh, McGragus. Gonna be getting out. Oh, you see the Cyan coming up. Can Cyan meet him in time? That's gonna be the question. Oh, no, that's gonna be the answer.
But Cyan can still just kill them, is the problem.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Cyan has the unstoppable onslaught. He's waiting for it. No, don't kill Beast on. Please.
He's huge. He's huge.
160 Nasus.
You look at the item difference alone. He's 2 items, 2 full items ahead of Beastin right now. That is like, he doesn't even need to ult right here. He's just like, you know what, I'm just going to walk you down. Flash.
One more decimating smash is going to kill him. Yep, there it is.
And now it's like, who do you send up there? Because he didn't even take any damage.
And they're looking to get another kill. They're going to jump on this Poppy. There is no flash. There is no Predator runaway. Here's the Nasus ult, and it gets canceled early. So the knockup ends up missing, but they still pick up the kill. But that's about all they had going for him, is they at least stopped the Cyan from getting one more turret to his name.
Yeah, I mean, and now 16-9, it's just going to be all about warding out and taking that beloved Baron. As it's just going to be the Cyan show. I mean, Cyan, he's going to be either pressuring mid, pressuring bot, whatever he needs to do to keep them away from this Baron, because this one is going to be taken into the hands of NAU free and clear. And they pretty much ended this one early, and I mean, we said they needed to. They did just that.
Give this Baron over to this Cyan. I really don't know what stops him from just soloing down the base. As the Baron will go over, it'll be a 2-on-2, and Cyan says, I don't care about killing you, I just simply want to slap the turret with my giant axe. This should be a top inhibitor, probably even more. Nice body slam's gonna land there. Decimating smash gonna get a knockup on the 2 as well. This Cyan taking the tower does not care. Gragas will go down. The Vel'Koz will live with barrier at the last possible second. The Cyan has so much health, bro.
Wow.
He's still alive. A great devour, a killing spree for Prince. The man is finally here to stay. It's a triple kill in the top lane for NAU, and this should be game.
Yeah, and that's the power of tanks. I mean, they agree. There's that Vel'Koz ult to send us away. You know, there it is. Perfect timing. But either way, NAU coming out with a dominant performance. I mean, they were able to pick up, 21 kills after that Vel'Koz gets taken out. So, I mean, 21-8, solid performance for sure. But, I mean, that one was all top lane, baby.
And going into the next game, Rome, this becomes a big problem for Concordia because, yeah, you could easily just say, okay, we'll ban the Cyan. But if you put him on something that scales even harder than a Cyan, maybe you put him on like a set or you put him on a carry in the top lane, he's going to be even scarier. So what's the lowest risk top laner that you can let through in the draft becomes the question for game 2.
I don't even know, but I think they just need to focus ban that top lane. If it's going to be that much of an issue, you need to ban out every single one of his split pushing champions, because you do not want that happening whatsoever. You need to look, see if you got first pick, see what you can do, because, I mean, honestly, that performance right there was absolutely stellar coming out of NAU.
NAU did pick up the win, as we said. The spectator disintegration rate for Vel'Koz took us out, but we'll see if Concordia Nebraska can turn things around. As Roman and I said, top lane has got to be your focus. We'll see if the draft, they can ban him out. Maybe they can Vel'Koz ult his computer to take care of it, because that man is on another level. We'll take a break. NAU looking to pick up their first win in their first game in the Navigator Cyan division. Concordia Nebraska looking to get us to a game 3, avoid an 0-3 start. Fish and Rub will be right back after the short break with game number 2.
Cool.
welcome back into the NECC. Second game of the night here on our Week 3 Friday. Navigator, Cyan, Division, Fishing, and Rome, DMV, calling all of the action. We've got NAU taking on Concordia, Nebraska. Game 1 was a Cyan display, Rome. Absolute dominant by Joe in the top lane. That Cyan basically worth as much as the other 9 players combined at the end of the game. So the question becomes, usually when a guy pops off like that, the answer is just ban it out. Don't let him play that. But
I can already tell by the way you're talking, they didn't ban it.
But,
I can already tell by.
They're scarier champions than Cyan.
Oh? Okay, so for all the viewers right now, he went ahead and looked at the draft. So he got a sneak preview of what's about to come. I did not. I said, let me just be surprised. Let me. He said, if you want to be mad, go ahead and look at it. So go ahead and give me a little hint as to what you were talking about. Just a little taste.
They left the Cyan up, but they didn't pick the Cyan. And it's a champion that average League of Legends players are going to say, why did you let that through instead?
What would that be?
That'd be the Camille.
Okay. Well, that's spicy. We get, oof, man, how good of a Camille is he, though? I mean, because that's the thing. I mean, we've talked about Nasus as though, and if the Nasus can't sit here and farm well, then the Nasus isn't going to be all that viable. So how viable is this Camille going to be? I mean, we know she's going to be good in team fights for sure. But I mean, this is gonna be a fun series. I mean, I'm not exactly sure who she's gonna be going up against. I still get to wait and find that one out. You already know, but I'm on the edge of my seat just like the rest of you guys. It's gonna be fun to find out for sure. But I mean, already that is pretty spicy right there.
And honestly, to me, Rome, the crazy thing is we focus so much on the Cyan, and of course we do apologize for the constant crashing. There is a bug with Vel'Koz. Every time it ults, it just crashes the spectator. Nothing really you could do about that. Say at the time, did what he could. There is no Vel'Koz in this game, though, so we should be safe. The rest of the game for NAU, I mean, Prince was popping off, and we finally got a chance to see him. That bot lane of the Zeri Tom Kench was absolutely phenomenal. I think ending the game, neither of them dying. There will be a substitute at the support position, by the way. Nova will be subbed out. They are bringing in a different player, so we'll see what that brings to the table. But everything besides the Gragas was playing well. It just got overshadowed by how well the Cyan was. And that's really scary for Concordia, Nebraska, because it wasn't just like, oh, top really lost, everything else was even, but it was just Cyan. It was top, jungle, and bot lost. Top was just so far ahead, we didn't notice that the other two were losing.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, as you stated, that can be a big problem. But I mean, if you're the NAU side, I mean, that's good news for you because you're going to be super comfortable coming into this game too in this best of 3 series. And I mean, they're going to be looking to close this thing out right here, right now, not trying to give this squad any room to breathe whatsoever. And I mean, rightfully so. I mean, the fact that you won so dominantly in those solo lanes and even the bot lane as well, you're going to be feeling good, as a squad. You're going to be feeling extremely confident. And the jungle difference was also massive as well. Being able to get those Rift Heralds to help the Cyan, like it was, the teamwork was there coming out of NAU. So will Nebraska be able to answer back? We just got to wait and find out.
I will say the one thing I really love for Nebraska, and I think Bug will have to change champions because I don't think the Poppy was the right call. He was ganking everywhere, which is fantastic. If there's a way to get Concordia, Nebraska into game 2 and to get us to game 3, it's going to be, I don't know if you can gank top lane, depending on what that matchup is, it could be very hard and you could be behind. But put your mid ahead. Put your bot ahead. You've just got to do something that is a little bit better at ganking. Predator Poppy had its moments. There were some fantastic charges into the wall. There just wasn't enough follow-up damage as we hopped into the draft already in progress. And I spoiled the Camille for you, Rome. I didn't spoil what the other side was, though.
Wow. And if they go ahead and lock in this one, that would be spicy. Oh, man. And yeah, they did actually. So already locked in Nasus, Camille. That's going to be the matchup in the jungle. We got Diana, Warwick. In the mid lane, we're going to have Yone and maybe against a Lux. That Lux is a flex pick with mid and support, so we just got to wait and find out. But I mean, overall, oh man, Beaston picked the Nasus again. Okay, am I wrong for saying that that's just not bright to do after struggling on it so hard?
My only thought is the belief was the Cyan was the problem, but when I say that, they also didn't even ban the Cyan. And yes, this is in normal draft order. It was an R1 Camille. So the Camille was picked very early.
But it was NASA's first pick, and they didn't even
Yeah.
counter it with a Cyan. They said, "No, we're going to counter it with a Camille." So that tells me that Joe Star is more comfortable with the Camille going into the NASA's, which is scary if you're the side of Nebraska.
Yeah, oh man, as I told you, I warned you. I said, don't click on the Pro Draft link if you want to be mad. And it wasn't that the Scion didn't get banned. It was that the Nasus got run back. But maybe it'll be a better game for Beast on this time. Maybe he learned some things. You have to have a lot of confidence to say, hey, we're going to run that back. Meanwhile, when we talk about the changes, it's actually a little more interesting. Lychee's going to go from the mid lane on that Gragas down to the support role. We're going to have Why Does Float come in for the mid lane. But we're actually going to have both mid laners go down because now Sands of Time is actually going to be the support. So both mid laners who played very odd champions realm in the Gragas versus the Vel'Koz are now actually pushed down to the support role for game number 2. And I believe we have new mid laners for both teams. So it'll be interesting to see how that more traditional Lux, I don't know if she's a traditional mid laner, but it's a lot more traditional than Vel'Koz Gragas, how these new mid laners do, because that Yone could be very, very scary if Why Does Float is able to play it well.
Yeah, what I'm going to be looking at is really going to be the bot lane, the support matchup. I mean, that Nautilus versus that Leona, we both know that they've got amazing engage. You're really able to lock down a solo player if you really want to. Just keep them wherever they're at. Make sure they can get blown up by the rest of your team. And I mean, hey, listen, they got the ADCs around them to do it. So, I mean, I like both of these compositions coming out right now in the bot lane. It's just going to be all about who can get that advantage. And I mean, last time it was all in AU. Big question. I mean, the fact that they let the Zeri get ahead and play so well with the Tom Kench, I mean, if they're feeling comfortable playing a Zeri Tom Kench, they're going to be feeling comfortable on a whole lot of things. So right now, with this Leona next to him, I think that this squad is going to be very, very, very well set to win this game too.
And I talked about Bug. Okay, don't play the Poppy. You want to gank, play something else. The Warwick, yeah, I mean, it's better than the Poppy for ganking, but there's still a lot of issues. You don't really have as much CC as the Poppy. The Poppy at least has the charge and a little bit of a slow. The Warwick only has that fear and then the ult eventually. So I'm curious if Bug will try and gank as much as he did on that Poppy, because Warwick, I mean, yeah, you can power clear, you're going to be healthy, but it's still not that champion. Like, I wanted something like a Xin Zhao, just audacious charge in, be a nuisance. Warwick, not quite what I was hoping for. I almost would have preferred a Nunu over a Warwick if you want to keep ganking. So I'm curious where he ganks, and I think, as you said, your eyes can be elsewhere, and maybe, you're being a little facetious. I think all eyes are going to be on the top lane, right? Can Beaston be better on this Nasus? Because even if the rest of the team is improved, if a Camille gets as far ahead as that Cyan did, it doesn't matter. Your team is going to be one shot.
Yeah, exactly. Camille is not, man. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And if he's more comfortable on the Camille than he was on the Cyan, then man, it's going to be rough. But I mean, this is probably going to end up in a 2-0, at least based off how our predictions are seeing it out right now. We just got to wait and find out if that's going to be the case. Can this squad, can they turn things around? Can they say, okay, the Nasus thing was a fluke. I started with the wrong item. Something was wrong. Something was off there. But this time I'll be able to get it back. I mean, first picking the Nasus into what could be literally whatever you want when you just got rolled up top. I mean, that's bold right there. But it also might be showing that, hey, you're a one-trick Nasus, and that's what you're comfortable on.
And the only thing they banned was the Darius, which is good, because, I mean, Darius would have been a nightmare, but they banned Echo, Darius, Zeri. So you were picking Nasus, as you said, into a whole host of things. Honestly, if the Camille struggles, I'm really curious why Joestar just didn't run back to Cyan and say, look, it worked before. Why is it going to work again? Unless also maybe Joe starts to be, look, maybe there was a fluke. Maybe you got, a lucky Q hit. I mean, I'm very curious why. Because that Cyan, you could have just said, I'm going to do the same thing I did in game 1, and there's a 95% chance I win the game. It's very boring. It's not a fun play style, but that's how you could have won, which I think is the end goal. So I'm curious what this Camille does. I'm really curious how the rest of the squad signs up. And I'm excited for this mid lane matchup, because Gragas Vel'Koz was fun, but it was kind of just weird. And, when Vel'Koz ulted, it crashed the game, which was also weird. Lux Yone is a lot more fun, but as someone who hates playing against Yone, it can be a nightmare if that Yone gets ahead.
Well, I hate playing against Lux, so I mean, hey, we're on both sides of the spectrum right here, right now. So it's gonna be a good show for sure. I mean,
Mhm.
who's gonna be able to get ahead? It's gonna be fun. Also, what exact runes are they gonna be going? Is it gonna be a little bit of Dark Harvest action coming out of the Lux? Maybe sometimes, I like when things get a little bit spicy like that. Dark Harvest is one of those that scares me, man. You don't want to let those stacks start getting up early for sure, because things can definitely get very dire for you fast. I mean, I know all about Dark Harvest as I'm a Teemo main. So we'll see how things go for this squad and what all mastery we're going to be getting. Looks like no Dark Harvest on the map going to be coming out. Typical comment for the Lux. But we are going to be getting a little bit of an invade. So will this Nautilus be ready for it? That's going to be the question. He's going to need to get on out of here.
Ooh, nice dredge line. Hook shot going to be able to land a stun. Ignite. Oh, Kaisa? I wonder if Leona had to start Q then. Because I feel like if you're blading, the Zenith Blade route is almost maybe even better than the stun. But they can't quite get a kill. They burn and ignite. Looked like that should have been a kill, honestly. But nice dredge line away there from Sands of Time. Now on that Nautilus in the bot lane.
For sure. And as these minions are going to be popping, it's going to be a pretty basic start coming out of both sides. Blue and a red respectively. But all eyes are on the top lane. I'm going to be honest. All eyes are on the top lane. How are you going to be dealing with this Camille as a Nasus? And you can even see Nasus took heal. Didn't even take teleport. I feel like if you're taking heal as a Nasus, you feel like you're going to need it, big time. And that's not good.
The problem is, we kind of saw what happens when Nasus doesn't run teleport, right, Rome? Because last game, Joestar forces Beaston back. Beaston, for whatever reason, chose not to teleport, and maybe he thought he had the heal, and he lost 3 plates for it. Now, Camille, I don't know if she'll have as much power damage as the Cyan, but this could snowball even worse now that you never have teleport.
Yeah, exactly. Now getting back to lane is going to be that much harder, and then you got a Camille where you got to sit here and deal with the ignite, and she's got grasp of the undying as well, so she's going to be able to stay nice and healthy in the health department. And right now Joestar should be having the time of his life up top. Even in the mid lane, you're going to see early pressure going to be coming out of the Yone, because Yone is going to be having a nice time farming against the Lux as well. So overall, NAU looks like NAU on the back burner right now.
NAU.
And I believe that they are backwards, if I'm correct. So I believe NAU is on the red side.
Yeah, NAU is on the red side. Josh, Joestar, and company picking up that game 1 win for them. Hey, I will say, it's the small victories as we get Bug going to do an immediate gank attempt. The hook shot will get stopped with the fear, however. Joestar looking to get away, does not have the flash. Prince is coming in. This is going to be a 2-on-2. And Concordia, Nebraska will smartly disengage, but it's the small things, Rome. This is infinitely more CS than Beaston started the last game with, so he's already feeling more confident and off to a better start as a nice dredge line is going to land there onto Relux, forced to flash away, but now Lychee just pushed forward into nothing. This could be an easy kill depending on how much damage the Aphelios can do, but he does enough to scare them off. It's Leona, but a great dredge line, blind into the bush. Zenith Blade, Daybreak, and land with an ignite onto the Kaisa as well.
This could be a double.
Hands of Time, he's zoning so well. Heal comes out. Leona's got to run away. They miss the ignite, though. The ignite goes onto Aphelios. First blood gets picked up, and it's a double.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. And beautifully played by the Nautilus right there. So right now Nebraska doing a great job being able to start to get back in this one for sure. Already, a much better start to the game than they had previously, and this time it's on the backs of their bot lane.
That was such a phenomenal play by Sands of Time on the Nautilus. Just CCing everyone with the passive, body blocking that Aphelios. Absolutely phenomenally well played. That took 4 summoners from the NAU bot lane. Meanwhile, only the heal and the ignite had to be used from Sands of Time and Grisgazzo, and that is a huge win in a Nasus. Even in closer in CS, 22-16, this is just a better overall game for Concordia, Nebraska. And now that this Nasus has been struggling, top lane's a lot less of a question mark.
Yeah, I mean, still going to be down a ton in the CS department, but I mean, you'll definitely take the win where you can get it. So, I mean, as you stated, a better start for sure. Might not be an ideal start, but definitely a better one, and that's all you can really hope for right now after the last game.
And it makes you wonder, why Joestar picked the Camille, right? Because Cyan was open, the Nasus is already locked in. Why did you go away from what was working into something that's been a lot more even? The hookshot is going to land, stun will come out, ignite, going to fall, Beaston forced to flash away, and now there's no teleport. This is where the Camille can look to get ahead, though.
And I mean, right now, it's going to be the bot pressure, going to be level 4, going to be coming out for both sides of Nebraska right now, and they decide not to go in on that. I mean, fair enough, you know, right now. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If I get that level 4, let's go, baby. Simple as that. Let's get things popping. But, I mean, they're going to be playing it passive, playing it smart. They already have the lead, so, you know, definitely the smart thing going to be coming out of them. But, I mean, if you look at the Kaisa, if you look at the items right now, this is the time to go in. If you're the bot lane of Nebraska, I mean, you're probably going to win that exchange, let's be honest.
I mean, there's not a single summoner up for this NAU bot lane. And as you said, I mean, you still have the flash on the Nautilus. If you miss, just flash forward and right-click somebody for this stuff, for the snare. I'm with you. I think Sands of Time just needed to pull the trigger. Meanwhile, even without the teleport, because of it's the Camille and not the Cyan, Beaston only lost 1 plate on that back. I think NAU might have made a very big mistake not just running back the Cyan.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the good news is, even though, you know, the Cyan not able to do what he did last game, still has that 20 CS lead. So, I mean, even though, you know, things might not be looking the same, I still think that it's going to be very big for Joestar. I think Joestar is going to be fine with this Camille, and it looks like he's going to be going a little bit of an interesting build going to be coming out. But I mean, I like it, honestly. It's a good stuff coming out of this Camille right now.
See that? Float and Prince able to pick up a kill on that mid lane on the Clint, and I will say the CS is what's being scary, but right now it's Relux who just immediately goes down. There's just not enough feel on this bot lane for Concordia, Nebraska, picking up a 3rd onto the Kaisa. Leechy's going to go down as well. They should hopefully hand this kill over to the AD carry. They will, and now that is a 4-0-0 Kaisa. You look across the map, Rome, you've got a Yone with a nearly 30 CS lead. You've got a Camille with a 15 CS lead. This is not going to be an easy game for Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, right now, definitely a beautiful start coming out. 400 gold bounty also on the side of El Gringazo, 1979. My guess is that he was not born in 1979, but, you know, I will just go ahead and take that guess. It's a wild one, I know. Ooh, man, is she going to be going in right here? It's going to be the big question. It looks like no. That's not going to be the answer. I was wondering there. It looked like she might have decided to go do something right now, but maybe a little bit of a mid gank coming out. It is going to be both of these junglers at the same spot opposite of each other. So, I mean, just right now, you know, solid gameplay coming out of everyone. But overall, it is going to be Nebraska with the advantage early on.
Now, I'll assume you're right, Rome, with the 1979 guess, but I have to know, what about Clint J2000? Do you think that, and we'll get to that in a second, actually, as Joestar is going to go in here onto Beaston, Hextech Ultimatum. That is a dead Nasus here. We'll just have to see who picks up the kill. I don't see any way that Nasus escapes this horrible situation that he just continuously gets put in. And yes, he is dead. The kill did go over to Camille.
Yeah, and the thing is that, yes, you got off to a great start early off in the bot lane, but you don't want to let your solo lanes in the mid and top start to get ahead. And I mean, if you look at the mid lane, 68 to 35, the CS difference is immaculate for the Yone right now. And there it is, the Yone able to pick off the Lux with the big solo kill in mid. Now up top, in top lane, will this player get taken out? We just got to wait and find out.
I think that, I can't tell if the turret looks like it's hitting. Yeah, they end up getting the kill. I couldn't tell if the turret was on them or onto the cannon minion, but they will pick up the kill. And I will say the rest of the map is being played a lot better. Bug is doing a lot better on the Warwick than the Poppy, staying even with Prince on the Diana. I think Beaston is playing much improved, though it's still not what you wanted. But that bot lane, 4-0 Kaisa, This is going to be very scary. But then again, if the Yone continues to stay ahead, 82 CS, he's kind of now the problem. This Kai'Sa just simply might not have enough damage, so it's going to be up to Santa Time to land some big CC. But it feels bad that the Kai'Sa's 4-0 game is almost wasted just because there's going to be so much dive on top of it.
Oh, precisely. I mean, the guys is going to get blown to smithereens, really. It's just going to come down to that Leona ult to start things off, and then once that Leona goes into her, I mean, it's really going to be nobody to be able to get to stop that from happening. I mean, really, on this side. So it's just going to be about the great positioning that's going to need to come out from Kai'Sa. It looks like another kill did come out, this time in the mid. It looks like it was another solo kill coming in for the Yone. As now this Yone has a 60 CS lead in the mid.
Just when we got all excited, Rome, that top lane was better, now it's mid lane that's having the issue. It's a great sub, though. Why does Float does get taken out? Another sort of revenge kill picked up by the Bug 0-2. So again, it's the small victories for Concordia, Nebraska, who still, in kind of crazy fashion, and just to show you how much CSing does matter more than kills, it's a 6-4 lead for Concordia, Nebraska in terms of kills, but they're down 2,000 gold, bro, because of the CS discrepancy in the top and the mid lane. But they are going to pick up another one here, as Lechi's going to go down. This is going to be a 5-0 start for Green Gazo on that Kai'Sa.
Yeah, beautiful plays for sure. And she's going to be finishing up that item, feeling really good. I mean, Beastin up top, still going to be down by, 33 CS or so. But right now, definitely going to be doing better than he did last game. This Camille going to be coming in, looking pretty hungry right now. Trying to make some plays happen.
Ult did get popped there by Nas to give him that extra health. And now Prince might be able to run down Bug here. Neither player does have the flash. And Prince will end up getting caught by the Kai'Sa. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, but that's just more gold onto Gringazo. Might even be able to pick up another kill as well. 6-0 now running away. This Kai'Sa is proving to be a very scary threat. This Lux, though, could be dead, and she is. It's now another kill for Yon in the mid lane.
Yeah, Lux is dead again, and up top, Camille was able to take out Nasus in the solo yet again. So now a double CS lead coming out up top, more than double in the mid lane. I mean, I would sit here and say that NAU's bot lane might be able to carry this one, but I just don't think that's going to be the case. I'm sorry. I've seen too many times where a bot lane gets ahead like this, the solo laners lose out, and then the bot lane tries to help in the team fights, but the solo laners just aren't big enough to do anything big, and unfortunately, they're just going to be targeting out the Kai'Sa extremely easily, so having all your gold on this one champion, probably not going to be the best situation.
Third shot might be enough. And you're right, Rome. And the other problem is, like, if this was the Cyan Gragas from last game in the top and mid lane, then I believe in Green Gazo to be able to carry. Because, okay, yeah, there's not that much damage on Gragas. We saw what the Cyan can do. It's Yon Camille. If there's a top mid designed to dive a Fed 80 carry, I don't think you could pick a better combination than the Camille with the Hextech Ultimatum. The Yon's just going to do a ton of damage. Speaking of Yon, he is on his way down, and I don't think Gringazo is going to stand a chance. That is a huge amount of gold with the shutdown over to the Yon. Prince will pick up one more, and you just basically called what was going to happen 30 seconds in advance for him. The Fed 80 carry gets bullied by the enemy's Fed mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, happens in my solo queue games all the time. I do great bot lane, mid lane, and top feed, and it was all for nothing. I've seen the story unfold so many times, and that's the funny thing is, like, when you understand that the level that the players are all playing at, like, you understand where they're all ranking in solo queues and things like that, you can start to understand exactly how the game is really going to be played and all that good stuff, simply because, you understand tendencies of players in certain levels and things like that. So, with a lot of these players on that gold platinum cusp right here, they're making a whole lot of gold platinum plays, and this is going to be maybe an overextension, going to be coming out of Joestar, but no, he's going to get under tower, safe and easy. That gank attempt is not going to be good, but guess what is going to be good? The level 11 Yone, and he's going to be coming in, finishing off the Bug, and now looking for more. So right now, this NAU squad, absolutely terrorizing.
Ooh, the heal? Does the heal pay off?
Wow. I mean,
The
maybe,
heal! I
but
think he
like,
would.
eh.
Small victories, Rome. Small victories.
Oh man. I mean, overall, top lane yet again is not it right now. I don't know what's up with the Nasus. I don't know if the Nasus is like his best rogue, his favorite, or best champion, his favorite champion. But I mean, at the end of the day, you got to be comfortable on what you're on, or else you're not going to be able to be helpful to your team. So hopefully he's comfortable on Nasus. Maybe he'll be able to turn things around. But for now, it's literally bot lane versus the world for the side of Nebraska right now.
Yeah, Nebraska, I mean, speaking of comfortable, Green Gazzo, he's going to pick up another one here. I will say, big shout out Sands of Time. We've all been there where your support sets you up, and then for whatever reason, he right-clicks the man at 10 HP and takes the kill from you. So a big shout out to the 0-2 and 8 Nautilus for setting up that Kai'Sa. But can Kai'Sa kill a fed Yone and a fed Diana? We're about to find out. Yone and Diana are all the way down. There is no Camille, though there is an Unleashed teleport if they want to find it. And here is that teleport from the Camille. As why does Float gets taken low? Camille is in here. Can they get to the Kai'Sa on the back line? Yes, they can. And if they can't win that fight, I'm not sure what fight Concordia, Nebraska can win.
Oh, man. Right now, Nebraska, they are in shambles big time. I mean, this one got flipped around on its head. I mean, I've stated it so many times. The Kai'Sa is just not going to be enough. She can't get out by herself. She doesn't have enough fuel on her team. They have too many players that can just lock her down. And, you know, they did just that yet again. You know, if Joestar decides to lock her down, she's done. If Leche decides to lock her down as the Leona, guess what? She's done. Like, it's that simple and that easy. And including the Yone and the Diana. I mean, oh man, I just feel bad for the Kai'Sa right now because she's in position to carry. Just doesn't really have the teammates right now in the position to help her out when in a team fight.
When you look at the gold here, and I mean, Kai'Sa's right up there with Prince. He's ahead of Joestar in terms of gold, and Joestar is 4-1-2 as we're going to see Yone now. It's his turn to just bully Beastin into the ground. Unfortunately, the E will actually stop Yone from picking up a kill. Here comes Joestar now on the backline. He is going to run into the Warwick, but I think Joestar has one thing on his mind. It is going to be killing this poor Nasus for the umpteenth time today. And he will pick it up again. That ultimatum probably means Warwick is dead as well. And the three-man show of Float, Joestar, and Prince pick up a double in the top lane.
I kind of feel like Yone left that kill for Joestar. I feel like Yone could have finished that off, but he was like, you know what? You're already in their jungle. You can go ahead and get behind them. You get the kill. We'll spread the love. We'll have a good time. I mean, right now, great stuff coming out yet again of this NAU squad being able to turn things around, and we just got to wait and find out if this Kai'Sa is going to be able to make something happen.
I'm surprised. I mean, finally, NAU has at least moved Relux and Lychee from that bot lane up into that mid, and they're shoving right now. I'm surprised we didn't see Camille or we didn't see Yone go down with the massive level advantage into that bot lane and not try in 1v2, but at least hold the advantage, because I will say, NAU let Green Gazzo probably pick up 2 or 3 more kills than he really needed to, as they might even get a kill onto Leche here. He is going to get rooted. Final Spark is going to come in. Moonlight Vigil from this Aphelios won't land. Can Leona get away? I don't think so with the hunt from the Warwick here. This should be a dead Leona, but I don't think Green Gazzo's in range to get the kill. Never mind, the Leona lives because Yone came in. Absolutely spectacular, a huge two-man ult. And now it's up to Green Gazzo. If he picks up this kill, though, they have to be careful they don't overextend into Kai'Sa.
Yeah, the thing is that Warwick is down, so, I mean, they're going to be feeling extremely good right now to start up this dragon, get this control. Now Beastin going to be running for his life. Diana going to be clobbering him up and taken out very, very easily. And, I mean, right now, this game got turned on its head so quickly. I mean, I think we both thought that Nebraska were going to have a little bit better of a showing, at least through the first, 3-4 minutes. But after that, it has been all downhill from there for them.
Yeah, the real unfortunate part for Nebraska is, while Beaston improved from game 1, unfortunately, Why Does Float came in cold off the bench, and absolutely dominated on this Yone to the point where mid lane is actually the bigger cause for concern. Is Joestar going to pick up one more? Never mind, it'll be Relux getting the kill despite the ult over the wall from that Warwick. And so instead of just having one problem lane where everything else was kind of even last game, yeah, the NAU bot lane did pull ahead. So a big shout out to Green Gazo and Santa Time for turning that around. The mid lane is really what is hurting Concordia right now because Yone is basically doing Yone things at 4-1 and 8.
I mean, if you look at the mid, there's a 100 CS lead. And if you look at the top, there's a 90 CS lead. So anytime that you're, and oh my goodness, let's not even speak about the jungle. Anytime that there's that much of a disparity between what you're doing and what they're doing, I mean, it's hard to lose, honestly. It's literally hard to lose a game at this point.
12K gold lead. Usually you feel comfortable when you're about up every minute 500 gold. We are past that. We're at 12K at 20 minutes. A Baron's going to only add to that gold lead by a couple thousand here. And now, once again, I mean, this feels like game one, though, right, Rome? I mean, we're 20 minutes in. There's only one tier 2 turret available as opposed to the 0 that were alive last game. They're just simply running out of options for Concordia, and Prince is basically just killing anyone he wants on the map alongside the Yone and alongside the Camille.
Wow. Yeah. Man. Unfortunate. Yeah, the heal not going to be paying off for sure. I mean, still doesn't even have a full item right now.
Yep.
Like, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, oof, man, this is rough right now. 21 minutes, no item on Nasus. You're down 100 CS in your lane, top and mid. You're down 70 CS in the jungle. Right now, I mean, this Diana is absolutely terrorizing. And this is now the second game in a row that we've seen Diana do her thing. Oh, God.
I have bad news for you, Warwick. Oh, maybe not. Nice little flash there. Unfortunately, he's going to run right into the Camille. But Prince does pick up the kill. I mean, really the question comes down to, does NAU, who's already up 1-0 in the series, do they finish this game off with Baron? Or do they pick up a couple more kills, make the KDAs look good, and then end the game a couple minutes after that? Or does Green Gazo get the craziest spawn pentakill 5 times in a row? Because he is going to be the target, and I think the answer is no.
Wow, that's all it takes is Leona to hit the stun. That is it. Lights out. See you later, Kaisa. All that carry potential out the window in milliseconds. I mean, right now, NAU walking away with this one. And I mean, we talked about the support coming in, doing incredible things. I mean, being able to really be an impact late in this one, locking down that Kaisa when she needs to.
Phenomenal job by Lychee going down to that Leona. Kind of some revenge for earlier on in the game. They do lose the Yone in that tower dive as the respawn timers are short enough that Green Gazo is going to come back alive. And with Relux at low HP, Killer Instinct here could potentially be worrisome. So a great disengage here for NAU. And I will say, yes, they have every right to try and dive with a 17K gold lead at this point. But I like the fact they disengaged and did not throw away a chance to win. I like the fact that NAU's playing safe as opposed to just playing aggressive for the sake of it.
Oh, big time. I mean, I like it too. They understand that they have a lot of bounties right now on their side. I mean, 650, 700, 150, 300. So you don't want to give that free gold over to this squad simply because they might be able to make something out of it. But no! The big Diana ultimate gonna be coming in, cleaning everybody up. My goodness, she's going to be picking up the quadra kill, ladies and gentlemen, for finally getting taken out. That's going to be Camille doing Camille things. She's going to be in the base looking to end this one.
And this was my concern, right? Cyan doesn't 1v1 the Warwick and heal in the process. The problem is there's scarier champions than Cyan and Josh Joestar, though the start was a little bit rough, had us questioning it. At the end of the day, NAU will pick up a second win. They'll close out this series. And I will say, for Concordia, Nebraska, the 0-3 start, never what you want, but you're finding bright spots, right? Game 2, yeah, it ended up just as bad as Game 1. But you can see that Green Gazo has a lot of potential when paired with Santa Time in that bot lane. The Nasus, again, maybe it's, as you said, that could be his best champion. And as bad as it went, if you put him on something he's unfamiliar with, it'd be a heck of a lot worse.
I mean, yeah, and at that point, you just got to keep on playing the game, just keep trying new champions, keep on figuring things out, try to find ways to be more effective. I mean, at the end of the day, if you can't figure it out, just play a tank and get a bunch of armor or MR. Simple as that. If I ever have a
Yeah.
question, just tank up. That's all you got to do. You can play Cho'Gath, whatever you need to do, just figure it out. Just get huge up there and be all right. And man, I mean, honestly, just a great showing from NAU coming out all around. Nebraska, they just got to go back to the drawing board, starting off their season 0-3. Definitely going to be looking to improve.
Hey, NAU just joining this Navigators White division, pulling off a big win. As you said, that's really impressive because, of course, when they change divisions, pull back the curtain a little bit, they do have to make up the games from the weeks they missed. So they might have a lot of games stacked on top of each other. So pulling up a win here early, always a good way to start. Concordia, as you said, back to the drawing board. But there's some things that you can put on the drawing board at least. After game one, that whiteboard would have been blank for me. I would have said, you have a team. Now I can say, Green Gazzo, I know you can carry. Sands of Time, I know you can. You played a phenomenal Nautilus. I mean, as you alluded to, for playing this skill, for the support to never kill steal, absolutely phenomenal. Big shout out to you for never kill stealing your AD carry. I think Bug just needs to find his champion in the jungle, and he'll be phenomenal. Mid and top, figure out what works. If you have to go double tank, we just saw NAU do it in game one. There are drawing board spots. There are bright spots for Concordia, Nebraska. But a 0-3 start, they'll look to turn that around. Big shout out to NAU. Big shout out to you, Rome, as well. I thank you for joining me on the desk here, holding it down. You don't want to go anywhere. Top of the hour here. We'll have another game. We've got 2 more series left here on the NECC tonight. We've seen some bangers already, and as long as Vel'Koz isn't around, we'll see some more bangers because he just keeps killing the spectator. But that'll do it for myself and Rome. Remember, come back top of the hour for some more NECC action.
Good job, man.
Yeah, you too. That was
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
And welcome back. We are ready to go for our third series of the evening here at the NECC main stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minion Caster, and we'll be bringing you the matchup here, another matchup in the Navigators Cyan division. It'll be GFU Academy versus Waldorf. I think it's going to be a very fun one. RMC, how you doing today?
Doing good here, Orbital, and getting a bit of deja vu because I feel like just last week we were in here at GFU as well. But that was an emergence, Cyan. Today, we're in the Navigators, Cyan. So this is their, I believe, their Academy squad that we are casting. And up against Waldorf, a team that, Orbital, we find a little bit familiar because this is a team that we've seen last split as well. And my goodness, did Waldorf do well. They went all the way to the finals and were the runners-up last split.
And that's the awesome part. Again, runners up coming back into this semester, hoping to have another fantastic season. And most importantly, it's very interesting. I believe you had mentioned, and many that may have taken a look and maybe follow the teams as well, if there are any fans. You know, these teams did play in the preseason in the lineups to start things off. Of course, neither team has actually played since then. Both teams have actually had FFs throughout and have gotten a more or less bye throughout. So they're currently sitting at 1-0 apiece without playing a single game in the regular season.
Yeah, so one FF win apiece and one bye week means that even though we're in week 3, this is actually their first game they're playing here in the Navigator Cyan division in 2022. So we really don't have a lot of information about these teams and how they want to play. There's been so many meta changes, 12.4 as well, new champions coming in, and we don't know how any of that is going to affect these teams. And for both of these teams, Orbital, it's also worth mentioning that they're almost rivals at this point. They've played each other multiple times in the NECC. Last split as well, they were in the same division. And I mentioned that Waldorf made it to the finals and that they were the runners-up. But in the semifinals, George Fox University Academy made it all the way there. And they fell to Waldorf in the semifinals here. So there is a little bit of history between these two teams where Waldorf has been able to come out the winner in most of their matches. But to me, that just means GFU is hungrier for the win, and I'm sure they've studied up. They're very familiar. I'm eager to see what sort of changes they've made, what adaptations they have coming to this series here.
And it's a brand new season as well, right? Brand new champions across the board, if you can say brand new champions. But the tweaks are still coming through on some of them. We have a little bit of a different mid lane kind of matchups here. The usual rotation that was there prior to is now different. Same with the bot lane ADCs kind of getting swapped up ever so slightly. And then, of course, the jungle rotation to champions. We're seeing all these shifts through. And if you have been watching any of the matches earlier on, a lot of these players are starting to have specific champion pools to come out, which is very, very interesting. And Navigators, it allows, I feel at least, the most flexibility in terms of how you want to play these matchups. Taking a look, I mean, are we expecting, are you still leaning towards Waldorf as it did? It did feel like he gave him a lot of credence, right? The up-and-comers of GFU Academy hoping to challenge the team that beat them last time. Or does Waldorf still seem on paper to be a cut above?
Well, honestly, on paper, they don't look that far apart, but history has shown that Waldorf just seems to have the better of it. So until GFU can really prove otherwise, I've got to favor Waldorf when I'm just looking at this match. But Orbital, draft can change everything. And as we're speaking about draft, here we go. Bans all the... That's not meta for the most part. Pike, Porky, Nunu. Porky fell out of meta on when his package got changed. Morgana, Hecarim, Garen K. Maybe the Hecarim is starting to come in meta, but a lot of target bans coming through from both sides.
Is so, and do keep in mind, of course, for GFU Academy, that is not their LCS order lineup. Because, good lord, I would not want to see a Mundo mid and a Zyra jungle. That would be very painful. We will get all that lined up for you shortly, but you can see the compositions kind of rolling out. It does also go to note that they did have a pre-draft beforehand. That is why they are picking in these orders. And that's kind of the interesting part to note. So we will see what looks to be the Ahri in the mid lane versus the Veigar, which the Ahri was blind picked, possibly considered one of the strongest, if not the strongest, mid laner currently to be able to blind pick. In the ADC role, Misfortune versus Tristana. I do believe that is going to be the Trundle jungle versus the Amumu, and then top lane, the Mundo versus a Set. So very interestingly matchups all around.
Yeah, and I want to go back to that Ahri you mentioned because she is one of the changes. I believe it was patch 12.3 where her changes came through. Her damage got shifted away from damage amplification on her charm. She no longer needs to land that to get maximal burst. She's a lot more reliable now, and that's why we're seeing blind pick Ahri's, first pick Ahri's starting to come through. And for Nom Cakes, this is a champion that they're very, very familiar with. They've been playing a lot in solo queue here. So for the side of GFU Academy, when I look at their sort of lineup here, it feels like a pretty decent front to back. You've got Tristana here with two nice beefy tanks in front of them, and you've got a lot of pick potential with the Zyra with the Ari there, if you ever find anybody on your own, you can absolutely burst them down. Even if they're a tank, it's a bit harder to burst down, but there's more than enough damage. On the Waldorf side, though, I just don't see them ever being alone outside of laning phase. Because I look at this team, you've got Amumu, you've got Nautilus, you've got Misfortune. Those three already mean you're looking for massive team fights here. You're looking for that wombo combo, Curse of the Sad, bullet time to come through. And then Set, Vigar. Set is kind of tanky as well, but more than just a tank. I look at the Mundo, I look at the Trundle, and I think, wow, this is a team fight style as well. You're going to power drive them into the entire enemy team. Vigar with Event Horizon as well. Really strong for this team fight comp.
I also feel this is one of those moments where second gatekeeper is like, I really want to run heal. At the same time, cleanse is the only way to survive. So this is going to be a very challenging moment. Like you said, the wombo combo can come out. That also means it's relatively easy to get away. Taking a look on the side of GFU Academy, once again, this is a very slippery composition, right? You're taking a look at the Trundle. The pillar can actually negate the Nautilus coming in. You can take a look at that Mundo again, having an early setup. It can block one CC chain. So I mean, you try and bandage touch that bandage touch Mundo, and it's not going to be a good time. Tristana hopefully getting out of the Event Horizon, then the Ari always dashing. This is one of the few times that I will say the press R composition, if they are not on point, can easily kind of blow up in their own face.
For sure. George Fox University, they do have answers, like you mentioned. The carries, the Ari Tristana, both very mobile as well. And when you drop the sort of higher execution composition here, Orbital, then the pressure is on you, of course, to be able to actually perform. They won't win team fights. I think it's worth pointing that out right away. Yes, you've got the Zyra to be able to use her ults there, the Stranglethorns to try and deny the engage, but that's pretty much your only team fighting tool. You don't want a team fight. Instead, GFU Academy want to smash the lanes here. Ari into Vigar. That's actually a pretty comfortable lane for Ari early on here. Vigar will eventually outscale, but it takes time. Tristana and the Zyra as well. Pretty good answer into the Nautilus. Nautilus wants to go in. You can always raise a plot right in front of that hook, tank that hook for you, and then follow up with that poke damage here top side. Mundo into Set is kind of balanced, kind of even. There's not one side at particularly favor, but the Trundle, as you mentioned here, versus the Amumu, the jungler's looking to get that top side. Amumu's going to struggle to pin down Mundo. Doesn't have that much damage. Trundle, no such problem on the Set here. So GFU Academy, I want to see them take over the game early, or else come the mid game here, they're going to have to play it perfectly. Any mistake, anybody gets caught, and suddenly Waldorf's team fighting is just going to run you over.
And I think that gives huge props over to the Trundle, because anyone that's played Trundle or has played against a very good Trundle player knows that the pillar is quite possibly the most annoying ability to work against. You can disrupt so many abilities there. So when you're talking about high execution, I'm actually looking at that Trundle to be that big disruptor. You can block the Nautilus like I was talking about. At the same time, I'm fairly certain you can actually disrupt the Amumu as well. If the bandage toss has already been done, if Amumu is flying, I believe you can interrupt that as well. So taking a look, there's so many opportunities. Like you said, I love the fact that you pointed out this is going to have to be played on point coming out of GFU's side. If they don't, they will get steamrolled over. And from the early stages, I mean, where do they start with that, right? Where is that lane where they have to start get rolling? What opportunities do you think will be afforded to them?
I mean, technically, you could go to any lane with this particular setup, but I think the first lane I'd like to see gank is that bot side, the Zyra, the Tristana. Tristana is an interesting AD carry because she's actually got a really good early game. The first 3 levels are when her damage spikes the hardest there. Even though Misfortune's considered a strong early game AD carry, doesn't match the burst of a Tristana. And with that Zyra as well, there's a lot of burst potential there. So I want to see them take advantage of that. Once the Tristana gets rolling, go mid. Get the Ari ahead. Mundo is probably the one lane that I kind of don't care about. And actually, we were thinking Trundle jungle, Mundo top. It's a Mundo jungle Trundle top.
Ooh. Okay, so how does that change things up? Because we were expanding on the fact that, you know, Trundle will be in the jungle. You know, that would help disrupt the move. But with a Mundo now, this is... It does feel a little bit better for the Set. I mean, Set should have early priority over this Trundle, right?
Yes, Set is one of the strongest, level 1, level 2 champions in the game, especially into melee champions. So Aminarch should have a more than fun time in the beginning here. As it scales up, though, Trundle does trade quite well into the set, whether set goes tanky or damage. In fact, set's probably better off going tanky if you're trying to go damage, pardon me, if you're trying to 1v1 that Trundle. But I think the bigger difference here, Orbital, is in the jungle. The fact that Trundle into a Mumu is kind of it's okay, right? Like your Trundle farms a little bit faster, can go in and invade. But Mundo does the same thing, and Mundo's dueling against a Mumu is actually much more painful. We already touched on the fact that Mundo's passive can ignore one of those stuns here, and besides the stun, a Mumu doesn't have an effective way to duel.
That's a sad part to hear. I mean, you're already sad enough without any friends, and now you just can't do anything if a bully comes in. It's just like, oh, what do? You go around and just kind of sit there. Walton, of course, getting taken quite low by that Gromp, but you can already see the bottom lane at level 1.
Yeah.
Gatekeeper got tagged a little bit and immediately answered back, so both ADCs got tagged down to about 50%. An early pop at the pot, though, by Joe Cool, because you're running that long sword and 3 potions, you are forced to expend those a little bit quicker versus that Doran's Blade and Potion top lane. Wrath actually getting the better of that fight, forcing Amonarch to flash early.
Yeah, and Amonarch actually tried to go in for that fight, so that was something that Amonarch picked and ended up losing out. Now, Tectonic actually invaded our Walton here. Like we said, with that Mundo, you get to win out, took away the red buff, and is now looking to see if you can punish the set. It's really dicey. Set at level 2 usually already has that shield, that Haymaker ready to go here.
Oh, this is what I was talking about. I really like that early gank onto an Ahri. Not because I'm biased towards a Vigar. I totally don't have like 3 seasons on my belt with that champion. But again, very nice rotate. You already know that the Ahri is being aggressive. You burn the flash and give yourself an opportunity to come back later.
Hey, but big props to Numcakes for not dying there. I actually thought that they might go down. Doesn't really have any defensive summoners as well. And I like what our Walton has done here as well. The fact that, hey, we lost control of the top side. We know this. I'm going to counter invade. And if you do get the red buff, no, Walton stay. Oh, they didn't say for the red buff. But if our Walton had sit for the red buff, that's a win for the Amumu there.
Would have been a win, but of course you are focused a little bit more on that mid lane. Top lane completely cleared out now. Tectonic sitting with those buffs is now going to rotate over, take the wolves, and watch as the lower scuttle gets taken out. So far, they are kind of trading decently back and forth. The only time will tell as our Walt is now willing to jump in on this bot side. That's going to be a hook and the double up all behind. You got to love those roots. Unfortunately, Yuki Hirana not able to even flash in those early stages.
There was a ward, Orbital. They actually could have seen our Walton walking into the bush, but with all the trading that was happening between Joku, second gatekeeper, Yuki Hirana, and Tracy O, I guess they didn't catch the Amumu sneaking in there. And with that, our Walton on the board, punishing mid.
Oh, the charm hits, though, and our Walton takes so much damage. That's going to be the Comet coming down, and Nomcakes dances away. That was a very, very close fight, and now we're going to see Tectonic jump in. Oh, this is going to be unfortunate by Waza with the kill. The barrier does come up, so you get a trade of 1-for-1. Bot lane, we also saw go down as second gatekeeper falls to the punishing blows of Tracio and Jocool.
Okay, lots of things happening here. Let's start on the kill that we didn't see in the bot side. The fact that second gatekeeper did go down in the 2v2. That is not ideal for your Tristana here, especially when the MF is starting to get ahead. That will be the big damage dealer in the mid-game team fights. And in the mid lane there, yes, Waza ended up going down, but you had to take that trade. At that point, both our Walton and Waza blew flash to try and kill Nomcakes. And if you don't get that kill there, you're really, really far behind. This time, yeah, sure, you do die, but feeding a kill over to a Mundo is the least of your problems. If you can keep that Ahri down, you take it.
It's enough. That's all you need. And, you know, you get the kill, only an assist for the Ahri, and now you have lane priority. Very aggressive on Waza's side, though, to actually go for the blasting wand first. I am surprised. Of course, you don't have enough money. I think it was sitting on only about 1,100, so kind of forced to have that purchase. But, of course, going for that higher amplitude and just going for the raw damage does mean that Nomcakes is forced to kind of back up with no flash or anything like that. You're going to have a little bit more difficult time. Dragon now started up by Tectonic, though. That's going to be a Mountain Drake. That's going to be pretty nice against the all-in potential of this GFU squad.
Yeah, especially against, you know, wombo combos. A lot of the damage is front-loaded, so if you can reduce some of that, it's nice, but you only get one here. I'm just more appreciative of the fact that Tectonic went for this with good setup, pushing lanes in mid and bot side there. No vision either, completely free. And Waldorf right now, they don't really have anything to answer. Herald's not up either. Bolton can't really look for a gank anywhere.
No need for a gank when NECC is still on the aggressive. You can see that landing the charm, just saying, listen, you ganked me so much, now you're kind of screwed. You are going to get dogpiled every so often, which is going to be nice. Of course, level 6 is being hit all over the place, does give a little bit of leniency. That's going to be Wrath going in on the top side, but finally burns that subjugate. Good flash out, but minion blocked out of a follow-up. Wrath is going to take out his Wrath on the minions, I think, for sure.
So one of the annoying things about this particular top lane matchup here, Orbital, is that if you're not all inning, the damage doesn't stick. All in?
That is true, and Amonarch says thank you very much. Showstopper takes a solo kill on the top side.
And Tectonic is still invading here, but this time without backup. He just walked right through this.
Yeah. Happily.
Yeah.
The problem is the damage is still going to come through. Tectonic is going to get some help from NECC. NECC actually jumps in. I'm not sure if that's what you want to go ahead, dash right back out. Our Walton is coming down from the mid lane, and NECC is allowed to walk away. No one else to really catch up to the 40% extra move speed that the Foxfire Spirits does give.
NECC there, bailing out Tectonic for, frankly, what was an illegal move trying to invade in the jungle, and Wrath just TP'd back in, already chunked out. So, okay, let's touch on the top lane, because there was the point I was going to make, which is that if you're not all winning, the problem is that Trundle can heal up, killing these minions, and Amonarch has great regen here. So Amonarch, recognizing Wrath is low, is trying to get the kill before he regens.
Jeez, Amonarch.
Oh!
A tower dive at level 8. That's how quickly Amonarch said, we are going to get this top lane done.
Yeah, oh, and it was clean too. The way that shield was so clutch coming in. This top lane is definitely an issue. And Tectonic coming up here is not safe. Look at that level difference. Mundo doesn't even have ult yet.
Don't have ult, and you have nothing of the sort. NECC barely has a Spirit Rush, and Amonarch had a very deep River Ward. I think that actually came out from Waza. So again, this set, we were talking about it because they swapped out the Mundo, and it's the Trundle on the top side. Without that Subjugate, you are pretty much fodder for this set.
Yeah, and this set is not building tank either, like we called for. Damage here. This is a lane-winning set, and your Subjugate is nice, but not as nice as it could be. Now, down to the bot side here, Orbital, they're going to hit 6 soon, and that's really when Waldorf's composition starts to come online. Second Gatekeeper and Yuki Hirana weren't able to punish as much as we hoped in the lane. In fact, both of them had fallen here. So at 6, Tracio can just look for the engage, look for the depth charge, chained into that bullet time, which just came through for Joe Cool here, and that should be a kill.
Tracio just hit level 6. Top lane, we get to see our Walton throw out a little bit of a bandage, and our Walton has honestly, I gotta say, been granted a little bit of an easy time because of the fact that the rest of the team is there. Now we're going to see the charm, though, on the mid lane. Waza is going to get eaten up, shoot up, flash, and barrier used. But, I mean, you're against NECC. That's even going to be Primordial Burst is going to be picked up. Our Walton is going to duel it out with Wrath. That's going to be a jump in the reset, but the flash R is going to be used. Walton still falls. At least you're able to trade one back, and now with the Showstopper being used, I'm not sure. Oh, Amonarch throwing that the wrong way. Tectonic is going to walk away from this one. The chase of the red buff is going to draw in Tectonic. Amonarch wants to be able to trade back again. It's a 2-for-2 so far in this mid lane. Tectonic is going to be able to survive. And Amonarch and the big beefcakes have watched as the squishies fall in the river.
I mean, ultimately, that was a 2-for-2, right? So,
yes.
Not a terrible trade coming through from GFU. They'll be happy to take that. And they stopped the Herald take coming through from Waldorf here. Now, the problem is, are they going to go right back to it? Because I think Amonarch right now is the big difference maker. Tectonic survives that fight because he has the ultimate. If he doesn't have the ultimate, well, I'm not so confident of their odds there.
Yeah, he did. He would have been dead. That's just something that we do have to keep track of. So now Tracio ready to go in, but actually dies all the way in the back. So this is going to be a support versus ADC versus ADC. And Gatekeeper, you went too far. The gates have been broken. That'll be a kill on the bot side once again. Now that is going to open up the Rift Herald. And Tectonic really wants to break this one in. It's about to reset though, so you have to be really, really careful. Not walk too far out. And that will be collected by Waldorf.
Well played from them. Like we said, once the outs are all sort of down there, Waldorf is just stronger. Oh, almost landed on Yuki Hirana there. And Tracy was kind of low. I don't know if that's really what you want to do there.
Wrath getting a little bit of a juke on, but of course it's a little bit difficult when they stick to you so well. Top lane is going to be 5-0 in favor of Aminark. Now, in the jungle, Joe will set up a little bit too far. You have Flash, and you're an ADC, so NECC is able to pick that one up. Dragon, second of the game, does go GFU's way. So the Dragon second has definitely begun, as we are going to get Infernal as the soul.
Arrow drop top side though, so Waldorf answering back with everything here. But I think GFU have done a pretty decent job considering the way their lanes have gone here to be able to pick up these first two dragons. And it feels like the bright spot right now for GFU is that mid lane is NECC, and I'd like to see them continue to play through that. Look for a couple more ganks, maybe even send Yuki Hirana up this top side though.
That's going to be the draw in. Our Walton might die. No, is not going to die to the tower. And that's going to be the Haymaker used. Aminark finally picks up the kill. He's going to get a little bit of reju going from the runes. OP is OP. Aminark and our Walton once again punish this top lane. It has been constant aggression on Wrath.
So that's what the disgusting things about Set is his true grit passive. The lower your health gets, the bigger your regeneration. And that's what we're seeing happen in this top side right now. The fact that Aminark keeps getting away with these dives, and now Aminark is 6-0 as well. Waldorf don't have to play for the team fight here. They can just flat out play for the split push. And I don't know if NECC, if Tectonic, even the two of them gank this top side, I feel like Aminark could probably still find kills, if not outright just walk away.
Well, now with the Blade of the Rune King and the Iron Spike Whip, you have so much raw damage coming through. I gotta agree, there isn't really going to be a chance. So where do you go from here on out? NECC says, well, we go bot lane, because Tracio's going to step up. That's going to be a hook out of the rocket jump. And in comes NECC. That's going to be the bull time being used, but immediately stopped. And a really nice charm. Joe Cool is going to get ignited, is going to fall. That'll be the kill going over to the Ahri. That'll put him at 4-2-1 to try and become a threat in this game.
Yeah, but because of the damage she put down on second gatekeeper here, it's not safe for the Tristana to keep trying to push here. Tracio?
That's going to be a couple auto attacks, and the Ignite goes down as well. So second gatekeeper is able to trade it out. Our Walton now charmed out. And this is going to be the aggression without Aminark there. This is becoming a very painful rest of Summoners Rift. Waza now going to get chased down. Tectonic getting the flash out of that Vygar. And even though Aminark is 6-0-0, you have to take a look at the rest of the map. 0-2 for our Walton, 1-2 for Waza, 2-2 for Joe Cool, and Tracio at 2-1-2.
Yeah, and this bot lane of Joku and Tracio that was winning their lane, I love the fact that GFU have set NECC down to start focusing them down, because suddenly instead of 2 winning lanes, you now only have the 1 winning lane with Aminark, and the other one's kind of iffy. Tectonic has the flash away again, and it feels like every time I look at Tectonic anywhere near Aminark, it's Tectonic running away.
Tectonic knows better than to dance that, right? Tectonic is just like, look, I already know what happened last time I went up there. I'm not having it done again. Still 1-0-4, very, very solid. Did go for the Sunfire, making their way in there. So that'll be a nice charge up, hopefully sticking to a few members to really get that damage down. Look, 82 CS, really keeping pace here. Level 9s for a majority share of everyone, and that does bode well, except for Wrath, who is 3 levels down, but we don't talk about Wrath.
Wrath is doing what Wrath can right now. You're just trying to power farm on the side as the Trundle here. Your Subjugate will still have utility for the rest of the team, even if you personally are struggling. And for Waldorf here, a lot of their early game advantage feels like it's starting to get lost here. Tectonic, no flash this time.
No flash, but a little bit of a barrier, and NECC is going to throw out the charm, misses the charm, but is able to get to the back line, immediately knocked up, though, with that depth charge, and that'll be the reset. Again, NECC, remember, the strongest of the team is going what looks to be straight into that needlessly large rod build. It's going to be very, very helpful, as our Walton is now going to try and re-engage, gets a great binding, and the bandage, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, is going to drop her low and get the shutdown. TB? Unfortunately, it does go over to Tracio. Once a little bit of the feels bad, Wrath is now going to try to re-engage. This is the third engage of this singular fight. Tracio is going to get pummeled by the Hammer of Wrath, or the Mallet, whichever one you want to call it. Gatekeeper now coming in to finish things off. As overall, GFU will come out, I think, a little bit better in all of these fights.
Yeah, they are. And here's the thing. We said Waldorf had drafted a full 5-man team fighting composition. Have we seen them actually team fight, Orbital? It feels like all these fights right now, they're smaller skirmishes, which are getting bigger and bigger as people pile in. But we're not seeing, those 4 5-man Event Horizons, Curse of the Sad Mummies, the Depth Charge either. And GFU, they're making good with their pick comp.
Just that good. Waza as well gonna get jumped on. Second Gatekeeper says the gates are now shut once again. Not allowed to play it out. Tracio has been able to do really well with those fights, and I'm not sure if that cleanse was worth it. And he got no summoners to play with at all.
And for all the death that we're seeing on the Rift right now, bro, we're not seeing turrets being taken too well. It feels like they get a win, but the AD carries are dead, and so they can't actually take it. GFU, they can't take the turrets, but they're stacking the dragons, and this is an Infernal Soul. They've done an amazing job so far stacking these dragons, and for GFU, yeah, the kill score is not exactly in their favor, but if we look at how they've been playing, the momentum is, and soon once they get that soul, it's going to make up a lot of that gold difference as well.
So good. And you also keep in mind that they had 2 really good poke champions. There are actually 3 if you want to take into account Tectonic for that. The axes can be very, very brutal if you let them stack up on you. So many champions that can utilize this well, so Waldorf are really going to have to try and lay into these fights. They got to start grouping up. Like you said, this is the time. You're about 18 minutes, about as strong as a lot of these champions are wanting to get with their primary item builds. Tracio was able to sneak into that bush. And unfortunately, that does mean Wrath has to walk away. You catch a clip of the wall as the anchor is just a little bit too fat. And they go ahead and walk away. That is Wrath being allowed to live. Almost died a 6th time.
But didn't.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter how close you are if it doesn't quite convert. Herald, however, is still in Amnarch's pocket here, so they can look to try and take objectives here. Amnarch baiting.
Ooh, Amnarch is baiting down to about 50% and immediately has to go back in. Good showstopper into the haymaker and into the bullet time. It's a little disjointed, but we give him credit. Gatekeeper has to bring the flash, but a follow-up from Tracio says, no, you don't. The combos come out and Waldorf take a convincing fight in mid.
And the target selection as well. The fact that they managed to burst out Nom Cakes right at the start really made the rest of the fight easier. All the kills for GFU, 6 of them, are all concentrated on Nom Cakes here. And now that they got Nom Cakes, they got second Gatekeeper, they get to push in with Herald here. This should be an inhibitor.
Ooh, double Event Horizon means the rest of the team is now staggered. That should be the inhibitor, and then some. Fantastic job by Waldorf to really come back in that scenario because they needed it, right? 3 dragons down, you're looking at Soul Point. You had to have something, and that ace is going to mellow out the current situation.
That ace, 1 second before Nom Cakes came back up as well here. And now Waldorf, where do you go from here? They're actually just playing around. Tectonic just walks in and smites it though. Rolson, our Rolson wasn't there, and you don't beat a jungler at an objective.
The 900 smite, too strong. Way too strong there. 5 towers to 2 though, 3 dragons to 0 on the opposite side. It's getting hairy here, RMC. We are talking about these 2 being rivals, and they're showing it here. It's a very bloody game, I have to say. 30 kills overall, and yet the game still feels like it could go either way. We're still watching that dragon, right? Baron is now on the map, which means teams are going to be fighting over that. It's getting up there.
Yeah, and for GFU, if you lose this dragon, it's not the end of the world. If Waldorf loses this dragon, it gives GFU sort of another window of opportunity to try and play through. And I think a large part of the reason why we're feeling like Waldorf is not fully in control, despite being up 7,000 gold right now, is the way GFU have been playing. They've been so good at getting picks, at getting catches here. And if you're getting picks and catches, it doesn't matter how far ahead the enemy team is. It only matters how many people you have compared to how many people you've caught.
All you need to worry about, again, you catch the set out, all of a sudden the showstopper's gone. You catch Waza, and suddenly the Event Horizon's gone. You catch Joe Cool, suddenly there's nothing else to go with, and NomCake says, I found someone,
Oh.
but great barrier into that negation. Oh, the rune saving Waza and granting a kill back, but unfortunately the Amumu got caught in the drought and the Baron pit.
Yeah, but hey, you know what? I'll take NomCakes going down if it means losing my jungler right now. NomCakes is such an important part of the GFU comp. And now, Tracio, where are you going here? Just, I mean, I guess they're posturing because for the side of GFU, they don't know exactly who's in the area, right? They know that Waza was kind of there, Joku was kind of there, but they don't know exactly where.
I think Tracio actually thought that Amonarch was a little bit closer behind and then walked in and said, oh, wait, that's not the route that I wanted to go. Of course, though, taking a look at that kill, NomCakes was definitely surprised at the fact that that happened. You could tell, right? Wasn't able to get the burst off in the first 2 charges, and that's going to cause a little bit of a collapse. We said that the Vigar is going to outscale here in the later game. Also went into the defensive side of the tree. You could see, I believe that's the nullifying orb inside of the primary sorcery tree. Very, very nice to have in these situations. That coupled with barrier will always keep Waza alive. It's only a one-on-one.
Yeah, and with the Zonias as well, right? You can wait out some of the burst if you're fast enough. And the fact that Waza basically 2-tap NomCakes right there is terrifying, because that's not just going to happen to NomCakes. It'll happen to second Gatekeeper. It'll happen to Yuki Hirana right now. And it's definitely a big problem for GFU. It feels like the window is closing, and they need to start forcing a little bit more picks. For now, though, they're going with the 1-3-1, and they've already claimed one objective bounty top. Somebody needs to answer Wrath and NomCakes.
Well, Wrath so far, the unfortunate part is for Wrath, you're never allowed to push further than, I would say, a tower's length out. Whereas NomCakes, as long as the Spirit rushes up, you can push as far as you really want to go, right? That's the difference between the two. Oh, Gatekeeper.
Wow.
Oh, that one hurt to watch.
Little bit. And the problem is that Gatekeeper being down does mean that Waldorf can now go for that Baron here. I'd like to see Amonarch play sort of Gatekeeper of his own, make sure that nobody can get into the area to steal it away or hit the squishies. And for the side of GFU here, they know it's being done. You can see they're in the area, they don't have vision.
I mean, NomCakes throw a little bit of a charm, maybe get something. This is going to be the full collapse coming in. NomCakes is now on a ward, so you know that. And it feels like they just might turn it around here. Tectonic running pretty good interference. Now they're going to burst their way in. That's going to be the Baron taken, but what more are they going to get? Oh, Curse of the Sad Mummy is down. You do lose Wrath. I think that's all they'll luckily lose here. GFU went for it, and I respect them for that. Unfortunately, it will only be one down. Now you have to face off against Waldorf's Baron as well.
Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, for the side of GFU there, that was a really good attempt. They only lost one member going in for that, and Yuki Hirana's Stranglethorns was what got them out in one piece. So they're not going to just lose the game outright from that Baron. Waldorf still have to continue pushing. And I actually don't want to see them push mid here unless they're confident they can win out under those Nexus turrets. You already have super minions pushing down that mid lane. Actually, do they? No. Oh, the inhib's about to respawn, so never mind. They've got to group up mid. They've got to take that inhib, and then I want to see them, rotate to a different lane here. Let your super minions do work, and let your Baron be more efficient elsewhere.
That or just end it with a wombo combo. Those are really their two options, right? If everyone groups up for a 5v5 and just sends it, that's an opportunity as well. Red buff is taken away. Tectonic actually is able to grab that one. Unfortunately, second Gatekeeper is not allowed to hang on to a red buff. I don't think they've been able to get one at all. And there you go. Just like you called it, they are grouping up in the mid lane. Are Walton off on the side, just kind of taking another camp, wanting to try and hit that level 16 as quickly as possible because no one's really there, right? Amonarch is currently sitting at level 14, is going to try and split up on the edge. He's going to try and catch NomCakes. Tracio is going to be bloody blocked by that lovely player.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly short cooldown. It will be back up here. Amonarch playing with NomCakes. And keep in mind, Amonarch has TP. NomCakes does not here. So if Waldorf want to pull the trigger here, they would have a numbers advantage.
They would. Do they want to take that chance? Our Walton says yes. The rest of the team said kinda. Tracio still leading that frontwards charge. And with the split of our Walton off, it looks like they are going to give up chasing this mid lane. Instead, try and clear out a majority share of the jungle, trying to get strong enough. He should burn that spell immunity from Tectonic. It'll be down for the next, I want to say, about 20 to 30 seconds.
Yeah, and the problem is, will is the mismatch sufficient? Can you get a second event horizon off? For now, doesn't matter. Tectonic has backed off. Nomcake's actually recalled as well, and there's only 30 seconds left on this Baron power play for Waldorf. They've not been able to leverage it into any structures just yet.
Hasn't been there, and it is going to time out here in about 25 seconds, so you can see him just trying to. Joe Cool look like they wanted to recall, look like they wanted to try and pick something up, but we're going to see the bot lane get taken into a 1v2. Set is going to be dueling out against Wrath and Nomcakes. The rest of the team is slowing down. Showstopper is going to be used against the wall, and it looks like Amonarch is going to fall. That's going to be a slap by Wrath, so they took out one. Can they chase him out of lane? Yes, they can. On the other side, Waza has to burn both Flash and Barrier and is annihilated. Still, Curse of the Sad Mummy isn't going to be enough, and the pick game continues. Now Tectonic will pay the price, but it's enough. You take two, you stop the inhibitor going down, and with Dragon coming up in 30, you have the main advantage.
Oh, Joe has to be careful here.
Well, not anymore. I said they had the advantage, and it doesn't look like they do anymore. Immediately cleaned up on the back, and that leaves the jungler and 2 down on GFU as Waldorf take the bot lane tower.
Honestly, though, Orbital, I really appreciate what GFU managed to do there. They didn't actually have to team fight. They dragged Waldorf apart here. They find the pick on Amonarch. They find the pick on Waza. And throughout all of that, Joe Cool never got to use really that big bullet time on those fights. At the end, it got used on a single target. But it is the gold lead that favors Waldorf, right? The fact that they were 3 versus 4 pinched between and still managed to get out, get Dragon as well. It feels like GFU's window has largely closed at this point. And unless Waldorf makes some sort of mistake, or GFU can maybe catch them at a perfect choke point at Baron, it's going to be so hard for GFU to manufacture their own win at this point.
The thing is Waldorf is leaving those, very slight opportunities out. You saw it, right? Waza was caught in a rotate. Wrath, or Amonarch, current status is healthy, but not so much in the defensive department. Excuse me. And taking a look at the others, the Bramblevest finally coming through, that's going to help take out a little bit of Wrath's healing there. So it's still, if the catches come through, I'm very, very interested. I don't want to see Waldorf make that same mistake, right? Feeling too confident to walk through the enemy jungle and then leaving your mid laner out to dry. That cannot happen now. You're about 28.5 minutes into the game. These set timers are starting to climb up.
Yeah, and for Waldorf, if they want to avoid giving away kills, they need to group up. Look at where they are right now. Joe Cool is not with the rest of the team here, and Joe Cool is a big part of your Wombo combo. Yes, Waza has a lot of damage, but it's largely single target damage. It's not the big Wombo combo that will outright win you the game here. 45 seconds still on Baron. Nomcake's looking for a pick.
I mean, Nomcakes could definitely give it a shot. I mean, it's both carries and don't really have anything. But a little bit worried. Doesn't want to get caught in the middle of that area, You know what happened with Waza and Nomcakes, so taking the smarter route here, deciding against it. Top lane is not going to be pressured in. It is a 3-2 split. I will say this is quite dangerous to do when you leave both your carries hanging out in the mid lane, but you know what? Waldorf say we're far enough ahead, we're going to do it.
Yeah, this split concerns me a lot, because not only did you just leave your 2 carries alone, you stacked 3 tanks. even if Amonarch and R. Walton and Tracio can catch somebody out, I don't think they have enough damage really to kill them. Maybe Amonarch does. I mean, he does have to play with the Rune King and the Gore Drinker. We'll test it right now. They found Tectonic.
They have found Tectonic, but look, again, it is just the tanks, and I don't know if you want to follow up. R. Walton is still quite squishy. Over the wall they go, and Waza, for all the damage that they built up, doesn't have any magic penetration, doesn't have the Void Staff or anything like that, so you're going to see if it's Tectonic or Wrath, it's going to just kind of be tickling the tanks a bit. Oh no, Tectonic. You're walking for that fight. You might have gotten bit, and the Curse of the Sad Money comes out. Doesn't really catch anyone, but Joe Cool is able to finish it off on the top side. That's going to be the Hourglass being used, and the bullet time, about 4 shots of the bullet time is going to be used. Charm lands, and Amonarch has to throw out the Haymaker. The beating continues as Wrath is going to be killed. Triple kill for Joe Cool. Is this going to continue? Yes, it is. Quadra kill for Joe Cool, who is going to solidify Waldorf's chase into the base.
Yeah, and they can end right here. I'm not... the celebratory TP might be a little bit early. It should still guarantee it, though. Nomcakes, it's gone.
That's going to be the solid finish. A primordial burst, a fitting little firework to finish off the game. Waldorf, it looked a bit spicy in the early stages, looked a little bit rough, but later on, immaculate team fights and well-fought positioning takes a Game 1 victory over GFU Academy.
Well, Orbital, this is why the two teams are kind of rivals, right? It is a very close game, and you can see how close to the wire it gets. Waldorf, with their team composition, did manage to triumph, and I think the Vigar pickup that they did very early on in their draft was a key component of that. The infinite scaling, the way we saw the Vigar just absolutely burst down anybody who they caught towards the end of that game, was critical to them. But GFU, nostalgia of their own. I really liked that Ari pickup for Nom Cakes here. The issue was a little bit about Wrath in that top side. The Trundle bleeding out that early, I think, messed their plan up a little bit here. And going into game 2, well, I think you can keep sort of the general outline of your draft the same. I would like to see a bit of better scaling from your AD carry here. The Tristana, unfortunately, not quite as impactful. And top side, I don't know exactly what you can do for Wrath here, but maybe pick something more comfortable, something with a bit more how do we say this? A bit more margin of error. Things that even if you fall behind, you can still have a lot of utility to the team.
Tanks, just beefcakes in the top side. Honestly, even throw the Mundo if you can still flex it in between the two. That is an opportunity, of course. We'll have to wait and see. GFU Academy have one more chance to try and tie things up here, whereas Waldorf do have that look about them, ready to go for a 2-0 and finish off the night in style. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more League of Legends action in just a bit.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
And welcome back. We're ready to go for game number 2. Again, game number 1 honestly was a lot spicier than I think we were expecting. With the compositions and how they rolled out, it was much closer. GFU putting up a massive fight on the back of NECC, kicking it off on the Ari. However, Waldorf, at the end of the day, phenomenal play. Aminark getting control of the top lane. Bot lane getting a little bit out of control as well. Joe Cool on that misfortune, really showing some stuff there. And then Waza, of course, coming back in the late game. That Vigar tends to have a little bit of a mean streak. Here into game number 2, though, with the side swapped, we're going to see if GFU Academy can do anything a little bit differently.
Yeah, so GFU Academy on the red side here, they'll lose first pick, which they used on that Ari in game 1, but they will get themselves a counter pick, that final pick to come through, and we'll have to see if they can leverage that. I'm actually curious if they go for that early Ari again for NECC, so whether they end up, maybe waiting for the counter pick, because NECC really looked like that bright shining spot for GFU Academy in game 1.
It really did. It was pick after pick after pick, and just if they were a bit squishier, I think it would have worked, right? If the rest of the lanes were able to hold steady, if the rest of them were just kind of even pace, the Ari would have been all over the place. It would have been scary. It would have been terrifying. Waza being forced to run the nullifying orb does feel pretty bad because that also hits mana flow ban, which I personally love to run all the time. I don't know if others do, but Vigar does rely on mana. So losing out on that, being forced into the defensive does hurt a little bit. Taking a look here, of course, GFU, the main question we were having is that top lane, right? Wrath, as we do get underway with drafts here, we are taking a look, and you can actually already see here, Wrath needed something different. To give a little bit of information, though, you see a lot of random champions. Let's go ahead and run down it real quick. Again, the pre-draft was already there. Nasus was last pick. You already saw the Malphite. You already saw all that. Asol was also a counter pick to the Ari. It's spicy, it's crazy, it's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call Asol a counter pick to Ari. It's a pick. And honestly, Asol doesn't have really good laning phase, especially after the last round of changes to Asol. The fact that his W is no longer a toggle and it's a temporary ability, he actually tends to really struggle into mobile champions like the Ari here. So I think Waza picking up this Aurelion. So first of all, It's a champion that he's very comfortable with, plays a lot in solo queue, but I also think he's going to be playing to the side lanes. And when I look at his side lanes here, you've got Malphite on one hand, you've got Misfortune Swain on the other. You don't gank the Malphite. There's really no point here. So it feels like they're just going to all in this bot side for Joku, for Tracio, and with the Swain, with the Misfortune, there is a lot of kill potential there.
And another thing that we get to point out, which is very, very fun, which is very, very exciting, and I think is my favorite thing ever to do to opponents, we see a shadow ban that came out here on the side of GFU Academy. So as you can see right now, the Nunu is currently sitting on Tectonic. That is actually an R. Walton special. That was why it was banned out in game number 1. R. Walton, I feel, is going to be gunning for that Nunu, saying, you better not try anything crazy.
Yeah, it's really funny actually, because when it came out, I got confused about who was on which side for a second, because I was thinking, hold up, you know, that's that Nunu. Oh, we knew it was coming out, and I was like, wait a second, that's not Waldorf's Nunu, that's GFU's. And considering the teams have played against each other a lot before, I guess they've learned that hey, we have to ban it, or since we had to use up our bans on other things like the Amumu, like the Vigar here, well, I guess we'll pick it ourselves. And I don't hate it. I actually think it's a good pick in this particular situation here. Nunu can gank that Swain Misfortune in the bot side. You can get the Aurelian Soul. These aren't particularly mobile champions, and running them down with a snowball, that's great setup for the lanes to look for a kill.
It's so good. Of course, you can take a look at the summoner spells that are currently being picked up, as well as the runes and masteries that have been locked in. On the top side, it is surprising to see the Nasus actually deciding to run Fleet Footwork. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work out here. Normally, I think you see a little bit more in the resolve side of things. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think the Malphite's going to have a fun time poking out. In the jungle, Phase Rush for the Nunu, fairly standard there, as well as the Conqueror for J4. Again, very standard for the junglers.
Yeah, and you know what? I want to go back to that top side a little bit, because I think for the Nasus here, we saw last game, unfortunately, that Aminarch just absolutely took off with the game and Wrath suffered. So I think you're just looking for sustain here. You're not picking the Nasus thinking, I'm going to win this, especially not into a Malphite, an armor tank who can bully you out a little early with that J4 as well, can even outright kill you. You just want to farm your stack. So just whatever helps you survive best here. In the mid lane, though, you can see once again, Aurelian Soul, with that phase rush as well for Waza, those aren't lane runes. Approach velocity as well, those are runes you take to go to other lanes. And meanwhile, I'm looking at what we're seeing here come through for Nom Cakes, and yeah, that's a kill lane right here. This Ahri is looking to try and kill this dragon as many times as you can, and then start roaming around, getting kills on everyone else. Even the tank, even the Malphite can go down, because Malphite is an armor tank, not a magic resistant soak.
There you go. With the ADCs, once again, this, I believe, is the exact same standard that we saw before. The Tristana, I did say that I wanted, while we were sitting in the, I believe, in the midway break, waiting for the teams, I did say I want to see a little bit more of this Tristana. I think Tristana is a very great early game champion, and with these supports that are currently coming out, you do have an opportunity, right? It's not that Nautilus is not a Leona potentially beefcaking up. I want to see the Tristana with Halo Blades really ramp up that damage.
Yeah, and interesting, you know, when you mentioned the fact that, hey, Nautilus was banned away, we're not seeing that. We're not seeing the Leona either, which is one of the traditional pairings with Misfortune. Instead, we're seeing the Swain come through. And to me, that's something that I want to see Tracio pop off on, because you don't pick the Swain to be that passive support. It's a kill support. If you're not pressuring, if you're not threatening the opponents here, the Swain isn't as useful. And on the other side, once again, for Yuki Hirana here, we do see that Zyra pick up, and it's one of the more aggressive supports, I guess, that Yuki Hirana likes to play. She's actually a nursing major, and she got into nursing to help people. So it hardly surprises you that she normally runs picks like Morgana, Lux, Seraphine, Nami, you know, healing supports here. But not tonight. Tonight she's out for blood. And game one didn't quite pan out here. But against the Swain, I think it is a squishier target. It is one that is a lot more volatile. And I think it's going to come down to who can land their stuns, their roots quicker between these two supports.
If anyone gets locked up, that's potentially a kill. Not only that, you have to take a look at the runes there. You can see it right now. No heals on the bot side. This is all out kill. This is a cleanse coming out of second gatekeeper, and that's understandable. But the exhaust coming out of Misfortune as well. That smells and spells and sounds exactly like a duelist.
Yeah, and this these are the same summoners they ran last game. And we saw the exhaust come through to great effect for Joe Cool. A lot of times when the Tristana jumped in, second gatekeeper found themselves exhausted immediately and on the losing end of a trade. If not, Tristana should win all those all-ins. So I really like the summoner choice, but that does mean no cleanse though. So if those roots land, it can spell a lot of trouble here for the Misfortune.
And I love the fact that you see Waza hiding behind, because for those that don't see Aurelion Sol or do maybe in Once in a Blue Moon, the stars can be seen. So you want to hide those out, and that's why Tectonic has to flash over the wall. That's a painful one. But yes, Waza hiding in the stars in the fog of war. It's a very entertaining thing. You burn Tectonic's flash though, and now that's an easy kill later on if the Nunu decides to get a little bit too spicy.
Yeah, and honestly, for Tectonic there, when you kind of got caught by that Swain, that was already the big problem. The fact that you live is a win here. Yes, you burn the flash, but you're Nunu. You're okay as long as you don't fight or get caught in a big fight. In the next 5 minutes, you're good to go. Your ganks are still going to be really solid, and you don't rely on the flash to make your ganks work.
You don't. But you rely to get out of those fights, especially if a Cataclysm comes down. You're definitely going to be in trouble. Of course, level 6 should come out much later after that flash does come back up. Both junglers will get a little help on the bottom sides of their map, and we'll feel pretty comfortable with that one. Tectonic, I think, was able to recall, so that's why is still very healthy. NECC, of course, already opening up with some decent damage here on Waza.
Yeah, and that's to be expected in this mid lane. I expected every time we look mid, it's going to be NECC pressuring in on Waza here. And that's one of the things with Aurelion Sol as well, is that in the old days, you used to just shove as fast as you can with the Aurelion Sol and then roam out. But now with the way the W toggle works on the orbs, it's actually harder to shove out. You don't usually see those level 3 roam outs from the Aurelion Sols anymore.
It's too sad. It hurts a lot, you know. Or Aurelion Sol has been left on the back burner of so many buffs or nerfs or reworks, whatever you want to say. Fortunately, the Sky Dragon, the only fancy thing about him is that tail. Is probably the coolest animation I think I've ever seen. Charm, though, second for NECC does mean that the kill threat is there. Yuki Hirana, of course, she takes a lot of punishment once again from Tracio.
Okay, Tectonic coming in for the gank, but our Walton's just waiting in the wings here.
Oh, and our Walton is actually just going to walk right around that snowball and walk away and take a chunk out of NECC as well. Your fire is doing some damage. It's going to be almost a dive under the tower, and Tectonic almost took a second tower shot. You are very lucky you didn't get stunned under that tower. That could have been a kill for Waza.
Yeah, absolutely a game of inches there, and nerves of steel from both of these junglers. Our Walton playing with fire, dancing around that snowball as well, seeing how well Tectonic could drift, but going under the turret, Tectonic had no fear. And keep in mind, Tectonic burnt the flash early, so it really was risky.
Well, now do you really want to take this? That's a great snowball, actually, to stop our Walton from the EQ combo. And that secures the kill. Tectonic tossing our Walton's pick in his face.
Yeah, and a lot of times with Nunu here, you're not looking for these early skirmishes. You kind of go for ganks and you go for invades. You consume away the enemy jungle here. The fact that Tectonic won that early skirmish is actually massive for this Nunu, because now our Walton on the J4 is set behind. We're not going to get to see those early ganks come out to help out the lanes, and you kind of do need to. Waza's up CS for now, but that's about to change, and mid lane does need help. Bot side as well. Tracio and Joko have landed a lot of hope, but second Gatekeeper's done a great job farming and just perma-shoving this bot side as well.
And we said, right, we want to see a bit more out of second Gatekeeper. We want to see the aggression, and so far we've seen a little bit of it, right? The trades are coming out, although they haven't really responded in kind. The potions and everything still in favor of Joko and Tracio, but maintaining an advantage there in the CS department will help out. Question, of course, is that J4 going to help? Wrath ready to go on the top side. That's going to be the Wither. NECC's coming up as well. And Amonarch, no set this time around. Almost gets a kill on Wrath. The Tectonic comes in to save the top.
Oh, no. Okay, now bot side is our Walton's turn. Can they turn this?
Yuki Hirana doesn't pull that flash out. Is going to die with summoners up. Bot lane with that rocket jump out means Waza is there for support.
Yeah, just gonna come in, and this is one of those times where I think you let your mid tax your lane a little bit, because Waza did come down and try and help out at least. Nope, they're going to give it all to Joku. And I guess they're saying, okay, not Joku's going to be our big carry. But I want to highlight that top lane gank that did come through for the side of GFU. Normcakes ran through a ward, and Aminarch just wasn't quite aware of it there. Got 3-man collapsed on. He's still got a lot of pressure on the top side, still is winning in that lane, but it does buy time for Wrath to continue farming up the minions, and Wrath now with the Sheen is going to be able to last it under turret very comfortably.
Wrath is a very, very happy dog. He's happy to get some help and happy to say, well, now I can maybe be a late game threat. And immediately gets chunked out by a quarter. So Aminarch says, no. That was your team. That was your team. You gotta still play back as far as you can. And again, so many refill corrupting potions starts, both top laners and mid laners doing that. Means that these lanes get very spicy early, and then we just see all that damage not stick at all.
Yeah, and on top of that, Nasus's passive is lifesteal, right? So
Yep.
you leave him alone with a wave, it can very quickly regen. Waza, no flash.
No flash, no level 6, no nothing. That'll be the slice. That'll be the spirits taking Waza's life away.
And this is kind of what I expected when I saw this Nunu, right? We were talking about it, the fact that Lorenzo was actually quite immobile. And when we think back to game 1 as well, Normcakes was the big carry. So this is the lane to focus down. Get Normcakes incredibly far ahead, and Normcakes will carry the rest of the game. Find those picks, find those charms. For now, Joku and Tracer are doing well. But if Normcake starts looking for a dive here and they're fed, once the mythics start to come through, you do have to keep in mind, Swain is tanky because of life draining from others here. He's not innately tanky and can absolutely get burst down by the fed art.
So easy. It happened in just an instant. And already it's going to be looking like a dangerous situation. You can see Waza hiding off on the edge. Doesn't want to get ganked again. Good pings out, though. We are seeing Waldorf finally get some information out. You can see the pink word all the way there, and Tectonic is going to be spotted out. So information will be the name of the game for Waldorf if they want to try and stay in this game. A big point to also make is GFU did not pick up the first dragon of the game, and hopefully for Waldorf's side won't pick up the second either. Aminarch is going to get jumped on the bot side. We're going to see second Gatekeeper as well get caught. Oh, getting away from the big damage
Snowball?
dealer, but in comes the Snowball. Tracio does have Flash and is going to walk away. Flashes out of danger's way. And Waldorf, they went on the aggression, but lose out in the flow to the healthy GFU squad. Top lane, Normcakes with a full stack wave as well. That'll be the tower. Good hit, but a finer escape. Normcakes allows Wrath to pick up a kill of their own.
Yeah, and I was thinking, Normcakes go down bot, but no, top works as well. We already said it before. Malphite isn't that tanky to Mage's Tracio.
Tracio ripped down to about 300, but the drawback is good, and that's going to be the absolute zero use. Ignite might take away the HP. One final tick is going to live with a sliver. But of course, in comes Waza. You're going to walk in, pick up a little. No! The flash over the wall and the light! Oh, the ulti from Waza. Angle's a little bit wide. And Tectonic is going to live now at 50% HP. Waza. Oh no, Waza.
Way too deep.
Waza, what are you doing? Waza, no! Waza has to flash away, use the ghost as well. You survive, but at what cost?
Round 2, Normcakes is coming in here. No Spirit Rush, but Flash and Ignite are up available. Okay, Normcakes backed out. Nice bit of action here, and Waldorf and GFU both playing it really well. We did expect the bot lane to be spicy, and so far, they aren't disappointing. Now, the big ult for Normcakes wasn't up. Next time they try and do that, it could spell death.
Yep, just like that. Second Gatekeeper walked up for a little bit more damage. Now has to route around the eye. I think that's going to be the kill. The Buster Shot wasn't enough as a bullet time. This is Joe Cool, his first.
Yeah, Joe Cool looking really clean on this Misfortune in lane. Granted, last game in the team fights, struggled a little bit. Waza?
Ooh, the Ignite went down, and I think that might be enough. No potions? Barely survives. Again, these Ignites are not doing as much as you want. Our Walton said, I gotta get out of here. Aminarch is now going to get jumped on again, and with no flash, with no ulti, you're dead in the waters.
Close. I was trying to see if the flash would come back up in time there, but just off by a couple of seconds, and our Walton wanted nothing to do with that. It was like, okay, you know what, guys? I grabbed Herald. We're going to drop it. We're going to peace out. If you're still caught alone, your problem. And the worrying issue about that is that Wrath is starting to get ahead in CS. This Nasus, which is just power farming, will become a huge problem later on. I'm not really seeing enough damage or enough crowd control to deal with the Nasus at later stages of the game, and Amnarch will soon have to start leaving the lane. You don't pick the Malphite to just sit in that 1v1. You pick it to roam about and go for the team fights, and while you're doing that, Wrath will just keep split pushing.
Right now, NECC is actually showing Amnarch how to do the roams, how to do the ganks. This has actually been a slip. The Ahri is actually behind our Walton here. They know exactly where the J4 is. Great damage goes down. That's going to be a half health chunk. Are you going to burn the Spirit Rush? Yes, you are, because on the flip side, the rest of your team is already there. One more charge is good, and the Q finishes it off. A secondary charge is being brought out, as that is the new Spirit Rush being used by NECC. You get a little bit of a refresh on the Spirit Rush if you get a kill or takedown. I think is the best way to put it. Dragon, second of the game, goes to GFU Academy, as they are now 6-2 and at a 2K lead.
Yeah, they're playing this real well here. I was thinking if maybe bullet time was up for Joe Cool, they could try and contest that Dragon, but that's still down from that last fight here. And I think Waldorf might need to start slowing things down a little bit, be a bit more measured with what they're trying to do here. It feels like they've been rushing around the map, and GFU are just better at punishing it, taking advantage of the chaos.
Chaos, good. Order, bad. That's exactly what they're saying here. Or maybe not. I don't know. This is going to be Tracio going ahead, finding Tectonic, though, who honestly, it's so nice to see Tectonic being able to be active on the map so far, right? The Mundo was almost playing to the tempo and the beat of the Amumu in the game number 1. So here in game number 2 is a little bit more aggressive. Joe Cool, of course, walking forward. One more auto attack will take, and it looks like the bot lane is going to be where it's at for Waldorf, as Waza tries to help out on top. Wrath keeping that flash off of cooldown pretty much all the time.
Oh, bro, as you're mentioning Tectonic having a lot of impact, I would like to draw a little bit of attention to Waza here with your own soul, because Waza is struggling to have that impact with your own soul that you'd like to see. And it's not because he's not roaming. He's all over the place. They just can't convert kills. Tracio?
Tracio is going to go into these Hourglass. It's still going to be killed. Unfortunately, Joe Cool wasn't around. They're actually going to hand it off to Tectonic. Gatekeeper is going to hand that one off.
I don't know if that was intentional or whether they actually just messed up the last one a little bit. But you know what? It's okay, right? Tectonic can continue to come back down as long as you gank that bot lane and get more kills for the second Gatekeeper. I'm sure they'll be okay with that. And once again, Waldorf, they're playing aggressively. They're trying to up the tempo, but they don't have the vision. The bot side vision control belongs to GFU completely from that earlier Dragon take. And because of that, the bot lane cannot afford to play aggressively unless you have full eyes on Tectonic and NECC.
Tracio found that out firsthand there, walked straight into Tectonic and Gatekeeper, and this could be a recurring theme. As long as, like you said, those vision pieces do not come together, this is going to be a huge win for GFU. The bot lane is the only lane that they have not found a little bit of control of. And, I mean, you don't really need to. NECC, though, on the flip side, is going to get stunned out a little bit. Still has the ultimate. Waza wants to get another stun down, and that's going to be Spirit Rush in. Charm and damage goes through, and one more charge should be enough. A good slide to the right. That'll be NECC actually getting chewed up here. This should be our Walton taking the final auto attack, and that'll be the kill. Tectonic wants a little bit of a piece of it, and that's going to start going in. Doesn't get the stop, and the flash on means that Waza is out. Waza is going to try and spin those stars as quickly as possible. The Nom takes it home as Tectonic picks up the kill. Unstoppable force off the edge, though, is going to nail home the 2-for-1. Joe Cool might be dove under tower, but is able to stay alive. A good turnaround by Waldorf in the mid lane.
Yeah, Tracio now coming back a little bit far out, though, from his AD carry. If they can land something here, they could turn and look for the bullet time, but they're going to stop for now, and that was a critical win for Waldorf. They had been sliding before that, and now they're back with almost within 1k touching distance of the side of George Fox University. The scaling, though, still doesn't favor them, and they need to continue making these sort of plays, ideally together as a group, leveraging all their AoE.
Leverage everything and a half. Second Gatekeeper has been on the receiving end of pain, I want to say, for the last few seconds, and Tracio just adds to that. Flash Q with the ulti running. This demonic uprising is so scary to see.
Yeah, and I was watching Nomcakes come down as well. Spirit Rush wasn't quite available yet, so won't be able to punish it this time. Now, 1 minute to Dragon. Bullet time is up and available here. Waldorf, I want to see them hold that ultimate for that Dragon. Play around that instead, and maybe we get to see the big combo come through for the first time this game.
Maybe being the optimal word, because Aminarch is still getting picked on this top lane.
No.
You flash, but it doesn't matter. Tectonic and Wrath just chase down the big rock.
Traded in the mid lane there. Spirit Rush for the Voice of Light, and unfortunately Waza once again struggling a little bit to win this trade out here.
The Q is so good. Great tags back. Waza might be able to live thanks to that to the corrupting potion just chugging away on those as quickly as possible. Nomcakes though is doing so well. 3-1 and 2 in the mid lane. A few-some foe to fight with.
Yeah, and because you win that out, suddenly Waldorf, they lose control of both objectives here. Tectonic can go for either one, and because you're Nunu, you can solo it.
Easy solo. Unless our Walton has something to say. Flag and drag out straight into Nomcakes, who, I mean, you miss that one, but you'll take one in return. Our Walton says, ha, you missed the charm, eat this flag.
Yeah, but that does mean jungler off the table. Waldorf can't contest for this Herald, and Tectonic took a little bit longer. It took the sacrifice of his mid lane, but should be able to pick this one up nice and clean. Yuki Hirana up there as well. Waldorf know that Yuki Hirana is missing, but I don't think they know exactly that Zyra was there. I don't think she's a part of that kill on our wall.
Wasn't a part, but you did see him clearing out a ward, and now on top of the ward, they know where they are. So that's why Gatekeeper is actually sitting directly under tower, was almost a screen and a half away from any opponents. You know this bot lane is now the pressure point. You know this bot lane is going to be that opportunity for Waldorf to get back in. So either that was second Gatekeeper saying, all right, I understand my position in the current game, or the team kind of saying it. Second Gatekeeper after 2 deaths is just going to try and catch back up to Joe Cool's farm.
Yeah, Dragon being picked up by Waldorf there is going to be nice. Mid lane turret's really low, and
Waza throws that Everfrost backwards. I don't think it would have mattered either way, because of course Spirit Rush is like 3 flashes in a row.
Pretty much 4 after you kill Waza, right?
Yeah.
Since it resets a little bit. And Nomcake's now just pushing into that mid lane. That's without Herald as well. Herald's still in Tectonic's back pocket. So this is pretty critical that GFU have managed to take that. They're actually going for the inner as well. They really want to open up the map.
I think this would be great. If they are able to pull it off, they can get even more. They're going to get a 3rd charge here, it looks like, because only one stopping it is going to be Walton. And now Walton's dead. This is just a hard charge from GFU. And get one more. Oh, Waza, I don't think you want to be here. This is still very dangerous. If you get charmed, you are done. Aminarch on the top side is still having to battle Wrath, who is now very farmed up at this point, has to have a massive amount of stacks. Look at that single auto attack, slapping down Aminarch to low HP. And that's just a flash in. That's going to be the knockup, but I mean, that's not going to change anything. Wrath is on a rampage at 4-0-1, a stark difference from game number 1.
Yeah, it feels like whichever team right now, Orbital, has the better skillers seem to be winning the game. Last game, it was the Vygar. This game, it is the Nasus. And for Waldorf here, they went from within 1k spitting distance to a massive 4,500 gold gap, about to grow wider as this turret falls. And for Waldorf, for you to come back from a deficit, you need to leverage your strengths. And your strengths right now are in the bot lane. You need to fight around this Misfortune Swain combo. Get Joe Cool to the fight.
Get Joe to the fight and hope that they have the damage, as again, the Gale Force is the only completed item currently. You need to make sure that Unstoppable Force also lands, or else we're going to see a lot of people just hopping right on top and dogpiling the ADC. Good possible catch on Yuki Hirana. She has to flash away. Waza comes in with the Galaxy, and it looks like that might be all that is needed. Tracio is going to lock that one in. Rat teleporting in behind, and suddenly surprise party is going to break out here. Teleport from the Malphite, though, to try and help out. Charm doesn't land. Joe Cool flashes into death. The light calling down. Waza trying to stay away. Still not going to be enough. The cleanup crew at GFU Academy slaps on 2 more kills.
Yeah, I think they forgot. Enhanced teleports are up and available, so Roth able to find and punish from behind as well. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and that was something that Waldorf had tried to opt into as well. Now they're down numbers. GFU can just happily split push once again. Wrath knows that, hey, I'm safe. We have vision on everyone on the map. And besides, if you send anybody down right now, I can 1v1 them easy. Maybe even 2v1 this bot lane.
You can 2v1 the bot lane. That is going to hurt them so much more. Gatekeeper this time gets some revenge. Says you jumped on me for the last time. Amonarch uses the Unstoppable Force to get away. Is still being chased very, very quickly. This is going to be a very, very painful lesson in why you don't try and aggress in the mid lane when you don't have too many members. Objective bounties are now being activated at 20.5 minutes.
2v1? 2v1?
Ooh, yeah, this is gonna be it. Wrath wants it. Wrath wants it, knows that they could possibly work, but again, without flash, it's actually kind of hard to stick on them for the time being.
And he's drawn so much attention that GFU can just go for the free Baron right now. It was already going to be hard enough for Waldorf to contest Baron against a Nunu with Smite here, but the fact that you've got 2 members down on the bot side means that you can't even walk in there. Our Walton's just going to die, and that might be the straw that broke the camel's back here, Orbital. GFU, with this Baron, they've got an exposed inhibitor to siege up in the mid lane.
I don't know what GFU Academy did. I have no idea what kind of pep talk they got in between games 1 and 2. Do it again. Do it again, because you look so much better. From the start of the game, Tectonic looked like a monster. Nomcakes being prioritized here in the mid lane as well, and then giving a little bit more priority and agency to the top lane. We were curious how this Nasus was going to work. It is now 4-0-2 with Divine Sunderer as well, right? This is the massive striker of the top lane that even Amonarch can't deal with. GFU Academy somehow found an immense ability to strike back. This might be the chance, though. Waza is able to pick up, finally, a single kill at 22 minutes onto Yuki Hirano.
Now, this is so point for the side of Waldorf here, but they shouldn't be abandoning everything just to take it. Look at what GFU is doing. They lost Yuki Hirano. Doesn't matter. They're pushing in an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane. They might. I mean, Wrath is pushing on the top side as well, right?
Yeah, Amonarch is here, though. So Amonarch is at least going to deter it for a little bit. Dragon's already down. So that's fine. They're going to get the recalls off. So they don't lose more than 1 inhibitor, but they lost the top lane tower. So that's top lane tower plus inhibitor, and you are banking on the fact that you can hopefully maintain until that 5th dragon. In comes the Galaxy, though, as Tectonic is going to get slowed up. Bot lane tower is going to fall as well, or not yet, as our Walton wants a little bit of a fight. Nomcakes backs off, ready to help out the team. That's going to be the charm again. So good.
It's dead.
Waza is dead.
At this point, if you're Nomcakes, you just build a Magi Soul Stealer. If you look at anybody funny with the Ignite, they're dead. Look at that. Another charm lands.
Unfortunately, none of the other abilities were up, but look at the top side. Wrath is going to fall. Oh, the camera operator, give him a little bit of a bonus, because that just means Waldorf is completely cut off. They have nothing. Gatekeeper goes ahead and cleanses out of that one. It feels like it's over after losing 3. The base is fully collapsed in on GFU Academy. Will take almost every single tower except for the Nexus. And they are going to stand away happy. A teleport is up. Do they challenge? Are they willing to try and end right now? Does not look like so. Gatekeeper is going to try and recall right outside of the base. But the damage is done. 3 inhibitors down. With no global objectives up, that is going to be to Waldorf's favor. It's still so painful to see.
I'm just watching Yuki Hirano there. Unfortunately, actually started chanting the recall. Actually, no. I think Yuki Hirano fell earlier, so didn't have the empowered recall that everybody else had. So was kind of left behind and was punishable, was executable, but did manage to make it back to base in time. I think it's the right call from GFU. Baron was expiring. There's no need to rush to end it. You've got double super minions now in every single lane. You can just walk in with the wave and siege up. And Waldorf, they're the ones who have to be desperate and try and find the fight as soon as possible before the side lanes, the extra 4 minions, start coming in.
Nomcakes just says, down goes the Swain, and the snowball to roll it in through. Good Gale Force to try and get away from that one, but I mean, Joe Cool, you're kind of delaying the inevitable here. Multiple waves stacking up. Amonarch does have the Unstoppable Force. There could be one last Hail Mary if they so wish. Our Walton completely split from the rest of the team. It's a good time, though. GFU just willing to stay in here. There's nothing else on the map, no other place to be.
Yeah.
So why
Super's
not?
coming
They're
in.
gonna keep pushing.
As Super's now in the base with them again. That's really what they're waiting for, to siege this up here. And for the side of Waldorf, you have to wave clear. Bullet time is almost back up. They're holding on for that one last big team fight here.
It's the last one last hurrah. They do catch 2. Can they follow up with a bit more damage? But the damage just really isn't there. Wrath with that gargoyle stays alive through everything. Yuki Hirata, your sacrifice was not in vain, as this is the game-ending push. GFU Academy slap back with a disgusting game number 2 win.
Orbital, when we spoke to these teams, we found out that yes, Waldorf has been winning most of their head-to-head matchups, but George Fox University Academy said that, hey, despite the fact that we've lost so many times before, we are not giving up. We're going to make some major adjustments, try and change things up. And it looks like their adjustments are working it just fine. Game 1 was close. It was competitive. Here in Game 2, it felt a lot longer than it actually was, but it was only a 20-something minute game here, Orbital. And GFU Academy, that Nasus came online a lot quicker than expected. The Ari for Nomcakes is just such an absolute menace right now. It splits the map. And the Nunu, we loved it because it was a shadow ban, but at the same time, the most disgusting part is, even if you take away the Nunu from them, there's a lot of other champions that Tonic can play, which would do the exact same thing. You've got Hecarim, Udyr, Xinjiao, all these styles of champions that can gank and still get Nomcakes ahead early.
They found their winning formula. They found it. They were able to uncover it, at least here in game number 2. And now they're going to have to worry about another wrench being thrown in the plans because, of course, Waldorf, they recognize that maybe the composition was a little bit on the weaker side, but they're not going to go down without a fight. We are going into a game number 3 here in the Navigator Cyan division. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the finale of this amazing show.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
And welcome back. We're ready to go for game number 3, the final chapter in this 3-part saga. And my gosh, saga number 1, or this chapter number 1 was fantastic. Waldorf had a fantastic time, rolled through the top lane with Amonarch, and then the mid lane had a little bit of spice with Nomcakes, but overcame all of that. Game number 2 saw GFU Academy strike back with red hot iron. And then in game 3 here, we get to see the best, hopefully, of both worlds.
Yeah, and it's interesting the evolution of how the teams have played in addition to their draft as well. I really like what GFU Academy did with that heavy ganking jungler in that Nunu compared to that Mundo, and it really worked out well with Nomcakes in the mid lane here. Now, Waldorf, I think they have to ban the Ahri at this point. They don't really have a good answer to the Ahri here. And Waldorf's composition as well. They've been drafting teamfight compositions, but they've not been team fighting. We don't get to see the big wombos combos come through. And I think in this critical game 3, maybe you just kind of decide we don't team fight anymore. We're not going to team fight anyways in game. Let's pick picks that are strong individually that will let us win each and every single lane.
That's a necessary point to make. And again, moving into this draft phase, you can see it's actually completely same by GFU Academy. They are sticking with those same 3, Pyke, Veigar, and Amumu. The Veigar Amumu was there, and then of course the Ahri was banned away. So very, very well done. Now keep in mind, as these champions do come out, the pre-draft was done, and we got to talk a little bit about that, because Wrath on the top lane in game number 2 got a lot of help, this time going with the self-sustaining Cyan, and then Amonarch picking up that Ornn as a counter pick. 5th pick, I believe, for the side of Waldorf.
Mm-hmm. And Ornn has a decent laning phase into Cyan. Ornn actually does a lot of damage to tanks because he has % health damage procs with the Brittle. But what you have to keep in mind, though, is that Ornn scales up really well. Cyan scales up infinitely in terms of health. So there will eventually be a point where Cyan is just beyond what the Ornn can handle here. And if Ornn's not pressuring early, well, it's not going to be quite as strong. We do see once again the Nunu takeaway from Tectonic there, away from our Walton there, and I've loved the Nunu pick so far. Now that Ahri's banned though, Nomcake's on the Vlad. It's going to be very different. You don't have that lane dominance with the Vladimir. He does take time to skill up, and it feels like for the side of GFU Academy here, they're looking for the long term. They're going late with their composition.
It's worked for them. It has worked in a lot of those senses. The main ones, of course, like you said, NECC is going to be kind of that the one to keep our eye on. Without the R, we have to see if that same level of skill can be played across the board with the Vladimir. Vladimir is a lot more explosive, but it might be a little bit tough if you don't land that Hemo Plague at the end. The Jhin coming down though for second gatekeeper, defaulting off of that Tristana, because I think you saw a few other champions, the Kayn coming in there. It's going to be a lot longer range fight. And for Yuki Hirana, so this came out here, and I was hoping to see something different. I did want to see Yuki Hirana try out, some of the other champions. But the last pick for Waldorf, the one that caught us off guard, this was a R3, I believe, for Waldorf, and it was a surprising one.
Yeah, it was a blinded Xerath here, and this is not mid lane Xerath. This is support Xerath into the Zyra here, where your stuns are going to be very difficult to land, but the long range poke should still be pretty solid. And honestly, in isolation here, Orbital, I don't hate it. I don't think it has good synergy with Misfortune, but I do think that Joe Cool and Tracio have earned enough trust out of us in the bot lane because they've been winning that 2v2 over and over again. My problem is when I look at the team compositions in its entirety here, this bot lane is not safe. Nunu can come down at any time. Cyan can even ult all the way from top side down as well. Vlad, not so scary, but immobile champions in the bot side are prone to getting dove. And when I look at the rest of what this composition wants to do as well, I said before we started the draft that, hey, I don't mind if the side of Waldorf here decides to go for individual strength. But certainly there's a very big split in what this team wants to do here. You've got long range from the Xerath, you've got team fighting from the Misfortune, you've got poke and skilling from Corki. Kayn and Ornn kind of want to go in and do their own thing as well. Everybody literally is kind of just on their own separate pages. And I feel like when that happens, you need to smash your lanes.
You really do. And for Waldorf, I want to add an extra piece of pressure to them. In the two previous games before, the mid and bot lane, Joe Cool, yes, was winning. Mid lane has been the harshest area for them so far.
Yep.
With the Ornn lock-in on the top side, you and I personally, we've seen previous games this week. We were casting some other stuff. We saw an Ornn win. We saw an Ornn win out very heavily, and it worked out well.
Yeah.
The problem here is, again, it's against a team that is knowingly going to try and punish that top lane. They have identified it as a strength. You are putting so much hope into that mid and bot lane that they can get carrying and that they will use the ornaments to great effect.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair to Aminarch, I think Aminarch has been winning the early game quite handily as well. So they can afford to say, we'll leave Aminarch on an island and try and get the other lanes ahead. And I think that's perfectly viable. But I'm looking at what GFU Academy have here. And the fact is, Nunu is a very strong ganking jungler in the early game. We saw that last time. I would argue he's stronger than Kayn. Kayn's got creative pathing on his side, but sometimes just brute forcing a speed gank is more effective. And I'm looking at the Jhin Zyra as well as a bot lane, very high kill threat. Later in the game, they'll transition towards more of a utility role here to enable this Vladimir. And while we've only seen NECC perform on the Ahri so far, if they have that same level of skill on this Vladimir, I can see the Vladimir 1v5ing later on in the game.
Even taking that flash ghost, just as I believe we saw on the Aurelion Soul before. This time it can get a lot crazier and a lot more fun. Taking a look at those spells coming out here, the Corki in the mid lane is one of the few champions that I think is able to abuse of Vladimir a little bit more. With that Gatling gun, you can kind of shred a little bit of that damage, and with the fleet footwork, it may or may not have that ability to keep that healing down. Of course, both of them running that summoner cooldown is going to be very fun. That does mean they're going to be trying to fly through some of these areas as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think of a Corki Vladimir matchup in terms of who wins. I think of it more as just, which jungler decides to drop by to say hi, because it's so hard to gank either of them, and they're both so safe, right? That's why we see the fleet footwork for better sustain for the Corki as well. And you kind of just handshake till later in the game. Both of them skill up incredibly well, and I think it's more about how they're going to interact together in the late game there. If Waldorf can sort of hold off the engage, the unstoppable onslaught, and the snowball coming through from GFU, I think they can win out with the poke, with the Xerath, with the Corki. But if they can't stop the engage, and if GFU can force these fights in onto Waldorf here, if they can catch these squishies in the back, then I think GFU Academy have a better outlook in the late.
I also like the fact, for that Xerath, yes, in the bot side, it's going to be interesting. We really have to keep our eyes on it. at the same time, you're also running First Strike. First Strike is one that I love to see. It's very, very interesting. It's very, very fun to play with. You get an extra 10%, and you get a little bit of money income to help out as well. The problem is you better be first striking. You better be the first one to spell sling all over the place, or else you get no value out of it.
Yeah, and with the Xerath, I mean, you outrange most people, but Jin's Deadly Flourish, I think, actually has a similar, if not slightly longer range. So the first strike can be denied away here. Zyra's plants as well do count as combat, so they can mess you up a little bit. You do have to be careful, but like I've said before, I think Tracio and Joku have earned our trust and respect in this bot lane here, against what we've managed to see so far from Yuki Hirana and second Gatekeeper. So I do think the bot side should swing the way of Waldorf as long as it's isolated.
He last few words in there, as long as it's isolated, as long as no jungler makes an appearance, as long as our Walton and Tectonic fight somewhere else except for bot lane. Good news is we do have a bit more survivability. Tracio and second Gatekeeper have both opted to go for those heals. That is going to be really, really nice to have. That's going to be a W. And hey, you found Yuki Hirana. Nice, nice, happy entrance into that bot lane, and possibly a little bit of a taste of what's to come.
Part of me wonders if the exhaust for the side of Joku here is necessary. I'm not quite sure who you're going to exhaust. Maybe Tectonic when he comes in. But other than that, I feel like a lot of the bot lane fights will be done at such long ranges that you're probably not actually going to exhaust the target, pumping out the damage for the most part. GFU, though, not quite the same. You can still exhaust the Misfortune like Joku's been doing the second Gatekeeper all series long here. So we'll have to see how these play out, whether the range is sufficient to overcome that or whether the exhaust really does turn out to be a handy combat summoner in lane.
Might be. Very fun one to play with, of course. It does mean that you like to get in a little bit of a sticky situation and try and duel your way back out. Top lane, of course, Amonarch and Wrath going ahead, given the first kind of openings, and a level 2 gank. Tectonic pushing the pace even faster. Might as well as Tracio. Flash away, still into your death. You lose both summoners, and first blood goes to Yuki Hirana.
You love to see it if you're a fan of GFU here. It's looking like they're trying to turn, I don't even want to call it an upset at this point, but it looks like they might be able to win this one here. And we said bot lane should be fine if they're isolated. You're not isolated. Tectonic coming down early gang, and they can repeat this over and over again. Anytime Tectonic's in the area, I want to see a snowball rolling down.
Well, you got your wish. Now visiting Waza in the mid lane. A very quick visit as well. Tectonic willing to give up so much of that farm lead, and this is going to give our Walton a massive CS differential. You're still influencing all of the other lanes. Again, getting both summoner spells out of Tracio means that second Gatekeeper and Yuki Hirana can basically push forever, I think. They will not have to worry about that E coming out, that stun or anything. And outside of that E, there is no hard CC, right? Our Walton, unless you go Red Cane, won't get the knockup. So this lane is essentially open. There's a second Gatekeeper and Yuki Hirana to have a lot of fun. Amonarch, though, is going to try and duke it out. Nomcase is going to get found out. That's going to be a solo kill. Amonarch picks that one up. No flash from Amonarch. Our Walton now has to speed away from this death. Flashes out of range, and it's going to be a flash in. Oh my lord, that Vladimir wants to kill and is able to make it up. Nomcakes gets us solo almost. We'll give a little bit of an assist over to Tectonic, but that was 90% HP to 0 from Nomcakes.
I love this from GFU, right? We're saying that Tectonics was sacking the jungle to try and help the lanes, and you know what? It's paying it forward, right? You gank bot, you gank mid ganks top instead, and hey, suddenly GFU are up 3 kills. Waza, yo, Tectonic, have some mercy, man. Your jungle camps, you haven't touched a single one after taking the red buff.
And this is something that you really have to, if you play League of Legends, you know how frustrating this is, right? This is by far one of the most frustrating scenarios to be in if you're on the side of Waldorf, right? You feel like you're getting outclassed. You feel like your lanes aren't being allowed to play it out. You feel like the other team has just a massive advantage, and really, it's just Tectonic taking that gamble, saying, well, you know what? If we're putting those eggs into a basket, we're going to do it all the way through, sack the jungle, and even then, it hasn't caused that much of a problem because our Walton is also only sitting on 20 CS.
Well, our Walton right now is trying to steal away that blue buff in the top side and actually doesn't even get it. Gets pushed up. So now, for the attempt at punishing all those early ganks, Walton is actually going to be down in terms of levels, down in terms of jungle camps. And that's one of the annoying things about Nunu, right? He clears so quickly that he can afford to pull off all this cheese and still catch right back up.
It's so good. After game number 1, I was not expecting this, right? And I will wholeheartedly say it. I had my doubts going into game number 2. This game 3, GFU have shown up so well. Yuki Hirana, unfortunately, does get caught in a little bit of a damage soak. Does have to flash away. Second Gatekeeper is going to try and farm this up and then probably recall. I think that's the angle that they're hoping to go for. Good little damage route there. But still, the damage is done. At 5.5 minutes, you're looking at a 1.2k lead. That will go ahead and stick. That should flow between everyone. Every single member of GFU. No single person has gotten more than another.
And I'm very curious, actually, where this goal lead sits for the side of GFU so far here. Our Walton, that's a Vladimir. It's so hard to gank here. And if it is on Nomcakes, I am worried because of the way the skill interacts, right? We're talking a lot about how GFU, it's going to be about Nomcakes in the late game. You can 1v5 with this Vladimir here. And if it's on Tectonic, well, then I want to see Tectonic continue to gank all the other lanes. Go back to that bot side. Let's get second Gatekeeper. Let's get Yuki Hirana further ahead.
We can try. We can definitely try and allow them to have a better time forward and then start looking at the dragons, right? This is going to be the Hextech Dragon popping up first, and you can see already the team's kind of jostling for position. 2 pink wards down on that side. They're already kind of covering up that portion and making sure our Walton doesn't get a singular opportunity. I am very curious to see what our Walton goes. If you're going the blue cane, you usually go first strike, I believe is what the build is. And if you're going red cane, it's still Conqueror. It's still very, very strong. At this point, you are forced into it. You knew that you're already going to do it with the Conqueror, but it's a delay, right? This the souls are not stacking up probably as fast as you would want.
Yeah, and for our Walton, though, I really don't think the fragments there are necessarily the biggest worry on their mind. I think trying to regain control over Dragon right now is the more immediate pressing issue because Nunu can solo Dragon very easily. And look at the vision control. Look at the pressure all the lanes have put down right now. It's very GFU-sided. And for the Kayn, you want to punish this. Those are immobile carries in the bot side. Zyra and Jhin don't have escapes.
It's going to be 3 rolling down here. Our Walton tried their best. And a nice stun to come out means that Tracio denies any sort of rebuttal. However, because our Walton is down, as you were saying, Vision can't do anything. First Dragon will go to GFU once again.
Yeah, and it's already hard enough for Kayn to try and steal that away from Consume Smite combo of the Nunu there. But yeah, when you get chunked that low, you're completely gone. Tracio playing with fire here. Doesn't get tagged up by the roots and will get out alive. GFU continuing to snowball. And Waldorf, you know what? It's fine. It's not game over yet. You're farming up perfectly fine. Their CS is still really strong in their lanes.
Even is probably a better term for that. Keeping pace with the rest of the members, right? Our Walton is the only one currently suffering. 59 to 50 on the top side. About, 10 or so CS. You can see the massive wave stacking up there. In the mid lane, Waza is sitting at dead even. Should be able to pick up this wave and sit at about 7 or 8. In the bot lane, second Gatekeeper and Joe Cool have a difference of about 2. So overall, as you were saying, keeping pace at least after all of that early game aggression.
Yeah, now Herald is coming up, and with the pace that GFU have set themselves here, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing them move towards that top side, try and gain dominance there, try and get control. Our Walton spots up that the Herald got leashed a little bit here, but it's getting collapsed on.
Nomcakes takes a massive chunk. This could be a solo kill. They are going to go in. It's like Tectonic is going to pick it up. Our Walton getting punished with his own champion.
Yeah, 1-0-2 now for Nomcakes as well, in addition to the 1-0-2 Nunu, which our Walton, I'm actually a little bit surprised. Normally when you main a champion, you probably know what's really difficult for that champion to deal with, but we've not seen it so far. Tectonic has had the run of the map, and I expected them to go for an early Herald. They're definitely doing it. They will have that, and now the question becomes, which lane do you drop it in? I feel like any of the lanes could really work. Maybe even top lane, get Wrath further ahead in a lane that he's already winning.
Or just hang on to it, right? You still have plenty of time to work with. You still have plenty of opportunities. That's going to be the Deadly Flourish being used. Tracio did get stunned up, but this is going to be the body block by Joe Cool. Split on the side, almost nukes him out. Joe Cool hadn't tanked one of those shots. That would have been dangerous. That's going to be the bounce, though, and a second Gatekeeper really going hard for this. No force shot, though. If there were a force shot up, you could probably, theoretically, go for the flash play. Instead, you're going to go ahead, just try and pick up an extra plate with the minions down, though. No reason to give it a shot. Our Walton, hanging around the side, wanting an angle. It is now going to come through the wall. Oh, Yuki Hirano walks right into that angle, and that's going to be the kill. Second Gatekeeper does try and flash away, but you can't flash from the Humble Trespass. Can't really turn it around either. And Waldorf may have found a small window of opportunity to get some gold back.
Yeah, really good punish, and more importantly, a very necessary one coming through from Waldorf there. They were starting to slip behind with absolutely no answer to all the early game aggression from George Fox University. And once again, it's down to this bot lane where they've been winning throughout this series here. Joku and Tracio have been the bright spots of the team, and I think for Walton here, even if it ends up causing you to go blue form, maybe bot side's not the worst place to go to. If you get blue form, maybe you can still pop a lot of people down very, very quickly. Even then, with a Gore Drinker, it's still viable. The forms aren't the end-all be-all for Kane.
Really isn't. It's a good thing to have, don't get me wrong, but it isn't. I like to put emphasis because I like to see the transformation. It's kind of fun, kind of chill to see. Nomcakes is now going to get pinched here, though. Again, has the pool, should easily be able to get out. This one instead just turns it around. Our Walton, you chose the wrong spot to be in. That's a flash into the wall, though, so Nomcakes isn't going to be able to follow up. In comes Waza's death, though, as that is going to be the absolute zero. Off on the edge of the ring, Tectonic picks up his second.
Yeah, Walton, I actually thought would drop to the second tick of Hemoplague, but somehow survives there. Yeah, does get out to safety as well, and that's going to be critical. Yes, Waza goes down. That sucks, but Waza has TP and can get back to lane fairly quickly here. The only issue for Waldorf, though, is that once again, it feels like, okay, we get one good play, but for every one good play we get, GFU is getting multiple good plays. And Amnark coming down to cover mid, that means Raph is getting free push topside. Already completed the Hull Breaker as well. So that push in the top side is going to be very, very difficult for anybody on the side of Waldorf to match.
Scary, scary stuff. When you know now that if Amnark roams, you are screwed. You are going to have to deal with the tower falling very, very quickly. 92 versus 94 CS bot lane gonna be the chance, and this is how you do punish it. Waza on the top side does have a little bit of shred, but I think Wrath is just a little bit too tanky. Remember, those extra armor and magic resist stats of the Hull Breaker is ridiculous. He takes no damage. Now he will take a little bit of damage if the Nunu can find anything, but that won't be it. Tectonic now stuck out a little bit out of range. He's now just going to dance his way forward. Nomcakes ready to go. Humble Trespass is used. That's going to be the knocker coming through on 2. But Nomcakes says hello, and the burst is good. You can easily chunk out 50%. Hemoplague takes the life of Walton. Waza gets slapped down by the Nunu, and Amnark is possibly going to get dough. Tectonic has to flash away. And Nomcakes, when in the powered Q, says to Amnark, you better leave before you die.
Yeah, Herald being dropped as well. They really, really want this. And that's a 2-for-0 plus the turret as well. Amnark still sticking around, is playing with fire here.
GFU are turning on these speed boosters. They are accelerating this game so quickly here in the early stages. They take the top lane, they force Amnark to stay on top side, and now they're allowed to rotate out Wrath. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Cyan teleport bot, try a gank on Tracio and Joe Cool, and then just take a second tower.
I think they're waiting 20 more seconds, and then the enhanced recalls come through, and then now you can teleport to minions, you can teleport to wards, and set up a much more effective gank onto this Misfortune, onto this Xerath, who we said before. They're mobile, and frankly, right now, they're overextended. Snowball being charged up by Tectonic here.
Here they come, Tracio. Oh, you slowed yourself down with the Q. You have no root, and you are dead. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. The Xerath is down for a second time.
Dragon is up here for the side of GFU. Waza, no package here, and actually has to Valk away. Our Walton kind of low as well. Maybe you find a kill, but can you escape after finding that kill?
Not too sure. ADCs versus ADCs. Sees Joe Cool taken quite low, and again, our Walton. Every time Walton tries to find something, Nomcake says, get out of town. that Kane is being bullied into oblivion right now.
Yeah, 1-3-1. And keep in mind, our Walton started with something like a 14 CS lead this game. But since then, Tectonic's just given them no break. Well, not even Tectonic. NECC has given our Walton 0 breaks. This Vladimir has been just roaming non-stop. We saw multiple ultimates blown. It didn't kill our Walton, but it netted them a second dragon. And GFU, they're stacking these Drakes really efficient.
Off a cooldown they go. Out comes the Rite of the Arcane, but you only got 3 shots. Hirana dodges out on 1, is able to take 2 to the face, and they get a second tower. Just like that, that 2k lead that we saw earlier, that 1.5, is now in a drastic hands. It is 5.5 in their favor, or 4.5. I'm so sorry. Again, math is very difficult. Monarch is now going to be on the receiving end of a large push, though, with that whole breakered cannon minion. It's going to be a little bit disgusting, unless Tracio can do something.
No, Tracio can't. They're waiting for our Walton here. And 3v1, can they do anything? Cyan just runs away while shouting coward. You can see all the pressure, being forced up to that top side. It's giving free push to GFU in this mid lane. They've already taken down bot. They've already taken down top as well. They can just turn to siege. And right now, yes, you've got Tracio. Yes, you've got Waza. You've got Poke. But look at their item thresholds. Waza only on the Essence Reaver right now. Doesn't hurt all that much. NECC is able to just regenerate, lifesteal back up all that damage on the waves.
That's the scary part, right? NECC's just going, yeah, that's fine. Now that's going to be the curtain call being used, and Waza eats 1, and again, it doesn't do that much. Walton able to finally body block to ensure that the Corki can recall. What do you buy here, right? What is it looking like it's going to be completed? Going to hopefully pick up some nice stuff. Still no boots. By the way, the Corki still has no boots. That is that's a situation and a half. Tracio now in the mid lane is going to try and hold off any sort of hard push. Yes, you get a little bit of extra gold, but it's not going to be enough. Disgusting roams around because now you do see it. The bounties are online.
So, Orbital, Waza doesn't have boots, and I actually think that's the right call here. You're looking for immediate combat effectiveness. You're not too worried about positioning. You've got the package for that. My bigger concern is the lack of a mythic for Waza here, and the fact that we're not likely to see one completed anytime soon. Usually with Corki, you see Mura mana being built. Waza has no time to build it. They need combat power now. And because of that, they're sacking their future here. We do see Monarch potentially getting caught out here. No Hullbreaker on him.
And no real MR either. This is just a pretty slow burn of the Ornn in the top side. Tectonic will go ahead and lock that one down. There was nothing else spared on the other side, right? While 2 members tagged onto the Monarch, Waldorf weren't able to find anything except a bit more CS and actually lost a chunk in the bot lane. I believe Wrath got a massive chunk on that tower.
Yeah, Wrath is right now split pushing onto Joe Cool here, and Joe Cool can hold this turret for now, but if anybody else shows up to this bot side, they can dive this turret. Look at how tanky Wrath is right now in the game. 2.4? 2.5 thousand health, and I'm looking over at Joe Cool, you've got about half that health.
All you need is half, though, to try and stay alive. And Tracio, instead of half, you got none. That's a flash. Yep. That's a kill. NECC takes a third, and it's going to keep chasing. Again, look at that burst. Oh, my lord. Oh, no. Walton, you walked into the wrong spot. You do not have a chance to leave now as the Nunu walks straight in with the absolute 0. It's going to give him a great spot, and they might have overstepped here. That will be the kill, and the shutdown going to Waza. A nice knockup onto NECC, who doesn't have the pool. That'll be the finisher as the carries finally get a little bit back.
Good punish, good move up, and more importantly, you've just cut that 10 stack Dark Seal back to 5 for NECC here. And GFU couldn't really punish. Second Gatekeeper was not in position to try and take that mid lane turret, but it's just buying breathing room for Waldorf. They are still not quite in control of the game just yet. Mythics starting to get completed. We do see the Kraken Slayer for Joe Cool here, the Gore Drinker for Walton. Is it going to be enough for them to find kills, find catches? It took 4 people to kill 2 in that last fight.
The chance. Now, what do they buy? Waza was able to complete that rapid fire cannon. You did see Joe Cool go ahead and also pick up. It looks like the serrated Dirk. I think that's what was locked in. Yes, because Kraken Slayer was already completed. I'm very, very sorry about that, and I'm also very sorry. We do have a pause coming in here. I think just double checking everything, making sure that this upcoming Dragon fight goes perfectly for everyone.
Yeah, Dragon about to spawn as well here. And it's interesting, Orbital, looking at how these teams are about to fight. We did see the rapid fire cannon as well completed for Waza. So a little bit more range, a little bit more attack speed here, but not that combat damage we were hoping for. TP called down by Aminarch.
Ooh, good knockup though. NECC is going to be chunked quite low, and a very nice package is going to secure a nice avenue of battle. We do get a little bit of a stall out as the channeling of that curtain call makes everyone wonder where that next shot is going to go. Tectonic being zipped around. It's one of those like freeze frame anime moments. Are we ready to fight? Maybe, maybe not. Cyan coming in from the far side will go ahead and give it their best shot as they do channel in the ulti, or the ulti that's not yet available. Good damage, though, onto our Walton once again as Waza is also jockeying for position.
Okay.
Dragon taking down quite low. This is going to be double pings in there. Is this going to be stolen away? The chance is there. Who gets the smite? Our Walton needs to stay alive for a little bit longer, and that's stolen. It is gone. Now, what else can they get? Is this going to be the Watch? Waldorf are trying to chase away. Runner there. Kane doesn't get a kill. Cyan picks up one instead, and it looks like the chase out. It looks like GFU have won this fight hands down, as they will go ahead and lock in a fourth. GFU take the Dragon. They take 4 kills and possibly can look to take the Baron.
It's a 4-for-0 Orbital. GFU did not lose a single soul. For all the items that Waldorf is buying, they don't have healing cut. They've got a Bramble Vest on Aminarch, and that's it. And because of that, NECC Tectonic, they're just regenerating up through the entire fight. They're at soul point with a mountain soul on a team that's already tanky and will not die. And with the Baron here at 21 minutes for GFU, they're ready to crack open Waldorf once again for another 20-plus minute win.
GFU. This squad took game 1 personally. That's what happened. They took it personally and sent it to the moon. This is amazing. Again, this is the first week these teams are playing. They have not been able to lock down a series, right? They haven't actually played. So this is their first showing on the Rift in particular, and I think it goes both ways. GFU Academy, yes, completely crushing it here in game 2 as well. 9K in the leader, 8K. Waldorf as well, game 1 looked very solid. It's just trying to find answers. I feel if they are able to find answers to this early game aggression, they could also be a team to be feared. Just currently, at this present moment, GFU have a much better handle on it.
Yeah, and it feels like it's largely this Tectonic Nunu pickup. Cakes going for the 1v1 isn't exactly winning it.
Yeah, well, mid lane, our Walton is definitely not winning it either. That's going to be the ultimate use. That's going to be the pop and the burst. Aminarch is not able to out-sustain against Cakes, who just shuts that down. Empowered Q's BOP.
Yeah, and let's not forget, that's the healing cut character here for Waldorf. There is the Bramble Vest. And even through the healing cut, Cakes was still able to win that out. It looked a little bit dicey, but by the end of it, there's so much health. Tracio, why?
You know, Xerath kind of do odd things. It's in their nature. They're a little bit electrifying, and at this point, it's just like a dull sparkle. You know, like static. You know, it's just a little bit of a static shock to you. Now it's a little bit of a curveball. Tectonic is able to zip around everyone, and even though they do fall, it is going to be the setup. 2 inhibitors are now down, as that'll be GFU breaking the base at 22.5 minutes.
Yep, and they can just reset, look to siege up bot side as well. Now, it's the only lane with turrets still left standing, and the gold lead here, Orbital. We just crested the 10k gold mark at 22 minutes. That is absolutely massive. That is roughly going to be about half an item to an entire item up for every member of GFU.
When your opponents come back and just kind of slap you with the wallet, you know things are going downhill kind of quickly, right? They just come back, they have more items than you, and then they start like 1v2ing, 1v3ing. You're like, this is very much a problem. So taking a look here, we are still waiting for Waza to try and complete the significant item portions. You can see poor Waza. The poor Rocket is like sputtering their way back to base right now.
Yeah, and you're not even buying a big ticket item. You had to dip into the Executioner's Calling. There's now a ton of healing cut from Waldorf. Maybe a little bit more than they need, but at least this way they can try and cut Cakes down. But it does mean they're still lacking damage for that big fight. We've not seen the bullet time get the full damage. The last time we did was on the top side, and that was the last win Waldorf had in that 4v2 situation. Still 10 seconds left on Baron here.
It's a big opener. Again, the curtain call just uses zone off this tower. Feels really, really good. NECC in the mid lane has also zoned away Aminark, who now regroups for the rest of the squad. And it looks like we're going to see a final chase of one. NECC is going to get a lot of pressure down. Might be able to turn it around. Flashes up. If you get a 4-person Hemoplague, it could be disastrous. You don't even need that. Walton is out of the fight, is going to fall here. Just a simple burst. The rest will soon to follow as Aminark pays the price. In goes the Unstoppable Force, or the Unstoppable Onslaught, as Wrath doesn't really find anyone, but the Gale Force does. Second Gatekeeper is going to gatekeep this game away with the rest of the GFU squad as they barrel down to a mini reverse sweep. Waldorf took them out last season. GFU will kick things off this time with a win of their own. 2-1 is the series score. And that'll be NECC and the squad flipping up a big old W here in week number 3.
Well, Orbital, it's not quite full vengeance for getting knocked out in the semifinals, but it's a start here, and it's a really good look for George Fox University Academy and what they're looking to do. The adjustments, I'm going to assume, was that Nunu pick, because I think that Nunu pick for Tectonic really was what swung the game a lot in their favor. And this mid laner for them, NECC, has looked phenomenal in this entire series, all 3 games. Look at that damage chart, 22.4 thousand. That's more than double anybody else on the George Fox University Academy team. I think if you add up all the damage, it's just a little bit more, but it's more than just a little bit more here. And for the side of Waldorf, I mean, they sit that right now, this split, they're thinking of experimenting a little bit in the early parts of the season. I don't think they experimented this series. I think they actually tried and unfortunately came a little bit short here. Our Walton really unfortunately punished throughout this series. It did feel like there was a lot of focus in trying to shut him down, and it's showing in his damage numbers.
It's the right strategy. You pinpoint a spot to work with and you take control of that series. Again, congratulations to GFU Academy. They have taken the series to 1. We'll start their season off again with a 2-0. Of course, that'll put Waldorf down into 1-1 position, but they still have plenty of time to work with. Still plenty of games to be played out. We'll see if they can bounce back with their experimentations. That'll end the 3rd series of the evening, but we have one more to go here very, very shortly. Another series at the end, which we'll be taking a look at the Champions Division. Of course, make sure to stay tuned for that one, as we'll be back in just a few.
I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's to feel. Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate your patience during the delay. My name is DJ, filling in now for our MC after a couple games earlier on. Of course, still joined here by Orbital as we are in our last series of the day. And Orbital, what could be our last game of the day, because these teams have actually already played one game of their best of three. UC Davis, as you can see on the red side, ended up winning that game in pretty convincing fashion over Midland University, who have stayed on the blue side in an attempt to keep this series alive.
It was a game. I was able to catch a little bit from before, checked out what was going on, and we saw there is a reason that UCD Blue are currently 1-0. They had a fantastic time. They pushed it forward very, very quickly and had the right tempo active. So again, this is a squad that I am expecting them to be able to pull out the stops in just about any scenario. I'm just excited to see what they pick.
And the picks are not quite here, but the bans are Orbital. We see the Zillion and the Hecarim taken away by Midland. Don't want any of that Bjergsen style cheese coming back in the mid lane at this point. And of course, nobody likes getting trampled by a horse. You know, it's happened to me before. Can't say it was that pleasant, Orbital. So we're going to take the Hecarim off the table as well. Meanwhile, over on the red side, we got Graves, we got Camille waiting on that final ban.
Yeah, we're gonna get it underway here. You can already see it being swapped in. They're speeding through here real quick and just getting all those bans out of the way. So, like you said, seeing those champions kind of taken off the board will be conclusive. And again, this was, I do believe, Midland had to deal with all that. I had it in my head and I can't remember if they did or not. Yeah, so the Poppy Midland played against it. It had a very punishing command in the jungle, I should say. And then following up with some of the other faster champions, those are banned away in the first game as well. And so Midland are going to try and lock in that Akshan.
Yeah, Akshan actually the first hover here. It will be locked in, matched by Garen and Udyr. And again, this is not quite in the draft order that we did see. So we'll give you some details on where these did go. And actually, these on the side of Midland, these are actually the first two selections, the Gwen and the Akshan. So those were picked in phase one. We see the Urgot came through. That was in the fourth slot after the second phase of bans. On the other side of things, Udyr was the first pick. So definitely prioritizing Amon with Fawn. And on the other end of things, we had this Anivia and Garen as the R4 and R5 selections, Orbital.
I think that's also a man with a plan. Just saying that
You
there
are right.
he is. The man with a plan, of course.
That's why I'm wearing these glasses, Orbital.
I love it. It's okay, I got contacts in too. Without them, I'm like, it's all fuzzy from about a foot out. But it is a very fast composition coming out from UCD. This is something that I was taking a look at. With the Udyr, the Garen, and the Zeri, this is a catch me if you can style. This is almost Tom and Jerry-esque, if you will. The Anivia is there just to play spoiler. This was actually an R5 for UCD against Midland, and this is going to pretty much stall out any of those hooks from the Nautilus, the buffering coming in, possibly from the Akshan, although Akshan will have a good time kind of repelling off of that wall. It's still going to be enough, I think, to dissuade a majority share of Midland's aggression if they do try and get frisky.
See the final picks coming through. There are the bottom lanes. We've got the Jinx and Nautilus. Just a solid combination. Orbital. We did see the Jinx on the in the hands of Life done last game. This time around, Lieutenant Invictus will be picking it up for himself. And the other side of things, again, more speed, right? You were talking about that speed composition. Zeri's in, Lulu's in to speed up. Really, it is just that Nivbird, a little bit out of place in terms of a fastness in the mid lane. But one thing that I'm interested in here is this is the order, I would imagine, of Champions Draft in clients. And you got the Urgot lined up in mid lane against the Anivia.
This is, I think, specifically because of who is playing what. Scuzzrat, taking a look at the champion pool and the style, it's a very aggressive top lane factor. You are going for the lane dominance, and in the setup with the Akshan, with the hover of the Gwen, I believe it was going to be a challenge of whether you take the Gwen in the top side or the Akshan. Akshan is able to take over the game a little bit faster, I think, whereas Gwen's is a lot more powerful, I would say. It's a lot more on foot if you let the Gwen get off and ahead. They will take over top lane on their own. However, with Akshan, you don't have to focus on top lane specifically. You can roam out after pushing away. You can help the jungler. You can influence a little bit of the early game. And I think that's what they're going for. The biggest problem that I do see is, of course, like you pointed out, that Urgot in the mid lane. Urgot in the mid lane won't be having a whole lot of fun. The counter pick of the Anivia, you're slow enough while you activate your shotgun legs, and you can't get close enough. This feels like it's going to be a one-sided beatdown with the Anivia coming out on top.
Yeah, I'm right with you, right? Yeah, you have that dash on Urgot, but that typically works a little bit better when you're playing against a melee champion that's close enough to you that you could actually, get the flip off. Like, Anivia's never going to let you flip her, I would imagine, particularly in the early laning phase when you don't really want to do anything on Anivia until that Glacial Storm does come through. So I'm going to be fascinated to see how this is actually played by Midland, to see if I'm kind of missing a little bit of tech here, Orbital. But to my eyes, it does look like the laning phase is going to be very nice for UC Davis. And of course, that will just give a very powerful zone control option to the rest of their speed up comp.
Yeah, this is, you can see it even on the Udyr, you're going for the lethal tempo build. This still builds credence to the fact that you're just trying to chase. Udyr is one of those menaces that if you let get out of control, it will speed up. And with the lethal tempo, you can out-duel anyone, really. If you were only going for, say, I think what you're kind of looking at would be maybe a Predator is probably on the minor side of things. It's more for just pure damage. You're going to try and beat up someone. You're going to try and stay close because, again, lethal tempo adds to your range. Someone's going to die if the Udyr gets ahead. That's all it really is here.
Yeah, it'll be really hard to peel away. And speaking of getting the Udyr ahead, Orbital, something that has to be mentioned, right, is this Gwen jungle. Gwen, of course, strongest champion in the game, or at least one of the top three on my mind. So happy to see her anywhere this time around for Zero Gap. But as a jungler, she requires a little bit of ramp up time, right? She usually needs some camps. She usually needs an item and a half or so. And then she tries to take over the late game. And we all know what Udyr does really well. Takes camps really fast against a jungler who's not going to do so in the early stages. So how is Midland going to look to stop this onslaught of just camp taking and taking over the game in that fashion from the side of UCD?
The only possible way that I could see this rolling in favor of Midland, at least in the early stages, without basically sacking the early game and playing for mid to late, is that Nautilus in the bot side. The reason for this is mid lane's going to fold. As much as I hate to say it, the Urgot is not going to have a good time unless you lane swap with the Akshan and you send the Urgot top, which is still very possible. Don't get me wrong. That can still come out here if they so decide to. The Nautilus and the Jinx in the bot side are going to be probably your two win priorities, right? You're up against a Zeri and a Lulu. Yes, Zeri is very annoying, but in the early stages, if you catch her and you get the Jinx ahead, you can win from there on out. Not only that, once the Nautilus wins, if the Nautilus wins, you can then rotate that towards the mid lane, and there's your catch potential, right? You throw in the hook, you get the Anivia, and you roll out from there. Top lane, it's you're hoping Scuzrat is able to take over, because that can also roam out. If you're not going to sack the early game for Midland University, the best way to keep that Udyr from forcing the way into the enemy jungle and just taking all the camps, win your lanes. Make it so that Udyr has to focus on something else than enemy camps, and you will be okay. It's an extremely tall order. As I say it, it sounds like, oh, it's easy. No, it's not. Not at all. You have to be able to win lanes, though, if you want to more or less distract the Udyr from getting into the jungle and messing with that Gwen.
All right, the early lane trial going to be super important here for Midland Orbital. I will be keeping my eyes on Scuzrat to win this lane hard, and of course, as you mentioned, Kanezimaki on this Nautilus going to be that playmaker for Midland University. They want to keep this series alive. On the other end, of course, man with a plan. Well, his plan will be to take as many camps as he can, and he's already walking into the enemy jungle to see if he can do just that.
I do like the fact that both these teams do have a level 1 priority. Yasuo C on that Anivia can really lock down all 5. On the flip side, you are taking a look, right? The flip from the Urgot and the hook from Nautilus can set up a single point of pressure. The problem is of course, if they stay, they might find someone. Oh, oh, good call. Good call. If Lieutenant Invictus smells that out, are they still going to... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I keep talking. This is going to be dangerous.
Hesitant, but they're going to walk right into it. They're going to get stunned up, and Zevo Gap, no, it's just an absolute tragedy. It brings a tear to my eye, Orbital. The Spidey senses were tingling, but they didn't tingle hard enough, and Zevo Gap, we talked about having a slow early game. Now it's like a traffic jam.
If the traffic jam had a monster truck rolling over the top of it already, like that's kind of what's happening. Is a traffic jam? Someone said, "Hey, I got the monster truck. Let's just take over." And yeah, that's how it's gonna start. And oh no,
oh no, a level 2 gank, Scuzrat. Oh, he swapped down. I like the matchups better, but I don't like how the game is playing out here. Orbital does not respect how quick the man with the plan can get there, try to get the autos in, and oh boy, this is not how the early game needed to go for Midland to stay alive.
Not at all. Absolutely not.
Oh,
it's bleeding into the top side.
He's level 1. What are we doing, Orbital? No!
The plan was destroy mid and top and jungle. That was the plan here. They executed.
Oh my god. A man with a plan has one of the best plans I've ever seen. His plan is invade. I take their jungle, I gank mid, I gank top, we win game, and right? It's the A team. Love it when a plan comes together, right? It's that simple.
The A team is 4 people coming together to say, let's make it work. This is one guy dragging 2 other bodies on the team and saying, we're doing this whether you like it or not. That's what just freaking happened. That is so good. I have to give props to a man with a plan. The Udyr, the early burn on the flash as well, willing to sacrifice a lot of these summoner spells and understanding where this power can come from.
Zevo Gap trying to make a play, but this is a Gwen, not an Udyr. They're gonna get the resurrect, but there's an egg. They're not gonna kill the egg. And the top lane is here. They will actually get the egg. It is a nice return kill. I do think that this will be another kill on the Scuzrat. Nowhere for the heroic swing to go, and a man with a plan is now 3-0-1. He's gonna lose a Scuttle Crab, but I mean, does he even care? Does it even matter? He's just gonna follow Zevo Gap in. He's got red buff. This is scary still.
It's always going to be scary. Zevo Gap doesn't get to do anything at this point. The only solace is the walls, right? You can get over the walls, you can go to the camps, and you pray you take the camp fast enough before a man with a plan decides to jump in as well. Like, that's what's happening. You can see it still.
Oh, he is just absolutely haranguing Zevo Gap, and meanwhile, Lifedone has gotten another kill. Scuzrat is coming all the way down from mid lane to try to affect this play. You're going to get the stun down, flashing in his Lifedone. That's a double kill. Here comes Scuzrat. He'll clean one up. Do they have the damage for the shutdown? I think they will. That's a lot of gold that will go into the back pocket of Lieutenant Invictus. And that is maybe a lifeline into the game, but they are still 1.5k down at 4.5 minutes.
When you're jungler at 4.5 minutes, has a 300 gold bounty on their head. It doesn't matter however much you say you're going to get that window of opportunity back. It's still a mountain and a half, right? Like, that is, you don't like to hear that someone collected a shutdown bounty at 4.5 minutes because you know everything else is already spiraling out of control. Now, granted, yes, that is going to be the chance. Yasuo C going to get ganked.
Yeah, happy times here because I think Yasuo C is going to die yet again. Does not have egg this time around. He already went down to that one, and there he goes. Another kill onto the mid laner, and Zevo Gap starting to close that gap between himself and Man with a Plan.
I like it. I really do like it. With everything going on, you had to speed up the tempo of your own game as well. Midland University say, well, we don't have a choice now. We are now playing to the beat of their own drum, so let's pick up the pace even further.
Trade in the top lane for Dat Random, as of course he does have that passive healing that will come through on the Garen as this lane continues. On bottom side, do need to keep our eyes still on Man with a Plan. He did sacrifice a lot of farm for his early gold and ganks. You can see he's looking for some now and just kind of slam down on this bottom side still. They're not going to dive this, are they?
They can. With the Lulu in there, the shielding is enough, and especially with that damaged flip, it's might
random
not
hit
be
6
there, but
I don't think Zevo Gap can kill him either.
this is a chance. Zevo can chase a little bit, dash over the wall, and I mean, you do have the flash out though, so like you said, it looks like Random Lol is going to be able to get out pretty easily.
Okay, Ghost actually popped. He's probably going to have to burn flash at some... Okay. One more shot. Minions! Minions!
Nope.
We're good.
Nope.
Okay, Zevo going to get another kill. That's actually very, very good. It's in exchange for a Drake, but that is 2 kills, 32 CS on Zevo. So if anyone's going to carry this game for Midland, it is going to be Zevo.
Ooh, and looks like the polymorph OC Cat just gonna stay alive there. As you said, though, this Gwen is one of the high priority champions, and with the accelerated pace, we have to keep track of where the kills go, right? That is going to be the main important factor. 5-7, it doesn't matter if all the kills go onto a support. At this point, a Man with a Plan has 3, Life Done has 3, and then the Gwen on the other side has 2, and then the rest are scattered out everywhere else. This is going to mean that once about, I want to say 11 to 12 minutes hits, we are going to see an explosive stat check from everyone.
Polymorph once again up. Scuzzrat in a little bit of trouble. Looking to see if he has flash. He does not. He can probably get Osacat in trade.
Wow.
Now he's got the ultimate. Can he get away? How many flashes will be burned? Man with a Plan. Has it. Going in. Gets the stun. Life Done. Picks up the 4th kill. Meanwhile, top side. A bit more damage would do it. Not sure if the ult's already been used. It's not available, but it doesn't need it. Dat Random flashing in for yet another.
Scuzzrat played that about as good as you could, right? You're getting pinched by the Anivia and the Lulu, go for the weaker side. You take the kill, almost got away, honestly. I wonder if you could have aimed towards the bot lane instead and been able to get away that way, you know, run towards your teammates. Still, though, this is now going to be a fight. A Man with a Plan eating a lot of that damage.
Yeah, wait, okay, Rocket coming in, and yeah, Lieutenant Vic is going to get him. That Random thinks he can get this done, too. Gwen's immune, but I guess not immune inside of the Shroud. Down comes the ultimate, and there's the execution, but that Random almost certainly going to fall as well. One more auto would do it, and this would bring Gwen right back, keep the tempo high. Midland is fighting back, Orbital.
And this is what their composition excels at, right? Again, the main thing that we were worried about is that mid lane, can Ramadan Steve be able to maintain a decent standing? And unfortunately, it hasn't shown 0-3-0, right? It went into the Garen. The difference is that with the exchange of pace, now that it's sped up, this is giving Midland the opportunity to do what their composition does best, which is duel, which is consistently keep fighting. It gives Scuzzrat the opportunity to work that passive. It gives him the opportunity to also lay down extra damage with that Q and with that ultimate, right? This is the problem that they're going to run into. And of course, UC Davis are going to have to try their best to temper their aggression a bit. Even though they got those early kills, it's still only a 1.5k lead.
Minutes in, still is that 1.5k. We can see Scuzzrat hanging around this bot side on a little bit of tempo, but he will just head on back towards the mid lane to collect his farm. All his teammates are working on a Rift Herald, so the fact that we are working on an objective is a really good sign, Orbital, considering where we started this game. Being able to take a Rift Herald, if they can actually get it done here, would be really big, but it looks like it's going to be contested at the very least. is a 3 versus 2. I don't think Yasuo C has recognized that. Stun up Scuzzrat before how long? He has to wait. He fails to flash over the wall. This is trouble. He does have a jungler in the back pocket, but he is not in a good spot. He will go into egg form, and now this becomes really troublesome. You can see that random and a man with a plan. They don't have a plan for this one, and Yasuo struggling a little bit here on the Icebird.
The Icebird, to be fair, if you were against the Urgot, you would win the lane. Now on the bot side, though, we're going to see a little bit of fight.
Have been popped. Life Done getting that speed up high. There's a trap line trying to keep Osicat and Life Done away, but Life Done's flashing in, still doing so much damage, avoiding the rocket, gets hooked up. Will they have enough damage? Life Done gonna get one, looking for the second one, and Life Done ending the life of Lieutenant Invictus. Meanwhile, Man with a Plan is having to run away, but he's a speedy boy on the Udyr. No more top lane available for mid lane. Man with the Plan is getting absolutely shredded. One more would do it, and the burn is actually enough, starting to disrespect the damage coming from Zebo.
A Man with a Plan did not plan for the third charge of that needlework. That is absolutely what happened. You walk in, you eat the third shot. Scout's I'm not sure if you want to be there.
Oh my god, Life Done is doing so much damage. 7-1 now with a mythic item already completed. Having to flash away is Osicat. Zebo doesn't have the ult, doesn't have Ghost. Gets slowed down, gets slowed again, and oh no, the speed is on, and the speed comp is a little too much for Zebo. He'll go back and complete his first item, but oh my god, Life Done is going to be living up to his name for the rest of this game.
OC Cat with the heads up play. She was able to realize that drawing in that kill was going to yield a higher priority. Threw down, flash over the wall, and that flash is not easy, by the way. If you flash wrong, you actually end up just like cheating, I want to say, just a couple units to where you were, and you'd still die, right? Cheating the fatter edge of that wall gave so much priority, allowed Life Done to still get the kill. And now you're on point. 8-1-0. Of all champions that got a really good start off of that early fighting and the aggression is Life Done, right? In the lane, 8-1-0, gonna kill everyone.
I mean, it's really, really tough. Man with the Plan's going in. He's been trapped up, but I mean, look at the damage. It's just disgusting. Sheen and a mythic item. And I don't know if you want the scrap. Osicat in a little bit of trouble, but again, you have to keep your eyes on Life Done, who has the ultimate in just a second. Osicat goes down. Would there be a trade? Zebo gap is super low, and there's the ulti. Life Done trying to go in now. Already going to get one. Yep, already flashing away as Lieutenant Invictus, but this is looking like another kill. Yasuo C going to pick one up on the scrap table. They just cannot heal with Life Done.
And at this point, UC Davis just don't care, right? They don't care how many people they lose. They don't care how many fights they take. OC Cat taking that fight, she's cool with it. She's absolutely cool with it. Because guess what? Life Done picked up another 2 and an assist. And this might actually be a problem.
Okay, they're actually going to get it. Life Done. Oh no, what have you done? Getting hooked up. It's the easiest Nautilus combo you ever like, and the turret does the rest.
Simple. That's what you call it. It's just, all right, well, I'm dead. And the shutdown did go the way of Zebo Gap. So nice little pickup there. You still lose the dragon, and now we're on to the Hex text, which is, oh man, that's going to be a very, very scary soul if you can't pick it up. It's powerful in this instance. And honestly, Life Done, even though you fall, you're 2 items. That is 2 completed items. Guess what Lieutenant Victus came back with? You're sitting with 2 daggers. At this point, Life Done can do whatever you want and not care, right? This is their game plan. This is just screw the rules of League of Legends. I'm gonna play my own beat.
Yeah, I mean, this is terrifying. This is terrifying for such a late game carry to have 2 items already be this accelerated over the counterpart. And oh boy, Ramadan is yeah, that can happen when you're 2-3 levels down. That random just runs them over, uses the ultimate to finish it off, and now the both the side lanes really just falling apart for Midland Orbital. Oh, they're trying to get the stun. Oscat's coming. This is scary. Can he outplay this Life Done? Gonna get hooked up here, almost certainly, and they will lock him up, take him down. Osicat should fall as well. Nice play from Midland, but Osicat actually cleverly getting out over the wall. 3 members coming, and a lot's been used. Zebo Gap is here as well, and it may be UC Davis that have to run. And they'll turn back towards Zebo. Stun comes through. What can Zebo do? Gwen is immune is the name of the game, but does it matter here? Nope, they're inside of the immunity field. Now Man with the Plan, rooted up, blocked off by his own teammates wall, but it actually blocks Scuzzrat as well, and that is going to barely not net an extra kill, but a TP will finally end the fighting will require a disengage. Oshcat gets slowed. Nice wall flash in from Ramadan. Should get this.
Nope.
No, he will not. Instead, he's going to get taken very low. Man with the plan. Stun on the Scuzzrat. Trying to escape. Trying to run for his life. It's so much chaos in the river, but Life Done. Life Done is back. The ulti's been popped, and this is just going to be devastating. It's 3 kills right over to UC Davis, and it's going to be more damage across the map.
The dangers of an accelerated game, you sometimes get a little tunnel vision on what the goal of the game is, and in that instance, Midland, they came out with a fair bit out of that fight. Yes, you lost a few members, but I think you were able to draw 1 or 2 kills in, and then you forgot that the rest of the team is still fairly strong. You forgot a man with a plan is very strong. You forgot Yasuo C is able to fight back. You forgot a lot of these things and ended up giving back 4 kills, so it looked okay. Midland have done what they can to try and get back in this game, but
I don't think you get this kill. This is going to be close. Random shield. He has ult.
It's going to go for it. Oh, good
okay.
snap.
Gets silenced, gets taken down. Nicely done, Zevo Gap. I was a little worried there. I was level 12 to level 9, but it's a good shutdown, and Zevo continues to be one of the few shining lights for Midland.
I like it. 4, 5, and 8 has Master's Tooth available. Now with the Rift Herald, though, if you can collect this Rift Herald, you can try and get a few towers back. You can try and ramp up the gold as well, because we are accelerating this so quickly. Man with Plan and Yasuo C wants something to do with it.
They're walking in, but it's a 4v2, and they don't have their Fed AD carry or top laner. I feel like this might be poking your head into the wrong place, but they're actually going to get Midland to back off. The threat, I believe, of Life Done arriving once again deters the Rift Herald take.
That is just the fearsome power of a man with the plan in Yasuo C. This combination can get very, very dirty and can get very, very scary if you accidentally step up too far. So, again, well done by UC Davis to play that one. Now you get to focus on this dragon, right? This would put them at soul point if UC Davis are able to pick it up. And I feel Midland are actually going to try and fight it. The problem is, look how deep UC Davis are currently sitting. This is completely their own side of the jungle now.
Looking to clear out this vision orb. There is still a control ward in the Tri-Brush that has spotted out Life Done, but meanwhile, oh my god, Garen, that's just gross. Scuzzrat is going to be justified. I don't even know the word. Who even cares? Justice for Demacia is rained down, but meanwhile, the backside of the fight, nice spear onto 2. Yasuo is coming around. They've already taken down 1, but oh my god, Life Done. It is all done. A triple kill and an ace over to this area, just dominating proceedings.
That is the most heartbreaking moment to have. You got the kill, you got the fear down, and you thought you could follow up. You see Davis swing hard and swing strong, and that should be lights on being able to get a little bit more. Scuzzrat is also doing somewhat okay. 5-7-6 can actually chunk out Life Done. We've seen it happen before, so the threat is there. But again, UC Davis, plenty of time to work with, plenty of power to work with to continue ramping up through the rest of this game.
Also now trying to solo out of Drake. Hextech Drake really slaps Orbital. It's really slapping Yasuo. He's actually going to have to give this one up. You definitely would not have won that. That is the saddest part. Like, this dragon is kind of scary when you're trying to take it.
It hurts. It hurts a lot, but again, a man with the plan is fine. You had a little bit of a leash. That's all you have. No.
Look at this. This is limit testing to its finest. Ignited, trying to run away from 4 members. Scuzzrat is flashing to continue this. He's silenced. There's the rocket. They will get him. Little bit too much for that random, but he did nearly get out. Ossicat now in some trouble, but here comes Life Done. There's the ultimate. Already 1 down. Just going over the wall into 3. How could you possibly be afraid of anything? Scuzzrat's gonna die! Oh my god, Life Done's still alive on the wolves! And the move pays off for now. Victus, no mana, but still a full health bar, will walk away, and Life Done was literally blinking HP, but now is back to full. So close for Midland.
It was close, but again, you're on the defensive, right? You were the one defending that entire time. And that just means that you don't have much to work with anymore. So it's going to get very out of control very, very quickly. And it already is, right? I say that. But now with the base actually being broken, you have an open inhibitor. That means that random lol noob is going to be allowed to pressure in every single lane. And are they doing it? No, I thought they were doing Baron for some reason. It's 19.5 minutes. It's not Baron. It's just another Rift Herald.
Now back in the pockets. 20 seconds until the aforementioned Baron does become available. Orbital, and honestly, at this point, well, we'll see if Davis even needs it. They've got 31 kills here at 20 minutes. 17, probably make it 18 for Midland, as Scuzrat will pick himself up a nice little Lulu from the grocery store. Piece of cake, couple of autos, all it took. Just a trip in the car as well. I'm not sure what gas is going for on Summoner's Rift these days, Orbital, but might be out of gas here, Dat Random. He is getting shredded. This is Gwen things. You know, it doesn't matter how tanky you are. He will just murder you. Man with the plan and Life Done now faced with the prospect of a 2v4. Life Done's really fed, but there's a lot of CC, and not sure about this one just yet, but they're going to go for it. There's the ulti from Life Done, trying to get this done. Knockup is only on the man with the plan. He's dashing away. Oh my god.
Look at that.
Okay. Gwen's immune. Has to take the damage. Life Done, but still, just chunking them so much. There's the CC down. They will get Life Done. Yasuo's here. He's got 2 back in exchange. Can't get the 3rd just yet. And now hovering in between 3. He will not have the damage. He will go into egg. He will be taken down. And Midland getting their kills, getting their gold, and shutdown, trying to stay alive.
That was a fight Midland were kind of handed and allowed to pick up, and they picked it up. They work off of this mistake and are now going to continue to try and fight, because Scuzrat and the Jinx are now fully online. However, of course, that random with the cleanup is going to be solid, but it's still enough. Look at the chunk, though, from Zebo Gap.
Yeah, that's gonna get Osacat. Still a very squishy Lulu, but the trap's not quite arming in time. Allows a double kill to come over to Dat Random, who is level 14 Orbital with 10 kills. We've seen him get caught out a couple of times overextending, but it's just because he's been extending the entire game. That's why he's level 14.
I don't think it matters. Now, finally, Life Done. Normally, you see a Tiamat as a 3rd item. I was quite surprised to see it 4th, but that's going to actually help shred through the rest of the team. They've been grouping up a lot lately for Midland, and with this Baron as well. They have everything in their pocket for UC Davis to take over the rest of this. They're going to send their primary carries up to the top side and hopefully catch someone out unawares. And that should actually be game-ending and game-breaking for UC Davis to take this series.
Could be the final push with the base already open. RMC flash in onto Life Done, but they're going to peel this time around. Already 1 down. They can't get to Life Done. That's 2. And this is the death knell for UC Davis. You can see it in the top right. Get the moves going here, Orbital, because this looks like a clean 2-0. The Rift Herald is dropped. Dat Random absolutely 100 to 0s. Lieutenant Invictus in the duration of the silence on the queue, and all the respawn is going to do is add another kill to the total of the cows here. UC Davis, 40 kills in a 23-minute game. They clean up this series in 2-0 fashion.
What a ridiculous game as well. That was so much fun to watch, honestly. And that is one of the few times that you're going to see a highlight of mechanical skill. Whenever you have a high kill count at that excessive moment, and also at least 20 back to the other side, it means everyone's in the battle. It's not, the tower dies to clean sweeps to everything. Everyone's getting in there to rough and tumble. So I applaud Midland for being able to at least attempt that and to try and fight back every time instead of kind of rolling over. Just UC Davis just crushing it all day long.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Zebo in particular, I think, really did everything he possibly could. You can see it there, 17.1k damage, almost matched by Scuzrat, but the tail of the tape here, Orbital, is 29.6k damage in a 23-minute game. That will that'll win you most of your solo queue games, folks.
Most of just putting that out there. Most of do not attempt to 1v5 every time you get the chance. I would just like to put that disclaimer at the bottom.
Do it in Orbital's games, not mine.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. No.
Oh, well, Either way, it is another convincing series from UC Davis, who have been on a tear this season so far in the Challengers circuit. We'll see if they can continue that momentum in their next game. Orbital and 4 Midland, they will still be looking for their first win as they go down to 0-3. But of course, plenty of other opponents that maybe are not as just dominant as Life has done in company here to try to take that win. But that will do it for us here tonight. Again, we apologize for the kind of short last series here, but it is 12 for the East Coast already. There are a lot of players that live over there, so we can understand that they want to play their games and move on and get some sleep. So definitely very understandable, and we apologize, but there will be more NECC action all next week. So stick around for us. Keep your eyes for any announcements. We'll see you back here on Thursday for Valorant, Friday for League of Legends. Keep checking out all that NECC content. And until we see you next time, we hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful night.
There's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? Supposed to feel. How is it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend.